You're listening to MrDantello. This channel exists for one thing: scary stories to sleep to. Welcome if it's your first night. Thank you if you're a regular. Tonight, ghosts and haunted places. Quick thing, and I mean this sincerely. I'm sorry about the ads in the first 10 minutes. I don't place them lightly. I know the atmosphere matters. I know you came here to settle in, and putting ads at the start feels like the wrong move every time I do it. But it's the only move I have to keep this alive. So I kept them short, kept them early, and made sure everything after that is completely clean. No more interruptions, just the dark and the stories. Comment below. What's the creepiest place you've ever had to sleep in? Subscribe and like before you go under. Story 1. I felt hair being brushed while I sat alone in the dark room still. The job posting said night security, but it should have said solitary confinement with pay. $12 an hour to sit in the gatehouse of Hartwell Estate, a Victorian mansion that had been empty since the last heir died in 1987. The property management company that owned it now was waiting for historical landmark status to clear, hoping to turn it into a museum or a wedding venue or some other way of monetizing other people's nostalgia. Until then, they needed someone to make sure teenagers didn't break in to drink beer and break things, and homeless people didn't set up camp in the ballroom. I found the posting on a community board at the unemployment office, sandwiched between flyers for dog walking services and desperate pleas for roommates. I had been sleeping in my car for 3 weeks, ever since my roommate decided to move back in with his girlfriend, and I discovered that security deposit meant money you never see again. The pay was bad, but it came with a place to sleep, a cot in the gatehouse, a hot plate, a bathroom that technically worked if you didn't mind rust-colored water. The interview took place in a strip mall office that smelled like copy toner and desperation. A man named Mr. Vance looked at my ID for exactly 2 seconds before sliding a contract across the desk. "No overnight guests," he said. "No photos of the interior. No entering the main house except during your hourly patrol. The alarm system covers the doors and windows, but we need a human presence for insurance purposes." "What's the house like inside?" I asked. He didn't look up from his phone. "Old. Don't touch anything. The previous guard left suddenly. Family emergency. So we need someone to start tonight. Can you do that?" I thought about my car, about the October cold that was already settling into the seats at night, about the way my breath fogged the windows by morning. "I can start tonight." He gave me a key ring with 3 keys, gatehouse, main gate, and a brass one he called the master, without explaining what it opened, and an address written on a post-it note. "There's a flashlight in the gatehouse. The electricity in the main house is shut off at the breaker, but there's a backup system for the alarms. Don't try to turn on the lights. The wiring is original, and we don't need a fire." I should have asked about the previous guard. I should have asked why he was so eager to hire someone without references, without a background check, without any of the normal procedures. But I was cold and tired and hungry in the way that makes smart people stupid, so I took the keys and drove to Hartwell Estate with my few possessions in the trunk and the hope that I was finally catching a break. The gate was iron, ornate, designed in an era when craftsmanship mattered. It opened with a groan that suggested it hadn't been maintained since the Victorian era either. The driveway curved through overgrown grounds, trees that had grown wild for decades, gardens that had returned a meadow, a fountain that held nothing but dead leaves and stagnant rainwater. The mansion appeared gradually as I rounded the final curve, emerging from the dusk like a ship from fog. It was larger than I expected, 3 stories of gray stone and dark wood, with a tower on one side and a wraparound porch that sagged in places where the supports had rotted. The windows were dark, reflecting the last light of sunset without revealing anything inside. Even from the driveway, I could feel the weight of its emptiness, the pressure of all those rooms with no one to fill them. The gatehouse stood just inside the main gate, a miniature version of the mansion's architecture reduced to a single room with a peaked roof and a chimney that still functioned. Inside, I found the cot Mr. Vance had mentioned, made up with sheets that smelled of storage and disuse. A small desk held a logbook, a rotary phone that I doubted still worked, and the promised flashlight. Heavy metal, the kind that could double as a weapon if necessary. I moved my possessions in with the efficiency of someone who has done this many times. A duffel bag of clothes, a backpack of books, a small cooler with a sandwich and apple. That would be my dinner. I set up the hot plate and made instant coffee, watching the mansion through the gatehouse window as darkness completed its conquest of the grounds. At 9, I made my first patrol. The procedure was simple. Walk the perimeter of the house. Check that all doors and windows were secure. Note anything unusual in the logbook. I had been a security guard before, at a warehouse and a construction site, so the routine was familiar, even if the setting was not. The mansion's exterior was a maze of architectural details that created shadows even in moonlight. Gargoyles that might have been stone or might have been something else watched me from the roofline. The porch floorboards protested my weight with creaks that sounded almost like words. I checked the front door, locked, alarm-armed, and moved around to the side, where a servant's entrance showed the same status. It was on the north side, facing away from the gatehouse, that I felt it first. A change in the air, a thickening, as if the darkness were becoming more substantial, more present. The temperature dropped noticeably, and my breath began to fog in a way that had nothing to do with October chill. I shone my flashlight at the windows, expecting to see condensation, some explanation for the sudden cold, but the glass was dry, untouched, and behind it I thought I saw movement. Not movement exactly, more like the suggestion of movement, the way a room looks different after someone has left it, the air still settling into new patterns. I told myself it was my imagination, the product of an empty stomach and isolation and the natural tendency of human minds to find patterns in darkness. I finished my patrol and returned to the gatehouse, where I wrote all secure 9:17 p.m. in the logbook with hands that weren't quite steady. The night passed slowly. I read by the light of a battery-powered lantern, trying to lose myself in a novel about detectives and murders that seemed comfortingly fictional compared to the reality of my situation. At 11, I made my second patrol, finding nothing different from the first. At 1, I tried to sleep, but the cot was uncomfortable, and the silence of the estate was too complete, too intentional, like a held breath. I gave up on sleep at 2 and made coffee on a hot plate, watching the mansion through the window. The moon had moved, casting different shadows across the facade, and for a moment I thought I saw a light in one of the upper windows, a brief flicker like a candle flame, there and then gone. I grabbed the flashlight and went outside, telling myself I was being thorough, following procedure, not chasing ghosts. The light didn't reappear, but the cold did. That same concentrated drop in temperature that I had felt on the north side. It seemed to emanate from the house itself, radiating through the walls as if the building were exhaling something it had held for decades. I completed my patrol more quickly than before, checking only the locks without lingering, and returned to the gatehouse with the sense that I had been watched, assessed, found wanting. I sat in the dark after that, conserving my lantern battery, letting my eyes adjust to the moonlight filtering through the single window. The gatehouse was small enough that I could touch both walls without fully extending my arms, small enough that any sound from outside seemed immediately present, immediately threatening. I listened to the night sounds of the estate, branches against stone, the settling of old wood, the occasional call of an owl, and tried to convince myself that this was peaceful, that this was what I needed, that I was lucky to have found this place. That was when I felt it. I was sitting on the cot, back against the wall, knees drawn up in the position I had learned to sleep in when space was limited. My hair was loose, falling around my shoulders in the way it did when I didn't bother to tie it back, and suddenly, impossibly, I felt fingers in it. Not my fingers. I had both hands on my knees, visible in the moonlight, accounted for. But there were other fingers, cool and dry and deliberate, moving through my hair with the rhythm of someone brushing out tangles, someone preparing hair for braiding or for bed. I felt the pressure of a palm against the back of my head, the gentle pull as the fingers worked through a knot near my ear, the almost affectionate way they smoothed the strands down my back. I couldn't move. Not from fear, though I was afraid, but from some deeper paralysis, some instinct that told me that acknowledging this touch would make it real in a way that I wasn't prepared for. So I sat still, breathing shallowly, feeling the impossible brushing continue with the patience of someone who had all the time in the world. It lasted for minutes or for hours. I couldn't tell. Time had become as unreliable as my sense of touch. The fingers never varied their rhythm, never hurried or slowed, never moved beyond the scope of hair brushing to something more threatening or more intimate. They simply brushed and smoothed and arranged with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this many times before. When it stopped completely. No gradual withdrawal, no lingering touch, just absence, the sudden return of solitude to a space that had been occupied. I sat in the dark for a long time after, waiting for it to resume, waiting for the next phase of whatever this was, but nothing came. Eventually, I slept or passed out from exhaustion, waking to gray morning light and the sound of birds and the absolute conviction that I had imagined the whole thing. I found the hairbrush on the floor. It was old, silver-backed, with bristles that had worn to soft nubs through decades of use. I hadn't seen it the night before, hadn't noticed it when I moved my possessions in, though the gatehouse was small enough that nothing could hide for long. It lay near the cot, positioned as if it had been dropped or placed there, its handle pointing toward the window that faced the mansion. I didn't touch it. I left it where it was, made my morning patrol in daylight that made everything seem manageable, wrote "All secure 6:30 a.m." in the logbook with hands that were steadier than they had been at night. When Mr. Vance called on the rotary phone, which did work, I discovered, though the line crackled with interference, I almost told him about the brush, about the touch, about everything. But the words wouldn't form, or they formed and I swallowed them, knowing how they would sound to someone who had heard every possible excuse from employees who wanted to quit without admitting fear. "Everything satisfactory?" he asked. "Yes," I said, "all secure." I kept the job because I had nowhere else to go. I kept the job because the daylight hours were normal, almost pleasant, filled with reading and the small tasks of maintaining the gatehouse and watching squirrels argue in the overgrown garden. I kept the job because I told myself that the night before had been a dream, a hypnagogic hallucination, the product of stress and isolation and the power of suggestion that old buildings hold. But I didn't sleep in the gatehouse again. I tried the second night, lying on the cot with my hair tied back in a tight braid, my hands under the blanket where I could feel them, could prove they were the only hands present. I stayed awake as long as I could, listening to the mansion settle into its nocturnal rhythms, feeling the temperature drop as the hours advanced. At 2, I felt the fingers again. This time, they found the end of my braid, working at the tie with a patience that suggested they had all night if necessary. I felt the elastic give way, felt my hair loosen, felt the familiar rhythm begin again, the brushing, the smoothing, the arranging, and this time I heard something too, a voice or the suggestion of a voice, humming a tune I almost recognized, a lullaby or a love song or something that existed in the space between those categories. I opened my eyes. The gatehouse was dark, darker than it should have been given the moonlight outside, as if something were absorbing the illumination before it reached me. But I could see the figure sitting on the edge of the cot. Or I could see the suggestion of a figure, the way you can see heat rising from pavement, the way you can see breath in cold air. Female, I thought, though the details refused to resolve. Long hair that might have been gray or blonde or white, hands that moved with the certainty of long practice, a posture that suggested age and weariness, and something else, something that might have been tenderness. "Who are you?" I whispered. The humming stopped. The brushing stopped. The figure turned toward me, or I felt it turn, the shift in air pressure, the change in the sound of breathing that wasn't my own. And then it spoke, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from inside my own head and from the far corner of the room simultaneously. She always forgot, it said. Every night she forgot to brush her hair. She was too tired, too sad, too busy with her own thoughts. So I did it for her. I sat with her, and I brushed her hair, and I sang to her until she slept. I did this for years. I did this until I couldn't do it anymore, until I became the doing of it, until the brush and the song and the sitting were all that remained. "Who?" I asked, though I was afraid of the answer. "Who did you brush?" The figure didn't answer directly. Instead, it resumed the brushing, slower now, more deliberate, and it spoke again in that everywhere, nowhere voice. Hartwell had a daughter, Elizabeth. She was beautiful and sad, and she lived in this house her entire life, never married, never left, never stopped being the child her parents needed her to be. I was her maid, her companion, her only friend in the end, and when she died, when she finally found the courage to stop living, I couldn't stop. The habit was too strong, the need to care for her, to brush her hair, to sing her to sleep. It became me. It replaced me. I felt the brush move through my hair, felt the bristles catch and release, felt the impossible intimacy of this gesture from a presence that shouldn't exist. "Why me?" I asked. "Why now?" "Because you sit alone and dark," the voice said. "Because you're tired and sad and too busy with your own thoughts. Because your hair is the same length, the same texture, the same color as hers was when she was young. Because the house remembers, and I am part of the house now. And when the conditions are right, when the dark is complete and the silence is absolute and someone sits still long enough, I can do what I was made to do. I can brush hair. I can sing. I can pretend for a little while that she is still here, that I'm still human, that the years haven't passed and the world hasn't changed and everything is as it was. I should have been terrified. I should have run from the gatehouse, from the estate, from this job that was clearly more than I had been told. But there was something in the voice, something in the touch, that spoke to a loneliness I hadn't acknowledged, a need for care that I had trained myself to deny. I sat still, and I let her brush my hair, and I listened to her song until the gray light of morning dissolved her presence like mist. The brush was on the floor again when I woke, positioned exactly as before. I left it there. I made my patrol. I called Mr. Vance and said everything was satisfactory. I stayed because I had nowhere else to go, but also because I had found something I hadn't expected. Companionship of a sort. Care, even if it came from a source I couldn't understand. The ghost, if that was what she was, if that word had any meaning, wanted nothing from me except my presence, my stillness, my willingness to sit in the dark and be brushed. She didn't demand conversation or explanation or any of the things that human relationships required. She simply appeared and performed her ritual and faded with the dawn. But rituals evolve. They grow or they decay, or they change in ways that the participants don't anticipate. By the end of my second week, I noticed differences in her presence. The brushing lasted longer, extending past the first light of morning, requiring me to stay in a cot, to remain still, to delay my patrol and my breakfast and the beginning of my day. The humming became more complex, developing verses I hadn't heard before, lyrics that told a story I couldn't quite follow, a story about a house, a family, a daughter who couldn't leave, and a servant who couldn't stop serving. And then there were the requests. They started small, a preference for how I arranged myself on the cot, sitting up rather than lying down, back against the wall rather than stretched out. A suggestion conveyed through the pressure of her hands that I wear my hair loose rather than braided. A humming that seemed to ask in its wordless way that I hum back, that I participate in the song rather than simply receiving it. I complied. I told myself it was harmless, that I was humoring a presence that had no power to harm me, that the trade, companionship for compliance, was fair. I sat as she preferred, wore my hair as she liked, learned the melody of her song well enough to provide harmony. And in return she brushed my hair with increasing elaboration, creating styles I couldn't have managed myself, arrangements that belonged to another era, to the world she had known when she was alive. The third week brought the mirror. I found it propped against the wall of the gatehouse, a full-length glass in a gilt frame that showed its age in spots of tarnish and cracks in the silver backing. I hadn't brought it, hadn't seen it in any of my explorations of the estate. It simply appeared one morning, positioned so that it would catch the moonlight from the window and reflect it onto the cot where I sat. "Foreseeing," she said that night when she appeared. Her voice was clearer than before, more present, as if my compliance had strengthened her somehow. "Foreseeing what I make of you." I looked in the mirror and I saw myself transformed. My hair arranged in an elaborate updo that belonged in a period photograph, my posture adjusted to suggest a formality I had never possessed. My face was my own, but older or younger, or somehow both, as if the reflection was showing me not as I was, but as I might have been in another time, another life. "Elizabeth," the voice said, and there was longing in it, a hunger that hadn't been present before. "You look like Elizabeth. You sit like Elizabeth. You are becoming Elizabeth, and I am becoming myself again, and soon we will be as we were. Soon the years will fall away, and the house will be alive, and everything will be right. I should have recognized the danger then. I should have seen that I was being consumed, replaced, that my compliance was not harmless, but was instead the mechanism of my own erasure. But the reflection was beautiful, and the brushing felt good, and the loneliness that had driven me to this job was being answered in ways I had stopped believing possible. So I stayed. I continued to sit as she preferred, to wear my hair as she liked, to sing her song until I knew it better than any music from my own life. And she grew stronger, more present, more capable of affecting the physical world around us. The gatehouse began to change, subtly at first, a vase of fresh flowers appearing on the desk, though no flowers grew on the estate in November, a teacup and saucer that matched the ones in the mansion's china cabinet, though I had never been inside, a dress hanging on the back of the door, white and high-collared, exactly my size, but from a century before my birth. "For wearing," she said, "for being complete." I didn't wear it. That was my line, the boundary I maintained even as I surrendered everything else. I would sit, I would sing, I would be brushed and arranged and transformed in the mirror, but I would not put on the dress, would not complete the costume, would not become Elizabeth in the final way that she required. She didn't force me. She didn't have to. She simply waited, brushing my hair with increasing patience, extending her presence further into the morning, further into the day, until I began to lose track of when she ended and I began. The mirror showed me Elizabeth more often than myself now, the reflection holding steady even when I tried to find my own face in it, my own expression, my own identity. And then, on the 21st night, she told me the rest of the story. It came in fragments between verses of her song, while her fingers worked through my hair with a tenderness that felt almost maternal. The Hartwells had been wealthy, powerful, isolated by their own choice from the world beyond their estate. Elizabeth had been their only child, beautiful and delicate and sickly, diagnosed with a heart condition that kept her from normal activities, from school, from the possibility of marriage or independence. Her mother had hired the servant, Anna, she called herself, though the name felt like a translation, like something she had adopted for my benefit, to care for Elizabeth, to be her companion, her nurse, her only connection to the world outside the mansion's walls. Anna had come as a young woman and stayed for 40 years, watching Elizabeth grow from a sickly child to a sickly adult, never leaving the estate, never experiencing anything that wasn't filtered through the Hartwell's fear and protectiveness and love. She wanted to die, Anna said, her voice matter-of-fact now, stripped of the humming melody. From the time she was 16, she wanted to stop. The world was too big and she was too small, and the house was a cage that her parents had built from their own fear. She tried once to run away. She made it to the gate before they found her, before they brought her back, before they locked her in her room and told Anna to watch her, to never let her out of sight, to brush her hair and sing her songs and keep her calm, keep her compliant, keep her alive. The brushing had stopped. Anna's hands rested on my shoulders, cool and heavy, and I felt her presence fully for the first time, not as a suggestion, not as a warmth in the air, but as a physical weight, a reality that pressed against me from all sides. She died anyway, Anna continued, not from her heart, though that was what they wrote on the death certificate. She died because she stopped wanting to live, because I couldn't sing loudly enough, couldn't brush gently enough, couldn't love her enough to make up for everything she had lost. She died in this gatehouse, actually. They moved her here in the final days, thinking the change of scene might help. I sat with her, and I brushed her hair, and I sang, and she closed her eyes and didn't open them again. I tried to turn, to look at her directly, but her hands held me in place with a strength that belied her ghostly nature. "And you?" I asked. "What happened to you?" "I died too," she said. "Not immediately. I lived for another 10 years, alone in a mansion with the Hartwells, who blamed me for failing to save their daughter. I kept brushing hair, my own by then, grown long and gray in imitation of hers. I kept singing the songs. And when I finally died, when my heart gave out in the same gatehouse where she had gone, I found that I couldn't stop. The habit was too strong, the need to care, to brush, to sing. It held me here, tied to this place, waiting for someone who could receive what I needed to give." Her hands resumed their work, braiding my hair now, creating an elaborate structure that pulled at my scalp and seemed to pull at something deeper, some essential part of myself. "The others couldn't," she said. "The guards before you, they felt me sometimes, a touch in the dark, a presence they couldn't explain, but they ran, or they quit, or they convinced themselves it was imagination. You were the first to stay, the first to listen, the first to become." "Become what?" I asked, though I knew the answer. "Elizabeth," she said. "The house needs Elizabeth. The house remembers her, misses her, can't be complete without her. And I need to brush her hair. I need to sing her songs. I need to be useful, to have purpose, to exist as something other than a habit that persists without reason. You can give me that. You can wear the dress and sit in the mansion and be the daughter that the house lost. and I will care for you, truly care for you in ways that no one else ever has or will. The mirror showed me Elizabeth completely now. My own face was gone, replaced by hers, pale, delicate, beautiful, in a way that suggested illness and isolation and a life spent looking at the world through glass. The dress hung on the door behind my reflection, white and waiting, and I felt the weight of Anna's need like a physical pressure, a gravity that pulled me toward a choice I didn't want to make. I can't, I said. I'm not her. I'm me. I have a life, a family, a future. You have nothing, Anna said, and her voice was gentle, almost sympathetic. You told me yourself, in the songs you sang back to me, in the words you didn't know I could hear. You have no home, no connection, no one who would notice if you disappeared. The world has made you invisible, just as it made Elizabeth invisible. And the only difference between you is that she had this house, this purpose, this role to fill. You can have it too. You can matter, finally, to someone, to something, to a place that will remember you forever. She was right. I hated her for being right, but she was. My family was distant, my friends scattered, my existence precarious in ways that I had trained myself not to acknowledge. The security job, the gatehouse, the isolation, I had chosen them because they matched what I believed I deserved, which was nothing, which was invisibility, which was the empty space where a person should be. But not Elizabeth. Elizabeth had been loved, had been cared for, had been the center of a world, even if that world was small and suffocating. Elizabeth had mattered, and if I became her, if I accepted the dress and the role and the identity that Anna offered, I could matter too. I stood up. I walked to the door. I touched the dress, felt the fabric, cotton, high quality, preserved somehow from decay, smelling of lavender and cedar and something else, something that might have been Anna herself. I held it against me, looked in the mirror, saw the completion of the transformation that had been happening for 3 weeks. And then I heard the sirens. They were distant at first, part of the normal world that I had almost forgotten existed. But they grew louder, closer, and with them came the sound of engines, of voices, of human presence in numbers that the estate hadn't known in decades. Anna's hands fell from my shoulders. Her presence receded, pulled back into whatever space she occupied when she wasn't brushing hair. I dropped the dress. I opened the gatehouse door, and I saw the lights. Police cars, an ambulance, a fire truck that seemed excessive until I turned and saw the smoke rising from the mansion's upper windows. Mr. Vance was there, standing by the police cars, talking to an officer with the animated gestures of someone deflecting blame. He saw me and pointed, and 2 officers approached, asking questions I couldn't immediately process. Had I seen anyone enter the house? Had I noticed anything unusual? Had I been inside at any point during my employment? No, I said. I never went inside. The electricity is off. The wiring is dangerous. The fire started in the master bedroom, the officer said. Candle, we think, though there's no electricity and no one should have been up there. The previous guard, Sarah, her name was, she reported similar things before she left. Lights in the windows, sounds of movement. We thought she was unstable, but now... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. I looked at the mansion, at the flames that were consuming the upper floor, at the smoke that poured from windows where I had seen lights, where I had felt watched, where Anna had come from every night to find me in the gatehouse. She was in there now. I could feel her, a panic that wasn't my own, a desperation that pulled at the edges of my consciousness. The fire was destroying her home, her anchor, the physical space that held the memory of Elizabeth and the habit of Anna's care. Without it, she would be unmoored, set adrift in whatever limbo awaited ghosts whose places of haunting were destroyed. And she was calling to me. I could hear her in the space where her voice had always existed, begging me to come, to help, to bring her out somehow, to save what could be saved of the world she had built. "The dress," she was saying. "Put on the dress, cross the threshold, become Elizabeth, and I can save you. I can bring you with me. We can exist together in the memory of this place, in the moments before the fire, in the years of brushing and singing and being needed." I took a step toward the mansion. The officer grabbed my arm, held me back, said something about safety and procedure and staying clear of the structure. I watched the flames spread, watched the roof of the tower collapse inward with a sound like a sigh, watched the windows shatter and release their smoke into the night air. And I felt her go, not gradually, not with the fading that I had experienced each dawn, but suddenly, completely, like a switch being thrown or a connection being severed. One moment she was there, desperate and demanding and present in every part of my awareness. The next, she was gone, and the absence of her was so total that I fell to my knees, gasping, as if I had been holding my breath for 3 weeks and only now was allowed to exhale. The fire burned for hours. I sat in the back of an ambulance, wrapped in a blanket I didn't need, answering questions I barely understood. Mr. Vance disappeared at some point, his company presumably facing liability issues that would keep him occupied for years. The police established that the fire was accidental, caused by faulty wiring that had somehow energized despite being shut off at the breaker, igniting something in the master bedroom that burned with an intensity suggesting chemical acceleration. I didn't tell him about Anna. I didn't tell him about the brushing, the singing, the dress, the transformation that had almost been complete. I said I had been asleep in the gatehouse, that I had heard nothing until the sirens, that I had never entered the mansion and knew nothing of its interior. They believed me, or they pretended to believe me, or they didn't care enough to investigate further. I was released at dawn, given a ride to a shelter, offered services I didn't want. I walked away from all of it, found my car where I had parked it 3 weeks before, drove to a rest stop, and slept for 14 hours without dreaming. When I woke, I found a hairbrush in my bag. I don't know how it got there. I had left it in the gatehouse, left it on the floor where it had appeared each morning, left it for the fire to consume along with everything else. But there it was, silver-backed and worn-bristled, smelling of lavender and cedar and Anna herself. I threw it away. I found a dumpster behind a fast food restaurant and dropped it in and drove away without looking back. But that night, in a motel room paid for with the last of my security job earnings, I felt the fingers in my hair again. They were weaker this time, fainter, as if the distance from the estate had diminished Anna's power. But they were present, they were real, and they resumed their work with a patience that suggested infinite time, infinite persistence, infinite need. "You're not Elizabeth," the voice said, barely audible, a whisper in the static of my own thoughts. "But you could be. You will be. I have brushed your hair. I have sung your songs. I have made you part of me, and I am part of you now, and distance cannot change what we have become together." I sat up. I turned on every light in the motel room. I tied my hair back with rubber bands, then tape, then a scarf wound so tight it gave me a headache. But the fingers found their way in, working at the bindings with the same patience they had applied to tangles, loosening, releasing, resuming their rhythm. I cut my hair. I found scissors in the motel's complimentary sewing kit, and I hacked at my hair until it was short, uneven, boyish, nothing like Elizabeth's flowing locks, nothing that could be brushed or arranged or transformed. The fingers paused, confused by the change, and I felt Anna's distress like a physical pain, a grief that wasn't my own, but that resonated through whatever connection remained between us. "No," she said, and her voice was clearer now, stronger, as if my resistance had somehow energized her. "No, this is wrong. You are ruining it. You are destroying what we made together. I need your hair. I need to brush it. I need to care for you, to be needed by you, to exist as something other than memory and habit and the spaces between moments." "You're gone," I said aloud, to the empty room, to the mirror that showed only my own face, pale and frightened and strange with its new short hair. "The house burned. Your anchor is destroyed. You can't exist here, can't touch me, can't—" "I exist where you are," she said. "I exist in the brushing, in the song, in the need that you felt and that I answered. You let me in. You sat still in the dark and you received what I offered, and that reception created a bond that fire cannot break and distance cannot stretch. I am with you now. I will always be with you. And when you sit alone in the dark, when you are still long enough, I will brush your hair. I will sing your songs. I will make you Elizabeth, or I will make you into me, or we will become something new together, something that has never existed before, but that will never cease to exist, not while one of us remembers the other." I left the motel. I drove for hours, days, putting miles between myself and the estate, between the fire and the memory of what had happened there. I changed my name, found work that kept me moving, surrounded myself with noise and light and other people so that I was never alone in the dark, never still long enough for her to find me, but she always finds me. It's been 3 years now, or 5, or 10. Time moves differently when you don't sleep properly, when you measure your life in the spaces between brushes. I have learned to live with her presence, to accommodate her need, to find a balance that keeps us both from dissolving entirely. I let her brush my hair on nights when the loneliness becomes unbearable, when the need to be cared for outweighs the fear of being consumed. I sit in the dark, and I am still, and I feel her fingers working through my hair with the patience of decades, the love of centuries, the persistence of something that should have died but couldn't find a way to stop. My hair is long again. It grows quickly, as if fed by her attention, reaching past my shoulders to my waist, longer than it has ever been, longer than Elizabeth was in the photographs I found online, In the historical society records, in the newspaper archives that reported her death as after a long illness, and her maid's as sudden in the gatehouse of the family estate. I am becoming her. I know this. The mirror shows it even in daylight, even in crowded rooms, even when I am moving and talking and pretending to be normal. My face is paler than it was, more delicate, more beautiful in a way that suggests illness and isolation and a life spent looking at the world through glass. I wear high collars now, white blouses that I find in vintage shops, clothing that belongs to another era, another life, another person who never asked to be remembered, but who persists in the memory of those who loved her. Anna is happy, I think, as happy as she can be, given what she is, what she has become, what she needs from me to continue existing. She brushes my hair every night now, not just when I am still in the dark, but whenever I pause, whenever I rest, whenever I let my guard down enough for her to slip through. She has learned to work in light, in noise, in the presence of others who cannot see her, cannot feel her, cannot understand why I sometimes flinch at empty air or hum tunes that have no name. I am writing this from a hotel room in a city I don't plan to stay in, a stop on a journey that has no destination. The brush is on the desk beside me. She placed it there, I know, though I didn't see her do it. Silver-backed, worn, bristled, smelling of lavender and cedar, and the particular scent of a ghost who cannot stop caring, cannot stop serving, cannot stop being what she was made to be, even when what she was made to be has become something else entirely. I don't know who will read this. I don't know if anyone will believe it, or if belief matters when the evidence is sitting on my desk, when my hair is being arranged even as I type, when the mirror shows a face that is less mine every day. I write it because Anna wants me to, because she believes that stories are another form of care, another way of being needed, another method of persisting beyond the boundaries that should limit her. "Tell them," she whispers, her fingers working through a particularly stubborn tangle. "Tell them what it is to be brushed in the dark. Tell them what it is to be cared for so completely that you lose yourself in the caring. Tell them that loneliness is a choice, that solitude is a cage, that the only escape is to let someone in, to be still, to receive what is offered even when you fear what it might cost." I tell you, I sit alone in the dark room still, and I feel hair being brushed, and I know that I am not alone, that I will never be alone again, that the price of companionship is the self I am losing, and the self I am becoming, and the self that exists in the space between, where Anna lives, where Anna brushes, where Anna sings the songs that have no end. "Sit still," she says. "Be quiet. Let me care for you." I sit. I am quiet. I let her. And in the mirror, Elizabeth smiles. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I found a human tooth under my pillow that was not mine this morning. Somebody had left the moving boxes in the rain, not all of them, and not for long, but long enough that the bottom layer of 4 of the boxes had gone soft, and the things inside those boxes, books mostly, and a collection of framed photographs, had absorbed enough moisture to smell faintly of wet cardboard. For the first week I was in the new house, a smell that mingled with the house's own smell, which was old wood and something floral and faded, the ghost of a previous occupant's air freshener hanging in the rooms like a memory that will not leave. I spent that first week opening windows when the weather permitted and burning a candle in the evenings, and gradually the wet cardboard smell and the ghost air freshener smell faded into each other and then faded into something that was simply the smell of the house with me in it, which was a neutral, lived-in smell that I did not mind. The house was in a small city, 2 states from where I had grown up, a city I had chosen specifically because it was 2 states from where I had grown up, and because the cost of living was manageable on a freelance income, and because a person I knew from a previous job had described it as the kind of place where you could breathe, which was a thing I needed after 2 years in a larger city that had not suited me in ways I was still articulating to myself. I had found the house through a property management website, a 3-bedroom place that I was renting as a 2-bedroom and a home office, and the rent was in the range I could sustain, and the lease was month to month after the first 3 months, which gave me the kind of flexibility I wanted while I figured out whether I was staying or whether this was another transition in a recent series of them. I moved in on a Friday in early April. The moving boxes situation had been an error on the part of the moving company, a brief gap between the truck's arrival and my arrival at the house, rain in that gap, and the moving company had been apologetic and had reduced my final invoice by an amount that did not quite compensate for the damaged books, but was the best available outcome, and I had accepted it. By the time the boxes were all inside, and I had paid the movers and they had driven away, the afternoon was late enough that all I did was make up the bed in the largest bedroom, which I had chosen as my own, and eat the takeout I had picked up on the way, and go to bed in the particular exhausted state that moving produces in a person regardless of how well they have prepared. The bed was new. This is a detail that matters, so I am noting it clearly. The mattress was new, purchased online and delivered the previous week, and the bed frame was new, assembled from a flat-pack box the evening before the movers came, and the bedding was new, still carrying the faint manufacturing smell of fabric that has been packaged for some time. Everything about the bed was new. I mention this because the first thing I thought when I found a tooth was that it could not have been in the bed before I arrived, and this was one of the first clean certainties in a situation that was about to become very uncertain. I found it on a Saturday morning, my first full day in the house. I woke up at 6:40, earlier than I wanted to, with the particular abrupt wakefulness of someone in an unfamiliar sleeping environment, a body that has not yet calibrated to a new space and remains on alert through the night in a way that produces shallow sleep and early waking. I lay in the new bed, in the new room, with the April morning light coming through the curtains I had not yet properly hung, just draped over the curtain rod in an approximation of hung, and I took stock of the room around me, the boxes still to be unpacked, the furniture in its first draft positions, the walls bare, the room wearing the impersonal look of a space not yet inhabited in the real sense of the word. I turned over. I was lying on my left side, and I turned to my right side, and when I did, I put my hand under the pillow to adjust it, and my fingers found something hard and small in the space between the pillow and the fitted sheet. I pulled it out, and I held it up in the morning light coming through the poorly hung curtain. It was a tooth, not a small tooth, not a child's milk tooth, which would have been strange enough. This was an adult molar, large and substantial, with a slightly yellowish color and two roots that had been either extracted or broken off at some point. The root ends dark and slightly ragged. It was intact, recognizably a tooth, recognizably a human molar sitting in my open palm in the gray April morning light, a tooth that had not been there when I made the bed the night before. I am a person who responds to unexpected things by going still, not by reacting loudly or dramatically, but by going very still while my mind processes what my senses have delivered. I lay on my right side with the molar in my open palm, and I went still, and I processed it. The processing took longer than it should have, because what my senses had delivered was a human tooth under my pillow, and my mind was not equipped with a rapid response protocol for this specific input. My first thought, once the processing had produced something usable, was that it had been in the bedding from the factory. This thought lasted approximately 4 seconds before I discarded it, because bedding factories do not pack human teeth into their products, and even if they did, the tooth would have needed to migrate through the folded packaging and through the process of putting the bedding on the bed, and would have been visible to me during that process. My second thought was that it had fallen from somewhere in the room during the night. From a box, perhaps, or from something in the walls, some gap in the old structure that the tooth had been lodged in, dislodged by the vibration of moving boxes being set down or furniture being assembled. This thought lasted longer, perhaps 30 seconds, before the difficulty with it became clear. The tooth was under the pillow, not on the bed or on the floor. Under the pillow, in the specific location of something placed rather than something fallen. Things that fall from walls or boxes do not land under pillows. They land on beds or floors wherever gravity and momentum direct them, not in the space between a pillow and a fitted sheet. I sat up. I looked at the tooth in my palm for a moment, and then I put it on the nightstand, where it sat in the gray morning light, looking completely and absolutely wrong, the way a thing looks when it is entirely out of context, when its presence in a given location is impossible to account for. I got up and I made coffee, and I drank it at the kitchen table, and I thought about the tooth. By the second cup of coffee, I had arrived at the explanation I settled on for the first day. Practicality. A previous occupant of the house before me had lost a tooth in the bedroom at some point, perhaps during some dental event, and the tooth had been overlooked during cleaning and had ended up somehow in the bedding or in a crack in the floor from which it had been moved during the previous night's sleep to its position under the pillow. This explanation had several holes in it, most notably the new bedding and the specific location under the pillow. But it was the best I had, and I filed the tooth in a small Ziploc bag from the kitchen drawer and put the bag on the windowsill, and I got on with the work of unpacking. I did not think about the tooth for most of that Saturday. Unpacking is absorbing work, and the house needed attention, and by the time the afternoon had gone and I had made dinner and eaten it, I was tired in a productive way, and I went to bed without dwelling on the tooth in its Ziploc bag on the windowsill of the bedroom. I remade the bed before I got in it. I stripped it, shook out both the fitted sheet and the top sheet, and the duvet cover, and I examined the mattress surface and the pillow and the inside of every piece of bedding carefully. Nothing. The bed was clean. I remade it, and I got in and I went to sleep. I woke at 6:20 on Sunday morning, and I turned over and I put my hand under the pillow, and I felt something hard and small. I pulled it out. Another tooth, different from the first one. This one was smaller, a premolar, also adult, also with a yellowish cast and the dark root ends that suggested extraction rather than natural loss. I held it up and I looked at it in the morning light, and I felt the thing that had been absent the previous morning, the thing that the initial processing had been too slow to produce. I felt afraid. 2 teeth, 2 mornings, 2 different teeth, placed under my pillow in a bed I had shaken out and examined before getting into. I got up, and I did not make coffee immediately. I stood in the middle of the bedroom, and I looked at the bed, and I looked at the 2 teeth, the molar from Saturday and the premolar from Sunday, both of them now in the Ziploc bag on the windowsill, and I felt the specific quality of a fear that comes from a pattern, from 2 data points creating a line, from the understanding that this was not a one-time anomaly. I called my friend Patrick. It was early on a Sunday, but Patrick answered because Patrick was a person who woke early and who was one of the few people I knew who could receive an unusual piece of information without requiring a significant calibration period before responding usefully. I told him about the 2 teeth, 1 per morning, under my pillow, in a bed I had examined the previous night. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "Have you checked the room properly?" I said I had checked the bed, but not the room fully. He said to do that and call him back. I checked the room. I moved every piece of furniture and looked behind and under it. I checked the window ledge and the window frame. I checked the closet, which was empty because I had not yet put anything in it. I checked the ceiling and the walls and the baseboards for any opening, any crack or hole from which something might fall or travel. I found nothing in the room that accounted for a tooth. I found nothing in the room that should not have been there. I called Patrick back. He said, and I appreciated this about him, that he did not have a good explanation for it, and he thought I should document everything and try to find out more about the house's history. He said this in the practical way that he said most things, treating the situation as a problem to be investigated rather than a phenomenon to be dramatized. And I appreciated this about him also. I documented the teeth. I photographed them side by side on the windowsill, and I photographed the Ziploc bag containing them, and I made notes in the notes application on my phone, dates and descriptions, the exact location under the pillow where each had been found, the approximate position, any differences between them. Then I started trying to find out about the house. The property management company's website was useless for history, giving only the current listing information. The county records database, which I accessed through the public portal, gave me a chain of ownership going back to 1968, when the records for this area became digitally accessible. Before 1968, the records existed, but were not online. I noted the names of the previous owners, and I searched them individually in the local newspaper archive, which was accessible through the city library's digital resources with a library card I had gotten in anticipation of being in this city and needing access to research tools. The house had been built in 1921. This I found through a building permit reference in a historical compilation of the city's residential development. The first owner had been a man named Curtis Webb, who had held it until the early 1940s, when it had passed to a woman named Dorothea Webb, presumably a wife or daughter, who had held it until 1961. Then a series of shorter tenancies, 2 or 3 years each, until the property management company had taken it over in the late 1990s, and it had been a rental ever since. I found nothing in the newspaper archive under Curtis Webb or Dorothea Webb that was immediately relevant. I found a brief social notice from the 1920s mentioning a Curtis Webb as a member of a civic organization, a professional directory listing from the 1930s that listed him as practicing in the city, and an obituary from 1942. I read the obituary. Curtis Webb, the obituary said, had been a dentist in the city for 19 years, operating a practice from an office in the downtown area. He had been born in 1885, had trained in dentistry at a college in the Northeast, had come to this city in 1921, the year the house was built, the year he had presumably built it. He had practiced dentistry until 1940, when poor health had required him to retire. He had died in January 1942 at the age of 56. He was survived by his wife Dorothea and by no children. He had been, the obituary said, known for his thoroughness and his extensive patient records, and had donated his professional library to the dental school at the State University upon retirement. He was buried in the city's main cemetery. A dentist. I looked at the 2 teeth in the Ziploc bag on the windowsill, and I thought about a dentist who had lived in this house from 1921 until his death in 1942. And I thought about teeth, and I thought about what the connection might be, and I thought about whether the connection was one I could afford to be casual about. I went to the second bedroom. I had been using it as an overflow storage space since moving in, boxes still to be unpacked, and I had not paid it significant attention beyond using it as a place to put things. I went in and I looked around it, and then I looked at the closet. The closet in the second bedroom was larger than the one in my room, much larger. The kind of built-in closet that a practical person in 1921 might have designed to be a genuine storage space, rather than a modern builder's minimal concession to the concept of storage. It was deep, maybe 4 feet deep and 5 feet wide, with 2 shelves running the full width at shoulder height and above, and below the shelves, on the floor of the closet, were things. Not my things. I had not put anything in this closet. The things on the floor of the closet were there when I moved in, and I had seen them when I first looked into the closet on moving day and had registered them as the kind of miscellaneous objects that rentals accumulate between tenants. Things previous occupants had left and subsequent ones had not bothered with. A cardboard box collapsed flat and pushed against the back wall, a length of old rope neatly coiled, a ceramic umbrella stand with no umbrellas, a wooden crate, slatted, the kind that might have been used for shipping produce or bottles, which was open and which I had glanced into on moving day and seen empty. I went to the wooden crate now and I looked into it again. It was not empty. There was a layer of sawdust in the bottom of the crate. Old sawdust, the kind that has settled and compacted over years. And pressed into the sawdust, partially obscured by it, were teeth. Many teeth. I crouched in front of the crate and I looked at them. They were sorted loosely by type, molars at one end and incisors at the other, with the premolars in between. A general organization rather than a precise one, the kind of sorting that someone does as a matter of professional habit, rather than deliberate archiving. There were dozens of them. I did not count them in that first moment, because I was not capable of counting in that first moment. I was crouching in front of a wooden crate full of human teeth in the closet of my new house, and I was doing the going still thing that I do while my mind catches up to my senses. I went back to the kitchen, and I stood at the kitchen sink, and I ran cold water over my wrists, which is a thing I do when I need to bring my physical state to a more functional level, and I waited for the going still to pass, and it did, and I called Patrick again. He listened to the description of the crate, and he was quiet for a longer moment than he had been the first time. Then he said, "Curtis Webb was a dentist?" I said yes. He said, "Dentists of that era sometimes kept extracted teeth." It was not unusual for the profession before modern disposal regulations. The crate was likely Webb's professional collection of extracted patient teeth, left in the house when he retired or when he died and never properly disposed of. I said I had considered this. He said, "So the crate is explicable." I said the crate was explicable. The teeth under the pillow were not. He said, "Someone is moving teeth from the crate to your pillow." I said that was one interpretation. He said, "What is the other interpretation?" I said the other interpretation was that the teeth were getting under my pillow without anyone moving them. Patrick did not say anything for a moment. Then he said, "How many teeth are in the crate?" I said I did not know, I had not counted. He said, "Count them." He said to count them now and again after each night to see if the number was declining, if the teeth appearing under my pillow were coming from the crate. He said this was the first step in determining what was actually happening, which was to establish what the data showed rather than what I feared it showed. I counted the teeth in the crate. It took longer than you might expect, partly because many of them were partially buried in the sawdust and required careful excavation, and partly because my hands were not entirely steady during the counting, and partly because counting dozens of extracted human teeth in a closet on a Sunday morning is an activity that does not lend itself to calm efficiency. I counted 109 teeth. I photographed them from above in the crate, and I photographed the count written on a piece of paper beside the crate, and I noted the date and time, and I went to the kitchen, and I washed my hands for a long time. On Monday morning, there was a tooth under my pillow, a small incisor, adult, the same yellowish cast and dark root ends as the others. I went to the closet in the second bedroom, and I counted the teeth in the crate. 108. On Tuesday morning, there was a tooth under my pillow, a canine tooth, sharper and more distinctly shaped than the molars and premolars. I counted the crate. 107. The teeth were coming from the crate. Each night, a tooth was removed from the crate and placed under my pillow, and in the morning, I found it there, and the crate's count was reduced by 1. This was what the data showed. The data was very clear, and it answered the question of where the teeth were coming from, and it absolutely failed to answer the question of what was moving them from the closet of the second bedroom to the space under my pillow in a bed I had examined before sleeping. I was alone in the house. This was not ambiguous. The property management company had confirmed there was no other tenant. The house had a single front door and a single back door, and both were locked at night with locks I held the only keys to. The windows were original to the house, and several of them had been painted shut in previous decades and could not be opened. The windows that could be opened, I had checked. There was no one in this house but me. I called the property management company on Tuesday afternoon, and I told them I had found a collection of items in the second bedroom closet that appeared to belong to a previous occupant, and asked whether they had any record of these items or any instruction about what to do with them. The woman I spoke to said she would check the property file and call me back. She called back the following morning and said the property file noted in a maintenance log from a renovation in 2003 that the contents of the second bedroom closet had been left in place at the instruction of the property owner at the time, with a note that they should remain with the property. She read this from the file in the flat informational way of someone reading a note that means nothing specific to them, and she had no further information about what the contents were or why they had been designated to remain with the property. To remain with the property, as if they were fixtures rather than objects, as if they had been deliberately left to stay. I sat with that instruction for a while. On Wednesday morning there was a tooth under my pillow, and the crate held 106. I went to the city library in person that Wednesday afternoon. I had been using the digital resources remotely, but what I needed now was the kind of help that a librarian in the local history section could provide, a person who knew the physical collection and could direct me to materials that were not in the digital catalog. The librarian of the local history section was a man in his late 40s named Gordon, who wore the same reading glasses he had probably worn for 20 years, and who had the specific attentiveness of someone who had spent a career listening to people describe what they were looking for, and who had gotten very good at hearing what they actually needed beneath the surface of what they said. I told him I was researching a house at my address and the family who had built it in 1921. I said I had found some of the original occupant's professional materials in the house and was trying to understand more about him. Gordon took down the address and disappeared into the stacks for 15 minutes and came back with 2 folders, a bound volume and a rolled document that turned out to be a city directory from 1935. He spread the materials on the research table, and he let me look. The bound volume was a collection of the city's professional directories from the 1920s and 1930s. And in the dental section of the 1928 directory, I found Curtis Webb listed with his downtown office address and a description of his practice as general dentistry, with specialization in extraction and prosthetics. In the 1934 directory, he was listed again, the same address, the same description. In the 1938 directory, he was listed, but with an additional note I had not seen in the earlier entries. The note said, "By appointment only." Gordon, who was still at the table and who had been watching me with the attentiveness of someone who had been following the arc of my searching, pointed to this note and said that the by appointment only designation in directories of that era sometimes indicated a practice that had reduced its public profile, either due to reduced capacity on the dentist's part, or, less commonly, due to some professional difficulty. I asked him if there was any record of professional difficulty for Curtis Webb. He thought for a moment, and then he took one of the two folders he had brought, and he opened it, and he looked through it in a way that suggested he had looked through it before, that he knew what was in it. He said there was something in 1936. He said he had come across it years ago while doing research on the city's medical and dental history for an exhibit the library had mounted. He found the page he was looking for, and he laid the folder open on the table. It was a photocopied page from a 1936 issue of the city newspaper. Not a major story, an item of 2 paragraphs on an inside page. It described a formal complaint that had been submitted to the State Dental Board against a city dentist whose name was not printed, described in the item only as a practitioner with a long-standing local practice by a number of former patients. The complaint alleged that the dentist had, over a period of years, extracted teeth from patients without adequate clinical justification, performing extractions that the patients had later been told by other dental practitioners were unnecessary. The item said the dental board had agreed to investigate, and that the practitioner's license had been suspended pending the investigation's outcome. Extracted teeth without adequate clinical justification. I looked at the item, and I read it again, and I looked at Gordon across the table. He said, the complaint was ultimately resolved in a way that is not fully clear from the public record. The dentist's name does not appear in the board's published disciplinary records, which should mean either that the complaint was dismissed or that the matter was resolved informally. But the practice listing went to by appointment only in 1938 and was gone entirely from the 1940 directory. He said this matter-of-factly, without inflection, presenting what the record showed without embellishing it. I said, and Curtis Webb retired in 1940 due to poor health. Gordon looked at me. He said, "You believe this is about Curtis Webb?" I said I was staying in the house he had built, and I had found a collection of extracted teeth in the house's closet. Gordon was quiet for a moment. He had the expression of someone who has just received a piece of information that connects things that had previously been unconnected and who is reorganizing what he knew in light of the connection. He said, "I should show you one more thing." He took the second folder. Inside this one were photocopied letters, handwritten, the kind of letters that end up in historical collections when the people who receive them or their families donate them to libraries. He said these had come to the library as part of a larger donation from a local family, that they were letters received by a woman in the city in the late 1930s from her sister, and that the sister had been a patient of a downtown dentist during that period. He found the letter he wanted, and he placed it on the table, and I read it. The letter was from 1937. The writer was describing a dental appointment she had attended recently and expressing distress about its outcome. She wrote that the dentist had told her she needed 3 teeth removed, 2 molars, and a premolar on the lower left, and that she had undergone the extractions on his recommendation. She had subsequently visited another dentist in a neighboring city for a second opinion on additional work the first dentist had recommended, and this second dentist had told her that the 3 extractions had been entirely unnecessary, that the teeth had shown no decay or disease that would have required their removal, that they had been, in the second dentist's assessment, healthy teeth. She wrote to her sister that she was furious and frightened, and that she had spoken to 2 other women she knew who had been patients of the same dentist and who had had similar experiences, unnecessary extractions performed on sound teeth, and that they were collectively considering what action to take. The same dentist, the downtown practice, the formal complaint in 1936, and now the by-appointment only in 1938, and the retirement in 1940, and the death in 1942, and the house that this dentist had built in 1921 sitting empty in its way, with the wooden crate in the second bedroom closet holding 109 human teeth that were not his own, teeth extracted from the mouths of patients who had trusted him and who had not needed to lose them. I sat at the research table for a long time after Gordon put the letters away. I thought about what Curtis Webb had done, not what the record confirmed, which was limited, but what the available evidence suggested. A dentist who, over a period of years, had extracted healthy teeth from trusting patients for reasons that were his own and not medical. A man who had kept the extracted teeth, had brought them home to the house he had built, had arranged them in a wooden crate in the closet of a room where they had remained for 80-something years, through his death in 1942, and his wife Dorothea's residency until 1961, and through decades of tenants after that, designated to remain with the property. Why keep them? This was the question I turned over on the drive back from the library, and then at the kitchen table over a dinner I ate without tasting, and then in bed that night with the lights on, which I had been sleeping with since the second tooth. Why keep extracted teeth in a wooden crate in a bedroom closet? The explanations available ran from the professional. Some dentists of that era did maintain collections for study. To the more troubling, some people keep the evidence of what they have done to others in ways that suggest a relationship with that evidence that is more complicated than professional record-keeping. Curtis Webb had extracted healthy teeth from patients who did not need extractions. He had kept those teeth. He had arranged them in a crate. He had, by the designation in the property file, ensured that they stayed in the house when he was gone. Why? I thought about the woman who had written the letter to her sister. I thought about her fury and her fear, the way she had written those words in 1937, and I thought about the 2 other women she had mentioned who had had similar experiences, and I thought about how many patients over 19 years of practice might have sat in Curtis Webb's chair and come away with gaps in their mouths where healthy teeth had been. I thought about those people, and I thought about their teeth in the crate in the closet of the room across the hall from where I was lying, and I thought about what it might mean for those teeth to still be here in this house after all this time. I lay in the bed with the lights on and I listened to the house around me. It was a quiet house. It had been quiet every evening since I moved in. The specific quiet of a house on a residential street in a mid-sized city. Traffic sounds from the main road 2 blocks over. Occasional voices from the street outside. The house's own vocabulary of settling sounds and radiator sounds, and the sound the old refrigerator made in the kitchen when its compressor cycled. I lay in the quiet and I listened for anything outside this vocabulary, and I found nothing. The house was just a house in the night. In the morning, there was a tooth under my pillow. The crate held 105. I had been in the house for 6 days. 6 teeth had moved from the crate to my pillow in 6 nights. At that rate, the crate would be empty in approximately 3 months. This arithmetic was not reassuring. I made a decision that morning, standing in the kitchen with my coffee and the tooth on the table in front of me, added to the others in the Ziploc bag which now held 6 teeth. The decision was to address the situation in a way I had not addressed it yet. Not practically, not through documentation or historical research or calls to the property management company, but directly. This sounds vague, and I want to be precise about what I mean. I had been treating the situation as a problem to be understood from the outside, a historical puzzle to be solved, a mechanical anomaly to be documented. I had not treated it as a communication. 6 teeth in 6 mornings, 1 per night. Placed under my pillow while I slept, in my bed that I had made myself in a house I had moved into a week ago. The pattern of it, the regularity, the specificity of the location, these were not the characteristics of a random phenomenon. They were the characteristics of something being done with intention, and intention meant communication, or at least the attempt at communication, and I had not responded to it as communication. I had responded to it as data. I went to the second bedroom closet. I stood in front of the wooden crate, and I looked at the 105 teeth in their sawdust arrangement. I said out loud, I know what these are. I know they were taken from people who did not need to lose them. The closet was still. The teeth sat in the crate exactly as they had sat every time I had looked at them. I said, I found the letters in the library. I found a complaint. I know what Curtis Webb did. Still, I said, I do not know what you want me to understand. I am trying to understand it. If you can help me understand it, I will listen. I stood in front of the crate for a while. Nothing happened. The house made its house sounds around me. I went back to the kitchen. That night, I lay in bed with the lights on, and I thought about what I had said in the closet and whether it had been a useful thing to say. I was aware that saying things out loud in an empty room was not, on the face of it, a rational response to an unusual situation. I was also aware that the documentation and historical research had given me context, but had not changed anything about the situation. The teeth were still moving. The crate was still declining. Something was still putting extracted human teeth under my pillow while I slept, and I had not found a rational response that addressed this. So I had tried something else. I went to sleep with the lights on, and I woke at 5:45 in the morning, earlier than the previous days, pulled out of sleep by something I could not immediately identify. Not a sound exactly. A quality of attention in the room. The specific feeling of being in the presence of something that was attending to you, an awareness coming from outside the normal perceptual channels. I lay still, and I paid attention to the room around me, and I felt the quality of attention without being able to locate its source. My right hand was resting on the pillow beside me, not under it. I was lying on my back with my right arm slightly raised, the hand on the pillow's surface. After a moment, I became aware of something in my palm, something small and hard. I brought my hand up slowly, and I looked at it in the bright overhead light I had left on. A tooth was in my palm, not under the pillow, in my hand. While I was awake and paying attention and the lights were on, a tooth had appeared in my open palm. I had not been holding it when I lay down. I had not felt the moment of its arrival. It was simply there, a small incisor, the same yellowish cast, the same dark root ends. I lay very still with this tooth in my palm, and I felt the quality of attention in the room intensify slightly, the way the quality of attention intensifies when you have been seen noticing something, when the exchange has been acknowledged. I said quietly, into the lit room, I see it. The quality of attention in the room did not diminish, but it changed, the way the quality of a sound changes when it has been heard, the way something that has been calling out becomes something that has been answered. I said, "Whose tooth is this?" The room was still. I had not expected an answer in any verbal sense, and I did not receive one. But I held the question in the room, and I held the tooth in my palm, and I stayed with both of them for a while, with the lights on at 5:45 in the morning, in a house where a dentist had lived for 20 years and done something he should not have done. I went to the library again that day. Gordon was there, and he looked at me across the research room with the expression of someone who had been thinking about what I had told him and had additional thoughts to share. I sat across from him, and he said, "I found something else after you left yesterday." He put a folder on the table. Inside was a single photocopied document, a handwritten list on lined paper, the handwriting careful and precise, the handwriting of someone who took care with the act of writing. He said it had been in the library's collection for years as part of a miscellaneous donation, that it had been catalogued but not specifically linked to anything because there was no obvious context for it, and that, after our conversation, he had searched the collection for anything that might relate to the house and had found it. The document was a list of names, 41 names, first and last, with a date beside each one. The dates ranged from 1923 to 1939. Beside each name and date was a notation. The notations varied but followed a pattern. Each one listed one or more teeth by dental notation, the professional shorthand for identifying specific teeth by position in the mouth. Beside each tooth notation was a brief description, 1 or 2 words. I looked at the descriptions. They said things like sound, no decay, healthy, no indication, normal wear. Every single description was a variation on the same finding. The tooth was healthy. The tooth had not needed to be removed. 41 patients. Over 16 years of practice. 41 patients from whom Curtis Webb had extracted healthy teeth. And he had kept a list of them with their names and dates and the teeth he had taken and his own assessment of those teeth's condition. He had documented it himself. I looked at the list for a long time. I said to Gordon, why would he keep this? Gordon said, that is the question I have been asking since yesterday. He said he had no satisfying answer. He said that some people who do things they know are wrong keep detailed records of what they have done in ways that suggest they regard the record as important. Whether this is a form of accounting, of acknowledging to themselves what they have done, or something else, he could not say. A form of accounting. I sat with this for the rest of the afternoon and on the drive home and at the kitchen table over dinner. A dentist who extracted healthy teeth from trusting patients for 16 years and kept their names in a list with his own notation of the teeth's health. Who brought those teeth home and stored them in a wooden crate and designated them to remain in the house when he was gone. Who died in 1942 and whose house was still 80 years later not entirely done with what he had done. That evening, I went to the second bedroom closet again, and I said something different from what I had said the previous morning. I said, I found the list. I know whose teeth these are. I know the names. I stood in front of the crate. I said, I understand now why they are still here. They belong to people who were not supposed to lose them. They were taken and kept, and they have been kept for a long time. The closet was still. I said, I cannot return them to the people they were taken from. I do not know how to do that, and those people are gone now, and there is no mechanism for what was done to be undone. But I can acknowledge it. I can stand here and tell you that I know what happened and that it was wrong, that what Curtis Webb did was wrong, and that the people on that list were treated badly, and that the teeth in this crate are not his to keep. I stood in the closet for a long time. Then I said, I am going to take these teeth out of this house. I am going to take them to the city cemetery where Curtis Webb is buried, and I am going to leave them there, not as something belonging to him, as something returned to the ground that was taken from people who trusted him. I think that is the most I can do. I stood in the closet for another minute, and then I went back to the kitchen, and I made tea, and I drank it slowly, and I went to bed. I lay in the bed with the lights on, and I waited. At some point between 11 and midnight, I felt the quality of attention in the room again, the same quality I had felt at 5:45 that morning. I lay still, and I let it be present, and I did not speak, and I did not turn off the lights. After a few minutes, the quality of attention shifted, moved, in a way I cannot describe more precisely than that. Something that had been concentrating on me, redistributing itself, relaxing, withdrawing into the house in a way that left the room feeling different than it had felt when the attention was focused in it. I turned the lights off. I slept through the night without waking, the first full night's sleep I had had since the first tooth. In the morning, I put my hand under the pillow. Nothing. I went to the second bedroom closet. The crate held 105 teeth, unchanged from the previous morning's count. I went to the library when it opened that morning, and I asked Gordon if he could print a copy of the list of 41 names for me. He printed it without asking why, and handed it to me across the research desk. I folded it and put it in my pocket, and I drove to the hardware store and I bought a small wooden box, the kind used for keepsakes, with a fitted lid. At home, I put all the teeth from the crate into the wooden box, handling them carefully one by one, the full 105 of them, plus the 7 that had been placed under my pillow over the preceding mornings. 112 teeth transferred from the old wooden crate and the Ziploc bag into the new wooden box. I put the folded list of 41 names in the box on top of the teeth, and I put the lid on. I drove to the city cemetery that afternoon. I found Curtis Webb's grave in the older section, a modest headstone with his name and dates, 1885 to 1942, and his wife Dorothea's name below his with her dates, 1889 to 1968. I stood at the grave for a moment, and I said out loud at the headstone, "These do not belong to you." Then I walked away from Curtis Webb's grave, and I found a quiet spot at the edge of the cemetery near the older section, where the graves of the early 20th century were clustered, and I set the wooden box at the base of an old tree in that quiet spot, and I opened it, and I took out the list of 41 names, and I read each name aloud. All 41 of them. First and last names, as Curtis Webb had written them in his careful handwriting, in the list he had kept for reasons that were his own. I read them all in the quiet of the cemetery in the late afternoon, with April light going pale and the birds doing what birds do in old trees and cemeteries. And after the last name, I put the list back in the box and I closed the lid. I left the box at the base of the tree and I drove back to the house. That evening, the house was quiet, in the way it had been quiet since I moved in, but the quiet had a different quality. It is difficult to describe the difference between one quality of quiet and another without sounding imprecise. But I will try. The quiet before had been the quiet of a house where something was sustained, where something was being held in a kind of ongoing effort, where the stillness was the stillness of something that was not at rest. The quiet on that evening was a different thing. It was the quiet of something put down, not resolved in any grand sense, not explained or fully understood, but put down, the way you put down a weight you have been carrying for a long time when something finally allows you to set it on the ground. I made dinner, and I ate it, and I went to bed with the lights off. I lay in the dark, and I put my hand under the pillow before I went to sleep. The new habit of my week in this house. Nothing. The pillow was a pillow. The bed was a bed. The room was a room in a house in April, in a city 2 states from where I had grown up. I went to sleep. In the morning, I put my hand under the pillow and found nothing. I went to the second bedroom closet. The wooden crate was still there, the crate that had held 109 teeth when I first found it, now empty. The sawdust in the bottom undisturbed, except for the shapes left by the teeth that had been sitting in it for decades. I looked at the empty crate for a while. Then I went to the kitchen and I made coffee. The weeks that followed were ordinary. I unpacked the remaining boxes and hung the photographs on the walls and found positions for the furniture that felt right and settled into the rhythms of the house and the city. I walked to the coffee shop 2 blocks over, and I found the library branch nearest to my neighborhood, and I found a grocery store with a good produce section, and I walked in the park and I worked at my desk in the home office, and I called Patrick on Sundays, and I called my mother on Wednesday evenings, and I lived in a house. The second bedroom closet remained as I had left it, the empty wooden crate in the corner, the collapsed cardboard box, and the coiled rope, and the ceramic umbrella stand. I had not removed those other objects. They were not mine to remove, and they did not bother me. The crate I could have removed also, and I had considered it, but I had decided to leave it where it was. It did not seem right to remove it. The crate had been the vessel for something, the container of an accounting that had been kept for a long time, and it seemed right to let it remain in the house, even empty. I spoke to Gordon at the library once more about a month after the cemetery visit. I told him what I had done, briefly and without a great deal of detail. He listened, and he was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "I think that was the right thing." He said it simply and without elaboration, and I appreciated both the simplicity and the judgment. I have been in the house for 4 months now, and nothing has appeared under my pillow since that last morning. The house is quiet in its new quality of quiet, the quality of something put down rather than something sustained, and I move through it easily in the way you move through a house that has settled into being simply a house, the ordinary vessel of a person's daily life, nothing more and nothing less required of it. I think about the 41 names sometimes, people who sat in a chair in a downtown office in this city between 1923 and 1939 and trusted a man who should have been trustworthy and came away with gaps in their mouths. People who lived with those gaps, who chewed differently and smiled differently and ran their tongues over the spaces where teeth had been, who may or may not have known that the extractions had been unnecessary, who went about their lives with something taken from them that should not have been taken. I think about what it means that their teeth stayed in that house for 80 years. Whether they stayed because Curtis Webb kept them there, the possessiveness of a person who takes things and keeps them, or whether they stayed because something connected to those 41 people held them in the place where they had been brought, kept them in the accounting, kept the record present in a way that Curtis Webb's own list in his own careful handwriting was not enough to account for. Both explanations seem partially true to me now, and I am not going to try to determine which is more true than the other. I think about Curtis Webb, who died in 1942 at 56, after 2 years of retirement that followed a professional life that had ended badly for reasons the official record does not clearly state. I do not know what his reasons were for doing what he did. I do not know whether he understood what he was doing as wrong, or whether he had constructed some framework in which it was justified. People who do things that are wrong are rarely people who simply accept that they are doing wrong. They build the framework that makes it workable. What Curtis Webb's framework was, I cannot know. What I know is that he kept the evidence of what he had done in a crate, in a closet, and designated it to remain in the house, and it remained, and it remained, and it remained, until someone moved into the house who paid enough attention to understand what was happening and could take the wooden box to the cemetery and read 41 names under an old tree in the quiet afternoon. I read those names. That was the most I could do, and it was apparently enough for now, enough for the quality of quiet to shift from sustained to put down, enough for the house to be a house in the ordinary sense. I am not going to make claims about what was in the house beyond what I experienced, what the teeth represented in the sense of cause and effect, what the quality of attention was that I felt on the morning the tooth appeared in my open palm. I do not have precise language for any of it. What I have is the sequence of events and the decisions I made in response to them and the outcome, which is a house that is quiet, in the way a house should be quiet, which is not dramatically different from any other quiet, but is a specific quality that I now understand from its contrast with the quality that preceded it. The empty wooden crate is in the second bedroom closet. I have not put anything in it, and I do not intend to. It is the crate, the vessel of the accounting, and it stays. The house is quiet. The pillow every morning is just a pillow. I have been in this city for 4 months, and I am staying, which was not decided at the time of the story I have just told, but which was decided during it, somewhere in the middle of it, somewhere between the library and the cemetery and the putting down of the wooden box at the base of an old tree. I did not consciously choose to stay. I simply stopped thinking about leaving, the way you stop thinking about a question when the answer has settled without requiring a decision. This is the city where I can breathe. This is the house where something that had been held for a long time was set down. I am staying. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. I heard someone counting my breaths through the heating vents late. The rental listing described the house as cozy, which is the word people use when they mean small and well heated, which I discovered meant that the previous owner had installed an aggressive forced air system that ran almost constantly through the winter months and pushed warm air through vents in every room with a thoroughness that bordered on enthusiasm. The vents were large, old-fashioned floor-level grates made of cast iron with a decorative pattern of interlocking circles, the kind of vents you see in houses built before central air was the standard, and when the heating system was the primary concession to winter comfort. They were set into the hardwood floors at intervals throughout the house, in the hallways and the bedrooms, and the kitchen, the living room, and when the system ran, the air came through them with a low, steady rush that you felt as much as heard, a vibration in the floor and a warmth rising from below. I noticed the vents immediately when I moved in because they were the kind of architectural detail that catches your eye, heavy cast iron in an old house, and also because the first evening I spent in the house, the heat came on while I was sitting on the floor unpacking boxes, and the rush of warm air from the vent nearest to me was strong enough to lift the pages of a notebook I had set beside it. I remember thinking the system was powerful. I remember thinking, this is going to be a warm winter, which felt like a good thought in November when the outside temperature was already dropping into the 20s at night. I had moved to the town in November for reasons that were mine and that I will describe briefly, because they are background and not the story. I had taken a position at a small architectural firm 2 hours from the city, where I had been living for the previous 6 years, a position that offered the kind of work I had been trying to do for longer than I had been doing it, and that had required the relocation as a condition of employment. The firm was small and specialized, and the town was quiet, and the transition was one I had made willingly and carefully, giving up the city without regret. Finding the rental on the third search through available properties in the area, choosing it over two alternatives because it was close enough to walk to the firm's office on good days, and because the landlord, when I called, had sounded like a straightforward person who would not be difficult to deal with. The landlord's name was Paul Derrick, and he was a man in his early 60s who managed several properties in town with the efficiency of someone who had been doing it long enough that it required no particular effort. He met me at the house on the Saturday. I arrived with the keys in his hand and a brief tour prepared and the manner of someone who had done this many times and would do it many more. He showed me the heating system controls in the basement, the water shutoff, the circuit breaker box, all the practical things. He told me the system ran on a timer, but could be adjusted manually, and that I should not be surprised by the noise it made when it started up, because the system was older and had a characteristic sound on ignition that he would describe as assertive. He said this with a slight smile that suggested he had used this word before to prepare tenants for the actual sound, which was a deep thump followed by a mechanical surge that I later learned to simply not hear, the way you learn not to hear any sound that repeats often enough. He did not tell me anything about the previous occupant. I did not ask. This is the kind of thing you think about afterward, the questions you did not ask at the time because you did not yet know which questions mattered. The first week was ordinary. I unpacked and organized and learned a house's layout with the incremental familiarity that comes from moving through a new space multiple times daily. 3 bedrooms, one of which I used as a home office because the firm allowed partial remote work on certain days. A living room with a bay window facing the street. A kitchen that was larger than the rest of the house's proportions suggested. A basement I used only for the heating system controls and storage. The vents were in all the main rooms, and the 2 bedrooms I used, 7 vents total on the main floor, large cast iron grates flush with the hardwood, warm and constant in their output. I worked, and I unpacked, and I cooked, and I went to sleep, and I woke up, and I did it again. The rhythm of a person establishing themselves in a new place, and nothing was unusual in any way during that first week. The first time I heard it was on a Thursday night at the end of the second week. I want to describe this with the precision it deserves, because precision matters when you are describing the first instance of something that you will subsequently experience many times and that you will subsequently understand much better than you understood it in the moment. I was in bed. The bedroom I used was the middle bedroom, not the master at the front of the house, and not the smallest at the back, but the middle one, which had a single window facing the side yard and a closet and a cast iron vent in the floor near the foot of the bed. The heating system was running. The house was at 67 degrees, which was where I kept it at night, and the warm air was coming up through the vent near the foot of the bed in its usual steady push, the low rush of it audible in the quiet of the room. I was not asleep. I had been reading, and had put the book down and turned off the light and was in that settled state of near sleep where the room is dark and comfortable and you are aware of your own breathing slowing toward sleep. I was aware of my breathing because being aware of your breathing is something that happens when you are becoming conscious of the transition to sleep, the body making itself known before the mind releases it. And then I heard, through the vent at the foot of the bed, a voice, not loud, not sharp, quiet, and coming from below, from the ductwork beneath the floor, in the way that sounds travel through forced air systems, carried on the air itself, modified by the channels and turns of the ductwork into something slightly diffuse and slightly strange, but still recognizable as what it was, which was a voice, a human voice, low and regular, saying numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. I lay still. 5, 6, 7. I lay completely still with the particular stillness of someone who has heard something unexpected in the dark and has given their full attention to the act of listening, body arrested, breathing shallowed, every available sense directed at the source of the sound. 8, 9, 10. It was a woman's voice. I was fairly confident of this within the first 10 counts. A voice in the lower range of a woman's register, not high, not thin. A voice that sounded like someone in their middle years. The kind of voice that has been used for a long time and carries that use in it. She was counting in a measured, even pace, 1 count per breath, not quickly, not slowly, with the regularity of something practiced. 11, 12, 13. I sat up in bed. The darkness of the room around me was complete, the window showing only the faint orange of distant street lights through the curtain. The vent at the foot of the bed was a dim shape in the floor, the warm air still coming through it, carrying the sound with it from below. 14, 15, and then it stopped. Not with any signal or trailing off. It simply stopped between 15 and whatever would have come next, and the vent returned to its ordinary sound, the rush of warm air and nothing else. I sat in the dark bedroom for a long time. The rational explanations were immediate, and I went through them with the thoroughness of someone who has decided to be rational about something their body is not entirely cooperating with. A television from a neighboring house, the sound carried through the shared infrastructure of the street's heating system somehow. A radio left on somewhere in the house, a timer-controlled device I had forgotten about. Someone in the basement, which was absurd, but which I checked anyway, going down the stairs with my phone's flashlight and finding the basement exactly as I had left it, empty and cold. The furnace running in its corner, nothing else. A pipe. Pipes in forced air systems sometimes produced sounds that could be mistaken for voices, resonance effects in the ductwork that converted mechanical vibration into something the human auditory system interpreted as speech. This was the explanation I settled on because it was the one that did not require me to invent additional facts. I went back to bed. I lay in the dark for a while longer than I would have without the sound, and then I went to sleep. I heard it again 2 nights later. Same time, the same point in the transition toward sleep where I was aware of my own breathing, but not yet under. Same vent, the one at the foot of the bed. Same voice, same measured pace. But this time, the counting was different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then a pause. A pause of approximately the length of time it would take to draw one breath and release it. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Another pause of the same length. I lay still, and I listened, and I counted the pauses as well as the numbers. The pause came every 6 counts. Regular, consistent, a rest point in the sequence. I lay still through 36 counts and 3 pauses, and then the voice stopped again between counts, between 36 and what would have been 37, just stopped. I did not go to the basement this time. I lay in the dark, and I listened to the vent's ordinary sound, the rush of warm air, nothing in it now but the mechanics of a heating system doing its work. And I thought about what I had heard. 1 to 15 the first time, 1 to 36 the second time. The counting was not the same each time. It was not a recording playing back, not a fixed sequence that repeated identically. It was a counting that progressed differently between instances, as if whatever was doing it was counting something that had a different number on different nights. The pipe resonance explanation became harder to hold after the second time. Pipe resonance produced sounds that had the character of sounds, rhythmic and tonal, but not the character of words. What I was hearing had the character of words, specifically the character of numbers, spoken in sequence, by a voice that sounded like a person in the lower register of a woman's speaking range. I began sleeping with the overhead light on. I am not proud of this, and I am not going to frame it as something other than what it was, which was fear managing my behavior. The overhead light was harsh and not conducive to good sleep, and I woke the following morning with a headache that I attributed to the light, and I spent the day at the office feeling underslept and slightly wrong, and I did not hear the voice that third night, because I did not get close enough to sleep to hear it, lying in the harsh light of the overhead with my eyes open and the book held in front of me without reading it until midnight, and then one, and then giving up and turning the light off and going to sleep quickly from pure exhaustion. On the 4th night, I heard it again. I had been sleeping well for some time, really sleeping, when it woke me. Not woke me the way a sudden sound wakes you, starting upright with your heart going. Woke me the way a gentle sound wakes you when you are sleeping lightly, a gradual awareness, a surfacing. I became aware that I had been hearing something for a period of time before I was conscious of hearing it, that it had been present in the room for some duration before my sleeping brain had escalated it to the level of waking attention. I opened my eyes, and the room was dark, the correct dark of a room without the overhead light on, and from the vent at the foot of the bed the voice was counting. 19, 20, 21, 22. I had surfaced into the sequence partway through. I did not know where it had started. I lay still, and I listened, and I counted from where I had picked it up. 23, 24, 25. The pause, the same pause as the second night, the length of one breath, 26, 27, 28. I breathed. My breathing was the breathing of someone awake and listening, careful and deliberate, nothing like the slow breathing of someone asleep. 29, 30, 31. Pause. I exhaled slowly, and I held the exhale for a moment, and I listened. The voice said, 32. On my exhale, as if marking it, I breathed in. 33, said the voice on my inhale. I lay completely motionless. My breathing had slowed somehow, had slowed to the measured pace of the counting, one breath per count. and I did not know if this had happened because the counting had set a pace I had unconsciously followed, or because my own breathing had slowed naturally in the near sleep state I had been in before I woke. 34, 35, 36. Pause. I breathed, and the voice counted, and I lay still with the cold awareness settling over me that the pace of the counting and the pace of my breathing were synchronized. Exactly synchronized. One count per breath. My breath and the counting from the vent were the same rhythm, moving together, the voice counting once per inhalation or exhalation in a pattern that matched my respiratory rate precisely. I sat up in bed, and I said out loud, "Who is there?" The counting stopped, not between counts as it had stopped before. It stopped mid-count, the word breaking off, and then there was the sound of the vent, just the vent, warm air and nothing else. And the room was dark around me, and I was sitting upright in my bed with my heart going too fast and my mouth dry. I turned the overhead light on. I sat in a bright room, and I looked at the cast iron vent in the floor at the foot of the bed. The decorative pattern of interlocking circles was dark iron against the lighter hardwood, and the warm air was coming through it. And from the vent came nothing but the sound of the heating system running. I did not sleep for the rest of that night. In the morning, I went to the firm, and I sat at my desk, and I did my work, and I thought about what I was going to do about this methodically, the way I did most things, breaking a problem into its components and addressing each component in order. Component 1 was to determine whether there was any ordinary explanation I had not yet considered. Component 2 was to determine whether there was any relevant history to the house that I should know about. Component 3 was to decide, based on what I found, how to proceed. For Component 1, I went through the house systematically after work. I checked every possible source of sound I could identify, every appliance, every pipe access point, every location where sound might travel from outside the house into the interior. I put my ear to the floor next to each vent in the house, and I listened for several minutes at each one. All I heard from any of them was the system running. I went to the basement, and I listened at the main duct trunk where the individual branches split off toward the various rooms. Nothing. Just the furnace and the air moving through it. I checked the exterior of the house for anything unusual, any neighboring building close enough for sound to travel from it into the ductwork via shared infrastructure. The nearest house was 30 feet away on the right side, separated by a wide yard, no shared infrastructure I could identify. For Component 2, I called Paul Derrick. He answered on the second ring, and I told him I had some questions about the house. He said, of course, and waited in the way of someone who expected questions about maintenance issues and was preparing to answer them. I said my questions were about the house's history rather than about maintenance. He was quiet for a brief moment, and then he said, "What kind of history?" I said I was interested in who had lived in the house before me. He was quiet for another moment, slightly longer. He said, "Why do you ask?" I said I had heard some sounds in the house that I was trying to account for, and I thought knowing more about the property's history might help me understand them. He said, "What kind of sounds?" I said sounds through the vents, at night. A voice. The silence on his end of the call was long enough that I said his name to make sure the connection had not dropped. He said, "The woman who was in the house before you was named Margaret Solis. He said she had been in the house for 8 years. He said she had died in the house in August of the previous year." He said this in the careful way of someone who had known this information was eventually going to need to be shared and had not been looking forward to sharing it. I asked how she had died. He said she had been in poor health for the last 2 years of her 8 in the house. He said she had been diagnosed with a respiratory illness that had worsened over time, a condition that affected her breathing, and that she had died in the house in August at the age of 61. He said the previous tenant before her had been in the house for 11 years and had moved out to be closer to family, and that Margaret had moved in after that, and that after Margaret's death, the house had been vacant for 3 months before I arrived. Respiratory illness, a condition that affected her breathing. I sat with that information for the time it took me to absorb what it implied. I said, "Do you know anything about her habits while she was in the house? Whether she had any particular routines or practices related to her condition?" He said he did not know much about that. He said Margaret had been a private person, pleasant, but not forthcoming, the kind of tenant who kept to herself and paid her rent on time and handled small things herself without calling unless something was genuinely beyond her capacity. He said in the last year of her life, her sister had visited regularly every few weeks, and that he had spoken to the sister briefly after Margaret's death when there was the business of the belongings to manage. He said he could give me the sister's contact information if I wanted it, that the sister had seemed like someone who would not object to speaking to the current tenant if it was relevant. He said this with the manner of someone who understood, without my having said anything explicit, that what I was dealing with was more than a maintenance issue. I took the sister's number. Her name was Roseanne, and she lived in a town 30 miles away, and when I called her, she answered with the slightly guarded greeting of someone who did not recognize the number. I introduced myself and told her I was renting the house, and that Paul Derrick had given me her contact information and that I had some questions about her sister if she was willing to answer them. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said yes, she would speak to me, and her voice had the same quality Paul Derrick's had carried, the quality of someone who understood that the call was coming from the house, and therefore knew in general terms what kind of questions would be asked. I asked her about Margaret's condition and about any practices or routines her sister had used to manage it. Roseanne said that Margaret's illness was a chronic lung condition that had made breathing difficult in a way that was progressive, not immediately dangerous, but worsening over time in a way that could not be reversed. She said that Margaret had been a person who dealt with difficulty by developing systems, practical responses that allowed her to manage her circumstances in a structured way, rather than being managed by them. She said this was a trait Margaret had always had, long before the illness, a preference for order and methodology in the face of chaos, and that the illness had simply given this trait a new arena in which to operate. She said that one of the practices Margaret had developed in the last few years of her life was breathing exercises. She said her sister had been given a specific set of breathing exercises by her doctor to help with the lung condition. Exercises designed to strengthen the muscles involved in breathing and to help Margaret maintain conscious control over her respiratory function as the condition progressed. She said Margaret had done these exercises daily, multiple times daily in the later years, and that one of them involved counting her breaths. Counting her breaths. I held the phone and I listened. Roseanne said that Margaret had counted her breaths as a way of pacing the exercises, a way of maintaining a controlled rhythm, and that she had done this throughout the house during her years there, and particularly at night, because the breathing was more difficult at night and the exercises were most necessary then. She said Margaret had spoken to her about this, had described the practice, and had mentioned that she found counting aloud helpful because it gave the counting a kind of weight and commitment that silent counting did not have. That speaking the numbers made them real in a way that just thinking them did not. She said Margaret had found a practice calming, that counting her breaths out loud gave her a sense of control over something that was progressively beyond her control. I said, did she do this in the bedroom? Roseanne said yes, specifically in bed at night, specifically through the last 2 years of her life, when the condition was at its most demanding. She said that on her visits to the house, she had heard her sister counting through the walls and through the floor of the house, the sound traveling through the structure of the old place, and that she had found it both comforting and difficult to hear. Comforting because it meant Margaret was practicing, was managing, was doing what she could, and difficult because the counting was the sound of her sister's struggle made audible. I asked where in the house Margaret had slept. Roseanne said the middle bedroom, the same bedroom I was using. I said, did she count to a specific number? Roseanne said she counted to 15 per set and did multiple sets. She paused. She said 15 was the number her doctor had given her for the exercise, 15 slow, controlled breaths per set, and she did 6 sets during the exercise sessions, which gave a total of 90 counted breaths per session. She said the pauses between sets were rest points, a single breath's worth of rest between each 15-count set. 15 per set, with a pause between sets. 1 to 15 the first night I heard it. 1 to 36 the second night, 6 per mini-sequence with a pause between, which meant she had been into her 3rd set when I stopped counting. And on the night I woke up partway through, I had caught the sequence at 19, which was 4 into the 2nd set. I sat with the phone in my hand after Roseanne said goodbye and told me to call again if I needed anything, and I sat with all of it, with the full picture of it, which was coming into shape now in a way that it had not been before. Margaret Solis had spent 2 years lying in the bed in the middle bedroom of this house and counting her breaths out loud, 6 sets of 15, to manage a lung condition that was taking from her, breath by breath, the capacity to breathe without effort. She had died in August. She had been dead for 3 months before I moved in, and the counting was still happening at night, through the vents, in the measured pace of the exercises her doctor had given her, at the rate of 1 count per breath, at the rate of my breathing. That was the thing I could not stop returning to, The thing that sat at the center of my understanding of what was happening and refused to be explained away or categorized alongside the mechanical things I had tried to explain it with in the first days. The counting matched my breathing, not a set pace that happened to approximate a sleeping person's breathing rate. My breathing, specifically, my rate, my rhythm. It had changed when I woke up and started breathing more quickly. It had changed to follow me, and it had stopped when I spoke. I went to the house after dark that evening, and I sat in the living room with the lights on, and I thought for a long time. The house around me was the house it had been since I moved in. The same walls and floors and the 7 cast iron vents in their decorative pattern of interlocking circles, the same forced air system running steadily, the warmth it produced filling every room with the thorough efficiency Paul Derrick had described as aggressive when he set it up. I knew the house differently now than I had 3 weeks ago when I moved in. I knew it as a place where a woman had lived for 8 years, and as a place where a woman had spent 2 years counting her breaths in the dark, because she could not otherwise trust her breathing to continue properly, and as a place where that woman had died, and where something of her counting, something of her practice, something that I did not have precise language for, was still present. I called Roseanne again the following evening. I called her because I had additional questions and because she had said to call if I needed anything, and because she had sounded, during our first call, like someone carrying something she had not entirely put down. And I thought she might want to know what I knew. I told her what had been happening. I told her the same way I am telling this in order, starting with the first night and the counting from 1 to 15 and ending with the synchronized breathing. She listened, and when I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "Margaret used to say that she was afraid of losing count." I waited. She said, in the last months of her sister's life, Margaret had talked about the counting practice and had said that what she feared most about the progression of the illness was not the loss of capacity itself, but the loss of control over the counting, the possibility that she would reach a point where she could not maintain the count, where she would lose track, and the breathing would become uncontrolled. She said Margaret had told her that as long as she could count, she felt she was managing, and that the counting had become the most important thing to her in a way that went beyond the medical purpose, that it had become the measure of her continued presence and capacity. As long as she could count, she was here, she could manage, she was in control of something. Roseanne said, and then in August she couldn't anymore. She said it quietly, and I heard in the quiet of it everything that could not be added. I sat for a moment, and then I said, I think she might still be counting. Roseanne was very still on her end of the line. I said, I think she is using my breathing to maintain the count. I said this carefully because I understood that I was saying something significant to a woman whose sister had died 3 months ago in the house I was describing. I said, I think she may be counting my breaths the way she used to count her own. Roseanne did not say anything for a considerable time. I could hear her breathing on the phone, slow and considered. She said, Is it frightening? I thought about that honestly before answering. I said that it had been frightening at first when I did not understand what it was. I said that now that I understood it, It was different. Not comfortable in any ordinary sense, not something I could describe as normal, but different from frightening. Something more like the feeling you have when you understand something difficult has a reason behind it. The reason did not make it less strange, but it made it less threatening. She said, "Margaret would not have wanted to frighten anyone." I said I did not think she was trying to. We talked for a while longer, Roseanne and I, about Margaret and about the house and about what I intended to do. I told her I had not decided about the doing part yet, that I was still in the understanding part, and I thought the understanding needed to be complete before I could decide what to do. She said she appreciated that. She said Margaret had always believed in understanding things completely before responding to them, that it was characteristic of her to have gathered all the information first. She said Margaret had been a quiet woman, not shy, not unfriendly, but quiet, the kind of person who found silence comfortable and who did not fill it unnecessarily. She said the counting had been a departure from this, had been the one practice that required her to make sound in the dark of her own house, to break her natural silence in service of the need to breathe, and that this departure had cost Margaret something, and had also, in some way, given her something. That the sound of her own counted breaths in the dark bedroom had been both a labor and a comfort. After I hung up, I went upstairs. I went to the middle bedroom, and I stood in the doorway for a moment. The room was dark, the window showing the side yard in the faint orange of distant lights, the closet door slightly open, the floor with its cast iron vent near the foot of where the bed was positioned. I had moved into this room without knowing anything about the person who had slept in it before me. I had arranged my furniture, put my books on the small shelf, set up my nightstand with the lamp and the book I was reading, all without knowing that a woman named Margaret Solis had done similar things in this room for 8 years, and had spent the last 2 of those years lying in this room in the dark, counting aloud. I went to the vent, and I sat on the floor beside it. The warm air from the heating system came up through the iron grate, and I sat beside it, cross-legged on the hardwood, and I put my hands in my lap, and I thought about what I wanted to say and how I wanted to say it. I said, "I know what you are doing." I said it into the room, not at the vent specifically, just into the room, into the air of it. I said, "Roseanne told me about the counting, about the exercises. I understand why you count." The room was quiet. The heating system ran. The air came up through the vent, warm and steady. I said, "I am going to stay in this house. I want you to know that I am not leaving, that the house is occupied now, and I intend to stay." I said it because it seemed important that whatever was present in the house should understand the situation clearly. Then I said, "You can count if you need to. I am not going to tell you not to. But I think you should know that I can hear you, and that I know what you are counting, and that when you count my breaths, it wakes me." I said, "I am not saying this to complain. I am saying it because I think you may not know that I can hear you, and that if you did know, you would want to know." I sat by the vent for a while longer, and then I went to bed. That night, the counting did not come. I noticed its absence the way you notice the absence of a sound you have become accustomed to, a sudden awareness of the space where the sound had been. I lay in the dark, and the heating system ran, and the warm air came through the vent, and there was nothing from the vent but the system's steady output. And I lay awake for longer than I needed to, listening for something that did not come. In the morning, I felt the absence as a kind of relief and also as something adjacent to concern, a concern I had not expected to feel, a worry about whether the silence meant something I did not want it to mean. I called Roseanne again. I know this may seem like a lot of contact for a woman I had only known through 2 previous calls. But Roseanne had been the one to tell me the most important things, and she had the information I did not have and the context I needed. I told her what had happened, what I had said by the vent, and about the night's silence afterward. She was quiet for a moment, in the thoughtful way she had, the pauses of someone who thinks before responding. She said, "Margaret did not like to impose. She said it was a strong trait, this disinclination to impose on others, to make herself a burden or a cause of difficulty. She said that if Margaret understood she was waking me, she would have found that distressing and would have done what she could to address it." I asked if that was a good or a bad development. Roseanne said she did not know. She said she thought it depended on what had replaced the counting, whether the absence of the counting was a comfort to whatever of Margaret remained in that house, or whether it was another loss of something that had been sustaining. We sat with that together for a moment. She said, "May I ask you something?" I said yes. She said, "When you heard the counting, before you understood what it was the feeling of it? Not the fear," she clarified, "but underneath the fear, the quality of it." I thought about that. I thought about lying in the dark with the counting coming through the vent, the measured pace of it, 1 count per breath, the pause between the sets of 15. I thought about the feeling of it, the thing underneath the alarm of hearing a voice in a dark room when you believed you were alone. I said it felt careful. I said it felt like something being done with great attention and intention, something practiced, something that the person doing it was wholly focused on. I said it did not feel aggressive or alarming in its quality. It felt like the sound of someone working very hard at something important to them. She was quiet. I said it felt like someone not giving up. Roseanne said, "Yes, that is exactly what it was." I lived with the house for the 6 weeks that followed in the way that you live with a house once you understand something essential about it, differently than you lived with it before that understanding. Not in constant conscious awareness of what you know, not with every ordinary moment of daily life colored by it, but with the knowledge available, present in the background of the ordinary life, shaping your responses to things in ways you sometimes noticed and sometimes did not. The counting came back on the 5th night after I had spoken by the vent. It came back differently, not in the middle of the night, not while I was sleeping. I was awake, reading in bed with the lamp on, and I heard it begin from the vent at the foot of the bed, quietly, 1, 2, 3, and I put my book down and I listened, and it continued through 15 with the pause and then into the 2nd set, and I lay back against the pillow, and I breathed, deliberately slowly, and I let the counting find its pace, and I breathed with it. I breathed with the counting, not because I was compelled to, not because the synchronization imposed itself on me the way it had in the early nights when I had not understood what was happening. I breathed with it deliberately, matching my breath to the counted pace, one breath per number, slow and controlled, and I lay in the lamplight, and I listened to the counting from the vent, and I breathed, and I counted along in my head, 12, 13, 14, 15, and the pause, and then one of the next set, 2, 3. I was counting with her. This is the thing I want to describe precisely because it is the thing that I find most difficult to describe and most important to describe accurately. I was lying in my bed in the middle bedroom of the house that had been Margaret Solis's house for 8 years, and I was breathing in time with the counting coming through the iron vent in the floor at the foot of my bed, and what I felt was not fear and not the complex thing adjacent to concern that I had felt in the days of silence. What I felt was the specific quality of not being alone in something difficult, the specific quality of someone keeping pace with you. She had been counting her breaths for 2 years because she was afraid of losing the count, afraid that if she stopped counting, she would stop managing, would lose the control that the counting gave her over the thing that was taking her breathing from her. And then in August, she had not been able to count anymore, had reached the point she feared, and the illness had finished what it had started. And she was still here, in this house where she had done the counting, and she was still counting, and now she was counting mine. I stayed awake through 6 full sets of 15, 90 counts, 1 breath each, 6 pauses, and then the silence that came after the 6th set when the exercises were done. Silence, and then the heating system running, and nothing else. I turned off the lamp, and I lay in the dark, and I said, quietly, "That was 90. Good." I felt something in the room after I said that. Not a sound or a movement or anything I can point to as a specific phenomenon. A quality in the room. The quality of something heard and received. I went to sleep and I slept through the rest of the night without waking. Over the following weeks, the counting came on most nights, not every night, 3 or 4 nights out of 7, and I developed a practice around it. When it started, I would set my book down if I was reading, or I would lie still if I was near sleep, and I would breathe with it, matching my pace to the counted pace, staying with it through the full 90 counts if I was awake enough to do so. On the nights when I was already asleep when it started, I would wake to it, and I would lie still and not speak, and I would breathe with the part of the sequence I caught, joining it part way through, and it would complete its 6 sets and stop, and I would go back to sleep. I told very few people about this. I told Roseanne, who was the one person who already knew the relevant context and whose response to each update I gave her was measured and thoughtful and never dismissive. I told one colleague at the firm, a woman named Agnes, who was in her 50s and who had grown up in this town and who I had come to trust over the months I had been at the firm. Agnes listened and was quiet for a moment and then said, "Old houses carry things." She said it without drama or elaboration, and I appreciated both the acknowledgement and the brevity. I did not tell Paul Derrick. This was a decision I made after considering it and deciding that the information would complicate his management of the property in ways that would not serve anyone's interests well, and that the situation, as I understood it, was not something he could address or needed to be involved in addressing. In December, something changed. I noticed it on a Wednesday night in the third week of December when the counting began, and I set my book down and I started to breathe with it, and then I stopped, one count into the first set, because something was different about the sound. It was quieter. Not so quiet I could not hear it, but measurably quieter than it had been in the weeks since it resumed after my conversation by the vent. The same voice, the same pace, the same measured one count per breath rhythm, but quieter, as if the source of it was more distant than it had been, or as if the sound itself was thinner, less present in the air of the room. I lay still, and I listened through the first set of 15 and the pause and into the second set, and the quiet of it was consistent, not an anomaly in the first set that corrected itself, but a different level of presence than there had been before. I breathed with it. I counted with it. I stayed with it through all 6 sets, and at the end of the 6th set, I lay in the dark and I said, "I hear you." The room was quiet. I said, "I am still here." Over the following 2 weeks, the counting became quieter still, by gradual degrees, not dramatically night by night, but cumulatively, so that by the last week of December, what came through the vent was something I had to be very still and very attentive to hear, a sound at the edge of audibility, a counting that was almost more of a suggestion of counting than the thing itself. One breath per count, but barely there. Present, but barely. I called Roseanne a week before Christmas. I told her what I had been observing, the gradual diminishment of the sound. She was quiet for a while, and then she said she thought she understood what it might mean. She said that Margaret had fought very hard to maintain the count in the last months of her life, had fought against the illness that was taking her breathing from her, had used the counting as the measure and the instrument of that fight. She said that the counting had continued after August because whatever of Margaret remained in the house was still fighting, still maintaining the count, because the count was what had kept her present and in control, and that maybe, she said slowly and carefully, maybe the diminishment meant that Margaret was finally less afraid of losing it. Less afraid. I sat with that. Roseanne said she was very afraid at the end. She said it directly, and with the specificity of someone reporting a fact rather than offering an interpretation. She said her sister had been frightened in the last weeks in a way that had been hard to witness, frightened of the loss of control over her own breathing, frightened of what losing the count would mean. She said that she had tried to tell Margaret that it was all right, that she could stop counting, that she did not need to maintain the count to be safe, but that Margaret had not been able to hear this in the way it was intended, not in those weeks. She said, maybe she is hearing it now. She said this quietly, with the quality of something hoped rather than claimed. I thought about lying in the bed in the middle bedroom through 6 sets of 15, breathing in counted time, staying with the count, and I thought about whether that had been something offered to Margaret, as well as something I had been doing in response to her, whether breathing with her counting had been a form of the thing Roseanne had tried to give her in those last weeks, whether it had communicated something to whatever of Margaret was still in that house. You are not alone in this. The count is held. You can stop if you need to. I said this out loud, not into the vent, into the room, the middle bedroom, where Margaret Solis had slept for 8 years and had counted her breaths for 2. I sat on the edge of the bed, and I said, "You do not need to count my breaths to stay here. You can stay without the counting. The counting was for the illness, and the illness is finished. You can let the counting rest." The room was quiet around me. The heating system ran. The warm air came up through the cast-iron vent in its decorative pattern of interlocking circles. Outside the window, the December night was deep and cold and still. I said, 90. That is a full session. You counted 90. That is enough. On Christmas Eve, I heard the counting once more. It was very faint, the faintest I had heard it, a sound at the absolute edge of perception, something I could not have heard if the house had not been as quiet as it was on a Christmas Eve, with the streets outside empty and the heating system the only mechanical sound in the building. I lay still, and I listened, and I counted with it in my head. 1, 2, 3, through the first set to 15 in the pause, and then into the second set, slow and careful, matching my breath into the pace of something I could barely hear. Through 6 sets, through all 90, and then silence. I lay in the dark of the middle bedroom on Christmas Eve with the quiet of the house around me, and I said, quietly, "That was 90. I waited. I said, "That was a good count." The room was still. The air was warm. The vents held their silence. I have been in the house for 4 months now. It is March, and the heating system runs less than it did in December and January, because the outside temperature has moderated and the system does not need to work as hard to maintain the house at its set temperature. The vents are quieter in March than they were in January, less urgent in their output, and in the relative quiet of a March night, they are present but not dominating. I have not heard the counting since Christmas Eve. I want to be precise about this because it is important and because the precision matters. I have not heard the counting. I have lain in the bed in the middle bedroom on many nights since Christmas Eve, awake or near sleep or in the half state between them, and the vent at the foot of the bed has produced warm air and the ambient sound of the heating system running, and nothing else. No voice, no numbers, no measured pace of 1 count per breath. The counting has stopped. I have thought about this often in the 4 months since moving in. I have thought about what it means and what it does not mean, and what I am comfortable claiming about it and what I am not. I am not going to claim certainty about things I cannot be certain about. I cannot say with certainty that Margaret Solis was counting in that house, that what I heard through the vents was the persistence of a practice she had used to keep herself present and in control during the 2 years when her breathing was being taken from her. I cannot say with certainty that breathing with the counting communicated something to her, that it told her the count was held, that she could rest. What I can say is what I experienced. What I can say is that a woman lived in this house for 8 years and died in it in August, and that before she died, she spent 2 years counting her breaths out loud in the dark bedroom where I now sleep, counting them because she was afraid of losing the count, and the count was the measure of her continued capacity. What I can say is that something in this house counted my breaths through the floor vents at night for several weeks, counted them in the rhythm and the sequence of the exercises her doctor had given her. 15 per set, 6 sets, 90 counted breaths per session. What I can say is that I breathed with the counting, and the counting grew quieter over weeks. And on Christmas Eve I heard it for the last time, barely audible, at the edge of perception, and I counted along with it through 6 full sets, and it stopped. What I can say is that the house is quiet now in a way that feels different from the quiet of a house that is simply empty. It feels different from the quiet I had before I heard the counting, which was the quiet of a house I did not yet understand. The quiet now has the quality of something settled, something released. I live in it and I sleep in it, and most nights it is simply the ordinary quiet of a house in March, with the heating running at a comfortable level and nothing to account for beyond what a house normally contains. I called Roseanne in January to tell her the counting had stopped. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said she was glad. She said it simply, without elaboration, and I understood the simplicity of it as the right response, and I did not press for anything more. I stayed on the phone with Roseanne for a while after that, talking about other things, about the town and the firm and what March was like in this part of the state. She had not visited the house since Margaret died, and she said she was not sure she was ready to, and I said I understood. I said whenever she wanted to come, she was welcome, that a house was ordinary now in a way that was peaceful rather than in a way that was simply empty, and that she would find it, I thought, a place that held her sister's memory in a comfortable way. She said that would mean a lot to her when she was ready. I sleep well now. I sleep in the middle bedroom with the lamp off and the cast iron vent at the foot of the bed and the heating system running in its thorough, aggressive way. And I lie in the dark, and I listen to the house, and the house gives me back what a house in March should give back. The ordinary sounds of an ordinary structure in ordinary weather, pipes and wood, and the movement of warm air through iron grates. I breathe, and my breathing is not counted. I am the only one breathing in this room, and the count of my breaths belongs only to me. Some nights before I fall asleep, I count a few breaths myself, not 90, not in sets of 15, just a few, slowly attending to them, aware of them, grateful for how ordinary it is, breathing in a warm room in March without effort, without the fear of losing the count. I do it because it feels right to do. Because there was a woman in this room for 2 years who counted every breath in the dark because she could not afford to lose count, and I lived in that room after her and heard her counting and breathed with her, and now she has stopped, and the stopping feels like something that should be marked, even quietly, even privately, even just by the occasional act of counting a few breaths in the dark before sleep, and then letting the count go and breathing without numbers until morning. That is what I do. The house is quiet, and I breathe, and I let the count go, and the dark room holds the quiet, and I sleep. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. I woke up with leaves in my bed, though windows were closed tight. The house sat at the end of a long gravel road that nobody seemed to use anymore. I had found the listing by accident, one of those late-night scrolling sessions where you end up somewhere you never meant to go, clicking through page after page of places too expensive or too far or too broken, until the numbers blur together and you stop really reading the descriptions. The monthly rent was so low it seemed like a mistake, the kind of number that makes you read it twice and then read it a third time just to be sure your eyes were not playing tricks. I called the number in the listing, half expecting no one to answer, half expecting a recording that would explain the error. But a man picked up on the second ring. His voice was dry and careful, like someone choosing each word the way you choose steps on a frozen pond, making sure of the weight before committing to it. He told me the place had been empty for about 2 years. He said the last tenant had left in a hurry and had not come back for any of his things. He said this the way you say things that you do not want to explain, quickly and without looking at the detail of it, the way you mention a small scratch on a car you're selling. I asked him why the rent was so cheap, and he paused in a way that was a little too long to be comfortable, a pause that had things living inside it. Then he said the house was old, that it needed some work, that it was far from town, and not everyone liked the quiet. He said the area could get foggy in winter, that the gravel road was sometimes hard to navigate in ice. Practical reasons, the kind of reasons that have just enough truth in them to serve as cover for something else. I liked the quiet. I had just come out of 6 months in a shared apartment with 4 other people, and the noise of that place had crawled under my skin and taken up permanent residence there, unpacking itself in my chest and refusing to leave. The thump of music through walls at 2 a.m, the endless conversation in the kitchen while I was trying to think, the particular agony of hearing other people's phone calls when you cannot make yourself invisible. The noise had done something to me, worn something down in me the way water wears down rock, and by the end of those 6 months, I was hollow in a way that frightened me a little. I needed silence the way some people need medication. I needed a place where the loudest thing was the weather outside and my own thoughts inside. I took the house without seeing it first. I sent the deposit by bank transfer and got a key code for a lockbox on the front porch, and I told myself I would drive out to look at it over the weekend. I arrived on a Thursday evening in late October instead, because I could not wait until the weekend, because the apartment had become something I could not endure for another 2 days. I packed my car with what I needed and drove out the same afternoon the deposit cleared. The drive through the woods took about 20 minutes from the nearest small town, a drive that started on a 2-lane highway and then turned onto a narrower road and then turned again onto the gravel. And by the time I made that last turn, the sun was already gone, and the trees on either side were nothing but tall black shapes against a sky the color of an old bruise, that specific, deep purple-gray that October evenings wear right after the light dies. My headlights caught the gravel and the frost beginning to form on the grass along the edges of the road, and the sound of the tires on the stones was the only sound in the world. When the house finally came into view at the end of the gravel road, I stopped the car and sat there for a moment with the engine running and just looked at it. It was a 2-story farmhouse, white once, now the color of old teeth or old paper, the paint peeling in long curled strips along the porch railing and the window frames. The porch ran the full length of the front of the house, deep and shadowed, and a wooden swing hung at one end of it, turning very slowly in a rhythm that had nothing to do with the wind, because there was no wind. The windows were dark, every one of them. The yard was thick with fallen leaves, red and brown and orange, and the deep, almost black brown of leaves that have been on the ground long enough to start going back to earth, piled against the porch steps and drifted into the corners where the house met the ground in deep, rustling masses. A gravel patch off to the left served as a parking area, and I pulled in there and turned the engine off and sat in the sudden silence. The oak tree was the thing you noticed. It stood to the right of the house, enormous, older than any tree I had seen in a suburb or a city, the kind of old that makes you recalibrate your sense of time. Its trunk was wider than I could have wrapped my arms around even if I tried, the bark thick and deeply furrowed, running in ridges like the walls of a canyon seen from the air. The roots rose out of the ground at the base in massive arches, crossing and recrossing before going back down, and the ground between them was dark and somehow softer looking than the surrounding yard, though all the surrounding yard was hard with coming frost. The branches of the tree spread out in every direction, some of them reaching over the roof line of the house, some of them stretching out over the yard, some of them reaching toward the sky at angles that made them look, in the poor light, like arms lifted in some arrested gesture. Most of the leaves were still on it. Even in late October, most of them were still there, hanging on in the way that old oaks sometimes do, reluctant, possessive of what they have grown. I got my bags from the car and found the lockbox and entered the key code and got the key and went inside. The house smelled of closed-up rooms and old wood and the particular staleness of a place that has not been breathed in for a long time. And underneath those things, underneath the dust and the dry air, was something else, something I noticed but did not identify right away, something green and earthy and deep, like the smell of soil under a forest floor, like the smell of things that grow in dark and damp places. I would come to know that smell very well over the following weeks, but on that first night I just filed it away as old house smell and moved on. I found the thermostat in the hallway, a round old dial type mounted at eye level, and turned the heat on. The system came to life with a series of ticking and groaning sounds, the pipes and ducts warming and expanding, and the house began to breathe warmth into itself. I went through the ground floor first, switching lights on as I went. The living room had a fireplace with a clean grate and a stack of old newspapers beside it that I told myself I would use later. The dining room was empty of furniture, except for a single wooden chair pushed against the far wall, facing away from the room, facing the wallpaper, which was a faded pattern of green vines and small flowers that must have been cheerful once and was now the color of something forgotten. The kitchen was large and cold and had a window over the sink that looked out on the yard and the oak tree, though in the dark I could see nothing through it but the reflection of the kitchen and myself standing in it, looking startled. The kitchen was clean enough. The previous tenant had left a few things. A coffee mug on the counter, the kind with a company logo on it, the sort of mug that accumulates in a life without ever being chosen. A small calendar tacked to the wall beside the refrigerator, one of those free calendars that come with subscriptions or from hardware stores, open to September. A dish towel folded very precisely over the handle of the oven, folded with a care that seemed incongruous, the act of someone who meant to be tidy, who had habits of tidiness, who had folded that towel in the morning, not knowing it would still be there 2 years later when a stranger stood in this kitchen and looked at it. I noted these things and put them aside. I went upstairs. There were 3 bedrooms. The largest one at the front of the house had a window looking out over the porch and the gravel road and the distant line of trees that marked the edge of the property. The middle bedroom was small and had nothing in it, and smelled more strongly of that green earthen smell. The third bedroom, at the back of the second floor, had a window looking directly at the oak tree, at its vast upper architecture of branches and the few remaining leaves turning in no wind, and had a bed in it, a real bed with a frame and a mattress left by the previous tenant, along with a dresser and the bedside table and a lamp. It was the only furnished room in the house. I put my bags down in that back bedroom, not because it was the best room, because it was already a room, already set up to be lived in. And I was tired, and I wanted to be somewhere that was already shaped like where someone slept, not somewhere I had to make into that. I unpacked just enough to sleep, changed into pajamas, brushed my teeth in the bathroom across the hall, came back and sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, looking out the window at the dark shape of the oak tree, its branches moving slightly now in a breeze that had come up, the whole shape of it shifting and resettling against the dark sky. Then I turned the lamp off and lay down and was asleep within minutes. Sleep came the way it does when your body has been waiting for it, not gradually but all at once, like stepping through a door. I woke up at 2 a.m, not slowly, the way you wake when you have slept enough and you drift up through warm layers of consciousness into the brightness of a new day. I came out of sleep all at once, like something had grabbed me by the collar and hauled me upright out of whatever I had been dreaming. The room was dark. The heat had come up fully, and the house was warmer than it had been when I arrived, and the room should have felt comfortable. But it did not feel comfortable. It felt alert. It felt like a room that had been moving when I was asleep and had stopped the moment I opened my eyes. I lay still for a long moment, listening to the house around me, the ticking of the pipes cooling toward morning, the very faint sound of the wind outside, a creaking from somewhere in the roof. Ordinary sounds. The sounds an old house makes at night when no one is listening. I tried to identify what had woken me and could not, and I was almost ready to put it down to new place restlessness, the particular light sleep of a first night somewhere unfamiliar when I felt it. Something under my hands, something beneath the surface of the sheets, rough and dry and slightly damp the way things are when they have been outside in cold night air for hours and then been brought inside, still carrying the cold in them. I became aware of it gradually, the way you become aware of something that has been there for a while before you noticed it. The texture under my palms, the slight give of it, the cold of it, seeping through the fabric. My hands moved without me quite deciding to move them, spreading out across the sheets, and everywhere they moved they found the same thing. I reached for the lamp on the nightstand and turned it on. The bed was full of leaves, not a few, Not the kind of scattering you could explain by saying you had tracked something in on your clothes, not the kind of thing that might accumulate if a window had been cracked and a gust had come through at the right angle. Dozens of dead oak leaves covered the sheets around me, brown and curled at the edges in that specific way that autumn leaves curl when they have been dry and off the tree for some time, some of them whole, some broken into pieces, scattered and piled in a thick layer across the width of the bed, the way leaves piled in a corner where two walls meet or at the base of a fence where the wind has pushed them. They were cold. The cold of them was the first thing and the most striking thing, far beyond the impossible fact of their presence, the cold of them coming up through the sheets to my skin, a specific bone-deep cold, the cold of things that have been in October night air for hours. I sat very still for a moment and looked at them. Then I looked at the window. It was closed. The old wooden frame sat in its sill, the glass intact, the latch turned and locked. I could see the condensation on the inside of the glass from the warmth of the room, a faint fog of it, the kind of condensation that forms on a closed window when the inside is warmer than the outside. I got out of the bed carefully, not wanting to disturb the leaves, though I cannot say exactly why, and I went to the window and checked it. I ran my fingers along the seal between the frame and the sill. I pressed on the glass in 2 or 3 places. I tried the latch, already turned, and turned it back and forth in my hands. It was shut. It had been shut. There was no gap, no crack, no evidence that it had been opened in the night. I went to the hallway and checked both of the other bedroom windows. Closed, both of them, and the one in the middle room was stuck, painted shut with layers of old paint that would not have come open without a tool and considerable effort. I went downstairs and checked the living room windows, the dining room window, the kitchen window, all closed. I checked the front door, chain still on, deadbolt still turned. The back door in the kitchen was locked and the bolt was thrown. Every point of entry in the house was exactly as I had left it when I went to bed. I went back upstairs and stood in the doorway of the bedroom and looked at the leaves on the bed. Then I told myself a story about it. Old house, old window frames, leaves had accumulated in the gutters above the bedroom, and some draft or shift in air pressure had moved them through a gap I had not noticed. Wind in the night, a stronger gust than I had registered from the sound of it. Old house quirks, nothing more. I gathered the leaves up with my hands and put them in the small trash can in the corner of the room, a process that took longer than it should have because there were more of them than I expected, and I shook the remaining ones off the sheet and changed the sheet from the spare set I found in the closet, and I washed my hands at the bathroom sink and then stood in the bathroom for a moment looking at my reflection in the mirror above the sink. My face looked the way faces look when they are trying to seem calm about something they are not calm about. I turned the bathroom light off and went back to bed. In the morning, I did the examination properly. I went to every single window in the house. I examined every frame, every seal, every latch. Several of the windows on the upper floor had been painted shut years ago. Layers of paint applied over the gap between frame and sill, so that the window was effectively a fixture rather than a moving part. They would not have opened without a hammer or a chisel or both. The windows on the ground floor were older but tight in their frames, and I found no gaps significant enough to admit even a single leaf. The back door seal was intact. The front door seal was intact. There were no holes in the walls that I could find, no openings in the floorboards, no vents near the bedroom large enough to be a factor. I went outside in the morning light and walked the full perimeter of the house. The oak tree's branches came close to the bedroom window, some of them passing within a few feet of the glass. And there were leaves in the gutters above the window, and there were leaves on the roof, and there were leaves absolutely everywhere in the yard, of course, because it was late October, and the oak tree was shedding, and there was a decade of accumulated leaf fall worked into the grass. But there was no mechanism I could identify, no path from any of those leaves to the inside of a closed and latched bedroom. I stood in the yard and looked at the window from outside, and I counted the distance from the nearest branch to the glass. 3 feet, at least. I thought about calling the landlord. I held the phone in my hand and thought about how that conversation would go, about finding the words for it that would not sound insane, and then I put the phone away and drove into town instead. I bought groceries. I bought a padlock for the bedroom door, the kind with a combination so I could lock myself in at night without needing a key on the inside. I bought a small battery-powered security camera from the hardware store, one of those simple models with a motion sensor and a night vision function, and I set it up on the dresser facing the bed before I went to sleep that second night. I slept fine. No leaves when I woke up. The camera footage showed me sleeping, showed me turning over twice, showed the room empty and still for the entire night. The strip of light under the door from the hallway light I had left on barely moving. Nothing. I felt a little foolish about the padlock, and I took it off the door and put it in the drawer of the nightstand. I told myself that whatever had happened the first night was a first night thing. The house settling around a new occupant. Something that would not happen again. I noticed the calendar on the wall later that second day, in the late afternoon, when the light was coming in at a low gold angle through the kitchen window and hitting the wall at just the right slant to make things visible that were harder to see in the flat overhead light. The calendar was still open to September. I had looked at it when I first arrived and registered it as debris, the kind of thing a tenant leaves behind without thinking about it. But now I looked at it more carefully. Someone had circled dates in red pen, the same pen pressed with consistent pressure each time, the circles neat and deliberate. September 14th was circled, September 21st, September 28th. Each date was marked with a small red circle and nothing written inside it. And then, on October 5th, someone had taken that same red pen and drawn a large X through the entire square of the day, a thick, hard X pressed so firmly into the paper that the pen had gone through in places, leaving the wallpaper beneath visible through the holes. After October 5th, nothing. Every other date in the month was blank. October 6th, October 7th, and on through to the end, unmarked, unused, a month that had not been needed. I sat at the kitchen table and pulled my phone out and searched the address of the house. Not the landlord's name, not the listing, the actual street address paired with the nearest town and the word news. It took time to find anything useful. There were property records and an old phone book entry and an archived real estate listing from 3 years ago, and then, on the third page of results, a short article from the online archive of the local newspaper. A man named Gerald Marsh had been reported missing, the article said, age 41. He had been renting a house on a rural road outside of town. He had not shown up for a family dinner that had been scheduled and confirmed, and when family members tried to call him, his phone went straight to voicemail. His car was found at the house. His phone was found at the house. A portion of his personal belongings were still inside. There was no sign of forced entry anywhere in the house, and no sign of any struggle. Gerald Marsh had been reported missing on October 8th, and as of the article's publication date, approximately 2 years prior, he had not been found. I set my phone face down on the kitchen table and looked at the folded dish towel on the oven handle and the coffee mug on the counter and the calendar with its circled dates and its final desperate X. Those things had been Gerald Marsh's things. The neat folded towel was Gerald Marsh's habit of tidiness. The coffee mug with its worn logo was Gerald Marsh's mug. The calendar with its careful red circles, tracking something, noting something, 7 days apart like appointments or like warnings, had been Gerald Marsh's record of something he had been watching. And then on October 5th, Gerald Marsh had pressed his pen through the paper, and after that there was nothing. Because after that, Gerald Marsh was gone. I thought about leaving that evening. I sat at the kitchen table in the gold and then orange, and then gone light of the afternoon, and I genuinely thought about packing the car and driving down the gravel road and calling the landlord in the morning to explain that the place was not right for me, and I would be forfeiting the deposit. I had the thought clearly and completely. I could see myself doing it. But the house was quiet. The house was very, very quiet. And the quiet was exactly what I had come here for. And outside the kitchen window, the yard was full of the peaceful wreckage of autumn. Leaves like scattered copper coins on the dark grass, and the oak tree stood in the middle of it all with its mass and its age and its complete indifference to everything human and everything temporary. And something about all of that was more restoring to me than frightening. And I told myself what people tell themselves in situations like this one, that people go missing all the time, and the place they disappear from is not necessarily the reason they disappear. That there were many explanations for Gerald Marsh's vanishing that had nothing to do with the house. That I was not Gerald Marsh, and nothing was going to happen to me. I took the calendar off the wall and put it in the trash without letting myself think too hard about whether I was doing the right thing. Then I sat back down at the table. I did not throw away the coffee mug. I left it on the counter where it was. I cannot say exactly why, but it felt wrong to throw it away, like discarding evidence, like pretending someone had not been here. The third night, I woke up again. This time, it was different in its quality and in its character. I did not come out of sleep suddenly. I rose through it slowly, becoming gradually aware, the way you become aware of something before you can name what it is, a sound working its way into my dream from the outside world, a sound that was rhythmic and patient and regular enough that it had been incorporated into whatever I was dreaming before it finally pulled me free of the dream and up into the dark room. I lay still with my eyes open, feeling the ceiling above me as a presence in the dark, listening. The sound was coming from outside the bedroom window, from the direction of the oak tree. It was a knocking sound, not sharp and demanding, not the knock of a person who needs to be heard, not aggressive or urgent. Softer than that, patient. The way a branch knocks against glass when the wind is gentle and intermittent, that soft, irregular tap, tap, pause, tap. Except there was no wind. I could hear the utter stillness of the night around the sound. No leaves rustling, no creak of the porch swing, no movement of the curtains, just that soft, patient knock, coming from outside the window in the space between the glass and the nearest branch, in a gap of 3 feet where nothing was. I lay still for a long time before I got up. I counted my breaths, trying to be clinical about it, trying to be the kind of person who measures their own fear rather than drowning in it. I counted to 30. The knocking continued, patient, not speeding up, not intensifying, just present, just persisting, like someone who has all the time in the world and knows it. I got up and went to the window and looked out. There was nothing there. The branch of the oak tree nearest the window was exactly where it had been, 3 feet from the glass, and it was not moving. The tree itself was dark and still, the upper branches barely visible against the night sky. The yard below was a pale shape in the darkness, frost on the grass catching what little light there was. Nothing moved. Nothing was near the window. The knocking had stopped the moment I put my hands on the windowsill. I stood at the window for a long minute, scanning the yard, looking for anything. A raccoon on the porch roof, a branch I had not noticed before, any ordinary physical cause. There was nothing. And as I stood there with my hands on the sill and my face close to the cold glass, I had the specific and unpleasant sensation that something had moved behind me. Not a sound, not a visible movement. A sensation, the kind that lives below the threshold of the ordinary senses, the one that evolved to detect predators, the one that fires in the back of the neck when something changes in the space behind you. I turned around very fast. The room was empty. The bedroom door was closed. The padlock, which I had put back on after the second night, was in place. The dresser was where I had left it. The camera sat on top of the dresser, its small red indicator light steady and unblinking. The chair in the corner was where it always was. Nothing had moved. Nothing was there. But on the bed, on the pillow, where my head had been, there was a single oak leaf, brown and dry and perfectly intact, not crumbled, not torn. The stem pointed toward the headboard, lying there with a precision that no random falling could produce, lying there as if it had been placed, not dropped, placed, set down deliberately, positioned, arranged on the pillow with some attention to how it looked, the stem one way and the body of the leaf spread the other way, as clear and intentional as a note left on a pillow by someone who had been in the room while you slept. I did not touch it. I stood in the middle of the room and I looked at it for what felt like a very long time, and then I sat down in the chair by the dresser and I watched it until morning. I did not sleep again. I sat in the chair with my knees pulled up and my arms around them, and I watched the leaf on the pillow, and I watched the window, and I listened to the house around me, and I did not sleep. In the gray early light of morning, the leaf was still there, exactly where it had been, exactly as it had been. I drove to the library in town after breakfast. I know that is an old-fashioned impulse, and I had already done my internet searching. But there are things that exist in libraries that have not been digitized, especially when you're looking for local history from several decades ago, and the particular kind of searching I needed to do required more than keyword results. The library was a small building on the main street of town, the kind of library that has been in the same place for 70 years and still has wooden card catalog drawers against one wall as decoration, even though nobody uses them. The librarian was a woman in her early 60s, with silver hair worn short and practical, and reading glasses on a chain around her neck. And when I told her the address of the house, she stopped mid-motion, setting down the stack of books she had been carrying, and looked at me over the tops of the glasses. She said, "You are staying out there?" I said yes. She put the glasses on properly and went to the back of the building without another word, and I heard the sound of drawers and filing systems and the particular rustling of things kept in folders for a long time. She came back several minutes later with a folded piece of paper and a slim manila folder containing photocopied newspaper pages, and she set them on the counter in front of me and looked at me with an expression that was not quite sympathy and not quite warning, and was something in between. She said, in a very careful voice, that the house had a history, and that most people in town were aware of it, and that she was glad someone was looking into it properly. Then she went back to her desk and left me to read. The photocopied newspaper pages went back a long way. The oldest one was from 1952. The printing was small and the photocopy was imperfect, gray in places where the original had faded, and I had to hold it at an angle to read some of it clearly. A woman named Clara Adkin had died in the house. The article was short and careful, in the way that local papers from that era were careful, saying enough to note the facts without dwelling on anything that might unsettle the community. The official cause of death was listed as exposure, which in 1952 meant that someone had been found outside in the cold without a sufficient explanation for why they were outside, how long they had been there, or what had taken them out into the cold in the first place. The article noted, with that same careful language, that Clara Adkin had been found in the yard of the farmhouse at the end of the gravel road in the early morning hours of October 7th, 1952, by a neighbor who had come to bring her a jar of preserves and found the door standing open and the woman outside. She had been dead for some hours. She was 44 years old. She had lived alone in the house for 11 years. That was all the article said about her. The next item in the folder was from 1978. A family, unnamed in the account, had moved into the farmhouse and vacated the premises within 3 weeks of moving in. The father of the family was quoted briefly. The house was not suitable for the children, he said. He would not elaborate. The real estate agent who had managed the rental was quoted saying he understood the family had personal reasons and that the property would be relisted Immediately, the property was relisted within the week. Then there was a longer piece from October of 1989, the kind of feature that local papers sometimes ran in the weeks before Halloween. Human interest, local color, the sort of thing you read with a pleasant, mild dread and then go home and check the locks. This piece was about the house specifically, though it referred to it only as the house at the end of the road, and the writer had tracked down and interviewed anonymously 6 former tenants or their surviving family members. What each of them described was consistent. Sounds at night. Objects found in different places from where they had been left. A cold in certain rooms that no heating system addressed. A cold that was there regardless of season. A cold that lived in specific corners and specific areas of floor, as if the cold were a thing that occupied space. And leaves. Every single one of the 6 people mentioned leaves. Leaves in the bed, one person said. I would go to sleep with the bed clean and wake up, and there would be leaves in it. Leaves on the kitchen table in the mornings, said another. Leaves in a room I kept locked, said a third. I do not know how they got in there. The window was sealed. I checked many times. One person described waking up to find the entire floor of the bedroom covered in a layer of leaves from wall to wall, a thick, dry, rustling layer that crunched under their feet when they tried to step out of bed, so deep and so uniformly spread that it had clearly not been deposited by any wind or any draft, had clearly been placed there by something that moved through a locked room in the night. Every person said the windows were closed. Every person said there was no explanation, and every person had left the house. None of them had stayed. The folded piece of paper the librarian had given me was a hand-drawn diagram on grid paper, precise and careful, the work of someone who had taken time and attention with it. It showed the property from above, the house centered, the gravel road coming in from the bottom left, the tree to the right of the house. The tree had been drawn with care, the trunk heavy and wide, the canopy represented by overlapping circles, and at the base of the trunk, marked with a small and precise X, was a notation in handwriting that was old enough to have that particular backward slant of mid-century cursive. It read, Gravesite C.A., confirmed 1953. Clara Adkin had been buried beneath the oak tree, not in a cemetery, not in a marked plot. Buried there, on the property, under that tree, confirmed in 1953 by someone who had either known it to be true or investigated it closely enough to certify it on a diagram. Whether she had been buried there by her own prior arrangement or by some other circumstance, the diagram did not say. I drove back to the house with that information sitting inside me like something swallowed wrong, an obstruction that could not be dislodged by ordinary means. I parked and sat in the car for a while. The afternoon had turned pale and thin, that flat October light that removes shadows rather than creating them. I sat in the car looking at the oak tree. It was bigger than it seemed from inside the house. From outside, standing near it, you understood the scale of it differently. The canopy covered an enormous area of the yard, and the branches that reached over the roof did so with the easy confidence of something that had been here long before the house was built and planned to be here long after. The roots of the base were not just large, they were structural, rising and arching and plunging back into the earth in formations that looked almost architectural. And between the roots, in the spaces where the arching roots met the ground, the earth was consistently darker and softer looking than the surrounding yard, even now with the frost beginning to come on at night. Darker, softer, the way ground looks when it has been turned. I did not go near the tree that afternoon. I went inside and put the kettle on and sat at the kitchen table and thought about everything I knew and everything I did not know. And the light went out of the sky, and the kitchen got dark around me, and I forgot to turn the lights on until the dark was complete. That night, I left the camera running, and I also left the hallway light on, a strip of gold showing under the bedroom door. I lay in the bed and looked at the ceiling, and I tried to think about something neutral, something that had nothing to do with leaves or Clara Adkin or Gerald Marsh and his red pen circling dates 7 days apart as if counting something down. But the thoughts came anyway, and the ceiling above me held them all, and it was a long time before sleep took me. I woke up at 3 a.m. No sound this time, no knocking, just the slow rise from sleep into dark wakefulness, the ceiling above me, the room. I checked the bed with my hands before I turned the lamp on, running my palms slowly across the sheets. Nothing. I breathed out. Then I turned the lamp on. The camera had stopped recording at exactly 1:57 a.m. The battery was full. The motion sensor light was on, which meant it had detected something, but the recording had simply stopped. Not a technical failure, not a dead battery, not a full memory card. It had stopped. The last frame it had recorded was the room exactly as I had left it, empty, the strip of light under the door, the window with the dark outside, and the bed was full of leaves again, more than the first time, substantially more. They were piled around me in a shape, not scattered randomly, but arranged in a rough oval, the edges of the oval coinciding approximately with the edges of the bed, a border of leaves encircling the space where I had slept, as if someone had come in the dark and carefully laid them out, starting at the edges of the mattress and working inward. Some of them were wet, not with dew, something darker. I did not look that closely. I focused on the shape of the arrangement instead, the intentionality of it, because looking at the intentionality was somehow easier than looking at the individual leaves and what was on them. I got out of the bed carefully. I stood in the middle of the room and I felt something that I had been managing and pushing down and containing since the first night come up through my chest and into my throat in a slow, unstoppable tide. Not panic, not quite, but a thing that comes before panic, the full acknowledgement of something that you have been trying to half acknowledge, the moment when pretending becomes no longer possible. I was not alone in this house. I knew that now with the certainty with which you know things that have stopped requiring argument. The way you know when someone is standing in the room behind you in the dark, not suspected, not theorized, knew. Something was here with me, something that moved through locked rooms, something that did not need windows or doors, something that arranged things with hands that left no prints and took leaves from under an oak tree and laid them on a sleeping person's bed with a patience and a persistence that suggested it was not going anywhere, had not gone anywhere in a very long time, and was not going to go anywhere now. I went downstairs and sat in the kitchen and turned every light on, and I did not go back to bed. In the morning, I went to the oak tree. I made myself do it. I stood 10 feet from it first and looked at it, and the 10 feet felt like a reasonable margin, a distance that allowed me to look without being pulled into whatever gravity the thing had. Then I made myself close the distance. I walked up to the base of the tree and I put my hand flat against the bark. The bark was cold, far colder than the air around it, far colder than the frost on the grass under my feet, a cold that had nothing to do with weather or season, a cold that came from somewhere below the weather and below the season, from somewhere in the deep interior of the thing, or from the deep ground below the thing. I held my hand there for a moment because taking it away felt like flinching. And then I looked at the base of the trunk where the roots began their great arching journey into the earth, and I saw the carving. It was just above the point where the largest root met the trunk, set into the bark at about knee height, carved with something sharp and narrow, a knife or a nail or a similar tool. The bark had grown around it at the edges over the years, the living wood rising on either side as if trying to slowly absorb the letters back into itself, the way a tree will eventually swallow a nail or a piece of wire left against it long enough. But the carving was still legible, still clear, each letter distinct. I am still here. 5 words, carved into the bark of an oak tree that stood above a grave. 5 words in the careful, deliberate strokes of someone who had taken time with each letter, who had not scratched them in haste, but cut them with intention, making sure they would be readable, making sure they would last. I pulled my hand back from the bark and stepped away, and the cold of the bark stayed on my palm for a long time afterward, that specific, deep cold that was not the cold of weather. I went back to the kitchen, and I sat down, and I started writing, not in a journal, though it became one eventually. I started writing down everything. The first night, the leaves, the window check, the camera. The second night, the single leaf on the pillow. The third night, the knocking and the return to the bed full of leaves. Gerald Marsh, the calendar, the circled dates, the final X. The library, Clara Adkin, the newspaper from 1952, the 6 former tenants who all said the same things, the diagram with its careful notation, the grave beneath the oak tree, the carving on the bark. I wrote it all down with the pen that was on the kitchen table where I had left it the night before, writing steadily, filling pages. And as I wrote, I felt something happening that was hard to describe, something like a pressure releasing, like a conversation beginning. Writing it down felt like acknowledgement, like saying out loud in the only language I had that I knew these things and was not pretending they had not happened. That evening, something in the house was different, not gone, not fixed or resolved or ordinary, but different in a way that was qualitative rather than measurable. The pressure was less. The sense of something straining at the walls of the space around me, something pressing from behind the wallpaper and below the floorboards, was softer. The cold spots I had felt in the corner of the hallway and at the top of the stairs and in the bedroom by the window were not as sharp. They were still there, still present, but they had receded slightly, like a voice that has been answered lowering itself. I walked through every room before dark, I noticed that the dining room, which I had avoided because of the single chair facing the wallpaper and the feeling it gave me, felt easier to be in. I stood in the doorway and looked at the chair, and I thought about who had put it there and why, and I thought, without fully deciding to think it, that perhaps whoever had put the chair there had needed to sit and face something in the wall, something in the vine and flower pattern of the old wallpaper, some spot or section that meant something to them. Perhaps it had been Clara Adkin who placed that chair. Perhaps she had sat in it and faced the wall in some act of endurance or ritual that I would never understand. I turned the chair around so it faced the room. Then I went to bed in the proper bedroom, and before I lay down I went to the window and I opened it, just a crack, just enough to let the cold outside air move through, just enough to make a small open passage between the room and the night. It felt like the right thing to do. It felt like a door held ajar for someone who has been standing outside for a long time. I woke up at 2 a.m, not suddenly, not all at once. Slowly, the way you rise when you have slept deeply and the sleep is finished, floating up through warmth into awareness. The room was cold. The crack in the window letting the night air in, and the cold felt clean rather than threatening. I lay still and noticed the smell in the room, earthy and green and deep. The smell of living wood and soil and the dark ground under an old tree. The smell I had noticed when I first arrived and not been able to name. It was stronger now, filling the room gently, the way a smell fills a room when a window is open and the air is carrying something from outside. I reached out my hands and moved them across the sheets before I turned the lamp on. Leaves, but arranged differently this time, not scattered, not piled, not circling. They formed a line, a narrow path of leaves starting at my feet, going down off the edge of the bed and continuing across the floor. I could see it in the moonlight coming through the open crack of the window. A path of leaves laid one by one or in clusters, leading from the bed across the bedroom floor and out through the bedroom door, which had swung open in the night, though I had left it closed. I got up and I followed the path, down the hallway, down the stairs, through the kitchen to the back door. The back door was unlocked. I was almost certain I had bolted it before bed. I was not completely certain, but almost certain. It was unlocked now, and the trail of leaves went through it and out onto the back porch and across the dark yard toward the oak tree, a pale wavering line of brown against the frost-white grass in the moonlight. I stood on a back porch in my bare feet, on the cold boards, and I looked at the trail going across the yard to the tree. The moon was almost full. The yard was pale with it, the frost on the grass catching the light and giving it back in a cold gleam, and the oak tree stood at the far end of the trail of leaves, with its bare upper branches against the sky and its massive roots against the ground, and between the roots the dark soft earth. And I understood then in a way I had not understood fully before, that all of it had been leading here. Every leaf in every bed on every night had been an arrow pointing to this tree. Every cold spot and every knocked window and every trail and pattern had been a form of language, the only language available to something that does not have a voice, the language of things that fall and accumulate and point. I crossed the yard in my bare feet on the frost-hard grass, and I walked to the tree. The trail ended at the base of the trunk, at the roots, at that spot between the largest arching roots where the ground was darker and softer than the surrounding earth. I stood there. The cold came up through the frozen grass and into my feet and into my legs, and it did not feel like the cold of weather. It felt like the cold of being understood, of being seen, of having found the exact place you were being directed to. I stood there above the grave of Clara Adkin, and I said her name out loud, just once, quietly, into the cold night air. Clara. The tree moved. All of its branches shifted at once, a slow, comprehensive movement, like a very large thing turning to look at you. Not violent, not sudden. Deliberate and considered, the movement of something that does not move quickly, that is not capable of moving quickly, but that is capable of responding. The branches moved and settled, and then, from every part of the canopy above me, leaves began to fall. The tree was almost bare, had been losing leaves for weeks, and what remained came down now all at once, a slow rain of them in the moonlight, hundreds of oak leaves spinning and drifting down from the branches above, each one catching the moonlight for a moment as it turned, a brief cold gleam, before settling to the ground. They fell around me, and they fell on me, landing on my shoulders and in my hair and on my upturned face, soft and light and cold, and the ground around me was covered in them quickly, covered deeply, covered in a wide, soft circle that extended out past the roots in every direction. I stood in the middle of it all, and I held very still and let it happen. When it stopped, the tree was bare, completely bare as February, every leaf down. The ground around me was covered 3 and 4 inches deep in leaves, and I stood in the middle of that vast circle of them, and the air smelled of earth and old wood and cold and something else underneath all of that, something green and alive and ongoing. The smell of a living system that has been going on for longer than I had been alive, or my parents had been alive, or any living person I could name. I went back inside. I did not look back at the tree. I slept until 9 the following morning, longer than I had slept in years, a sleep that was deep and clean and uninterrupted. And when I woke up, the bed was clean. No leaves. The room was the right temperature. The cold spot by the window was gone. The house felt like a house, not like a place with something extra inside it, not like a location that was also occupied by something without a name. Just a house, old and imperfect and drafty and full of the ordinary sounds of old wood and old pipes, but just a house. I stayed. I paid for another month, and then another after that. The leaves did not come back. The knocking at the window did not come back. The camera recorded me sleeping and nothing else, night after night. The cold spots faded. The dining room felt like a dining room. Whatever had been pressing at the walls of this place had settled, not gone entirely. I could still feel something on very quiet evenings, a presence at the edges of the rooms, a quality of watching that was not threatening, but was not nothing either, a presence that had learned to coexist with a living person in its space, gentle, patient, satisfied maybe in whatever way something like that can be satisfied. But Gerald Marsh would not leave my thoughts. He had been here for over a month. He had circled dates in red pen 7 days apart, tracking something. He had written that final X on October 5th and vanished. Clara Adkin had laid her leaves around him in the nights he was here, just as she had laid them around me. She had not hurt him. She had frightened people, yes, badly enough and persistently enough that they had all eventually left. But she had not harmed anyone in all the decades of her haunting. So where was Gerald Marsh? It was in the middle of my second month on a clear, cold afternoon that smelled of coming winter that I noticed the cellar door. I had known the house had a cellar. The landlord had mentioned it briefly in our first conversation. The access was outside, around the back of the house. He had said something about old canning equipment and a water heater in there. I had not gone down into it because I had no reason to, and because cellar doors set into the ground are generally not inviting on their own terms. I was walking the back perimeter of the house, as I sometimes did in the afternoons, and I came around the corner and saw the two cellar panels set into the ground at the back foundation of the house. And I saw that the padlock on the door was open. It was hanging on the latch through the loop, but the shackle was not closed. The padlock was open. I was almost certain, in the way you are almost certain of things you have not looked at closely, that it had been locked the previous times I had passed this spot. Almost certain. I stood looking at it for a while. The afternoon light was already going faster every day now as winter came on. I went inside and got a flashlight, a proper one with a good beam, and I came back. The cellar panels were heavy. They swung up and outward on old iron hinges, and the smell that came up from below was cold and damp and old, and underneath those smells was the green and earthen smell, the one I had come to know well, the one that meant something other than mold and soil and age, the smell of the oak tree, the smell of Clara. I went down the concrete steps. The cellar was long and low-ceilinged, with stone walls that wept slight moisture in places, and a dirt floor that was hard and old and dark. Old wooden shelving along one wall held mason jars, empty, dusty, and a collection of rusted tools I could not identify by name. A water heater stood in one corner, newer than everything else in the space, humming slightly. The flashlight beam moved slowly across the walls and floor, and in the far corner, the farthest and darkest corner, where two stone walls met and the ceiling was at its lowest, there was a pile of leaves, a very large pile, waist-high, as wide across as I could spread my arms. Oak leaves, every one of them, unmistakably the same brown dry leaves that had appeared in my bed and on my couch, and arranged in paths and trails through the locked rooms of the house above me. A pile of leaves that had been carried here, or directed here, or assembled here, in a cellar that I had not gone into, and that the previous tenant had locked, and that was now, for the first time since I had arrived, unlocked. I called the police from the bottom of the cellar steps. I did not touch anything. I stood at the bottom of the steps, and I called the non-emergency number, and I told the person who answered what I had found, and I went back up the steps and waited outside in the cold afternoon for the officers to arrive. They came in 2 cars, and I stood on the gravel and told them what I had told the person on the phone, and they went down with more powerful lights than my flashlight, and I did not go back down with them. I will not describe what they found. Some things are not mine to describe, and this is not a story about what was in that cellar beyond the fact that it was there. What I will say is that Gerald Marsh was found, and that what had happened to him was something very human and very terrible, and connected to reasons that had nothing to do with this house and nothing to do with Clara Adkin. Investigators worked it out in the month that followed. It was resolved in the way these things get resolved, with facts and evidence and human logic applied to human violence. It took time. Clara Adkin had not put Gerald Marsh in that cellar. Clara Adkin had not been capable of that. But I think she had known he was there. I think she had been trying for 2 years before I arrived to tell someone. I think the leaves in the cellar were hers. I think she had piled them there above Gerald Marsh the way you pile flowers on a grave, the way you mark what you want to be seen and remembered and acknowledged. I think every trail she had ever laid, every leaf she had ever placed, every path from bed to door to yard had contained that cellar in it, had been pointing toward it, had been the only way she had to say there is something here that needs to be found. I moved out at the end of the 2nd month after the investigation concluded, and the house was given back to its ordinary status as a rental on a gravel road outside a small town. Not because of what was found in the cellar, not because of Clara. I moved out because the quiet I had needed had found me, had done its work in me, had restored whatever had been hollowed out by 6 months of too many people and too much noise. And I was ready, finally, to be somewhere with some warmth in it. On the last morning, I stood at the base of the oak tree for the last time. The tree was fully bare now, entirely stripped, every leaf on the ground, and the branches were the dark, clean lines of winter against a pale, cold sky. I put my hand on the bark and held it there. It was cold, tree cold, the ordinary cold of a winter tree that has given up its leaves and is waiting for spring with the enormous patience of old wood. The specific, unnatural cold that had lived in that bark was gone. What was left was just the cold of the season, the cold of a tree that has survived many seasons and will survive many more. I said goodbye. The air around me was still. A single leaf came down from somewhere in the bare branches above me. I had looked at the branches just a moment before, and they were bare, completely bare. But this leaf came down in a slow, easy spiral, turning once, twice in the cold air, exactly the way the first leaf had fallen on that morning weeks ago when I had said, "I hear you," to the tree, and it landed in the frost between the roots, right at the soft, dark spot, right at the center of the grave. I bent down and picked it up. I still have it, pressed between the pages of the notebook where I wrote everything down. It is brown and dry and perfectly intact, the stem pointing one direction, the lobes fanned out in their old arrangement, an ordinary oak leaf preserved between paper. It sits in my notebook, and I do not think of it as a frightening thing. I think of it as a signature, a confirmation that something was there in that house and under that tree, that it had always been there, and that it saw me, and that being seen, truly seen, by even one living person who stood still long enough and quiet enough and honest enough to look, is worth more than you might think to something that has been invisible for a very long time. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night. I lie still in the dark, and I reach my hands out across the sheets before I open my eyes. And the sheets are always clean and warm and empty, and I breathe out slowly and settle back into the dark. But in that moment, before my hands confirm it, in the space between sleep and certainty when anything is still possible, the whole world holds its breath, and sometimes in that moment I can smell it, just faintly, Just for a second, the green earthen smell of an old tree and old ground and something patient beneath everything. The smell of the place at the end of the gravel road that nobody uses anymore, where the oak tree spreads its bare winter arms against the sky, and the leaves have all fallen, and the ground is still and cold and full of things that wait. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. My cat arched its back at the foot of the bed where nothing was. The cat's name was Milo, and he had lived with me for 7 years without ever once behaving in a way I could not explain. I want to establish that clearly before anything else, because the story I am about to tell depends on you understanding what kind of cat Milo was. He was not a nervous animal. He was not the kind of cat that startles at shadows or hides under furniture during storms or spends his days in a permanent low-level state of feline anxiety the way some cats do. He was large and orange and had the placid, slightly superior temperament of a cat that had decided long ago that the world presented nothing genuinely worth alarming itself over. He had lived in 3 different apartments with me over 7 years. He had moved with me twice, survived 2 cross-country drives in a carrier he regarded with tolerant disdain, adjusted to each new home within 48 hours, and settled into his new routines with the equanimity of someone who had decided that home was wherever his food bowl and his favorite blanket happened to be located. He did not arch his back at things. He did not hiss at empty corners. He did not sit and stare at walls or ceilings with that particular fixed attention that people who keep cats find either amusing or deeply unsettling, depending on their temperament. Milo looked where things were. He paid attention to real things. He was that kind of cat. So when he started arching his back at the foot of the bed where there was nothing, I paid attention. I had moved into the house on a Thursday in early November. The house was in a small city 2 states away from where I had been living, a city I had moved to for a position at a veterinary practice that had offered me the kind of work I wanted and the kind of salary that made the upheaval of moving worth tolerating. I had found the house through a rental listing that a colleague at the practice had forwarded to me, a place she knew about through a friend, the kind of informal referral chain that sometimes lands you somewhere good and sometimes does not. The rent was reasonable for the space, which was more than I needed, but not so much more that I felt excessive about it. It was a stand-alone house, not an apartment, which mattered because Milo was a large indoor cat who needed room to conduct his daily inspection circuits without running into walls. The house was old, Victorian in the bones of it, though it had been updated over the decades in ways that were visible if you looked at where modern fixtures met old trim, where updated electrical panels sat in walls that had been built before electricity was a consideration. It was on a residential street with large trees that were bare in November, their branches making the specific skeletal pattern against the sky that bare trees make in autumn, and it had a wraparound porch that I knew would be pleasant in spring and summer and was currently an architectural feature best appreciated from inside with a heating running. The landlord was a property management company, not an individual, which meant my interactions with them were efficient, if slightly impersonal, and this suited me because I was not looking for a relationship with my housing. I was looking for a place to live while I established myself in a new city. I moved in on a Thursday. By Saturday, Milo had completed his usual assessment of the new territory and had chosen his spots. The velvet chair in the bedroom for sleeping during the day, the radiator in the living room for sleeping during the evenings, and the foot of my bed for sleeping at night. This last was a habit he had maintained in every home we had shared, an inviolable routine. Milo at the foot of the bed, a warm weight I was so accustomed to that I noticed his absence more than his presence. The first incident happened on the third night. I had been asleep for what I estimated was around 3 hours, which put it at some time between 2 and 3 in the morning. I woke to a sound that I processed as I came up through sleep. A low, continuous sound, not loud, not a single sharp noise that would have pulled me upright immediately. A low, sustained, continuous sound. It was coming from the foot of the bed. I lay still for a moment in the way you do when you are not yet sure you are fully awake, not sure whether the sound is real or the last residue of a dream dissolving into consciousness. Then the sound sharpened into recognition, and I was awake completely, because the sound was Milo growling. Milo had never growled in 7 years. I sat up and turned on the lamp on the nightstand. The bedroom jumped into visibility. Milo was at the foot of the bed, standing, which was wrong because Milo slept curled at the foot of the bed, not standing, and his posture was the thing that woke me fully in the truest sense, the thing that made me sit forward and look at him with my full attention. He was arched. His back was a high, curved arch, the fur along his spine standing up in a ridge, his tail low and full. He was facing the foot of the bed, facing away from me, his attention directed at the wall beyond the footboard. The growl was coming from somewhere deep in his chest, not a short warning growl, but sustained and serious, the kind of sound that belonged to an animal that was very frightened and very fixed in place. I looked at the wall he was facing. There was nothing there. A section of old wallpaper, a small print of faded vines and geometric shapes that dated from some previous decade, a baseboard heater along the bottom, a section of window trim. Nothing that had not been there when I went to bed. No person, no animal, no movement of any kind. I said Milo's name. He did not turn around. He did not shift his attention. He held the arch and the growl and the fixed stare at the empty wall and did not respond to my voice in any way, which was also something he had never done, because Milo reliably responded to his name with at least an ear rotation, even in deep sleep. I got out of bed, and I went to the foot of it, and I put my hand on his back. The fur under my hand was standing up in a way I had never felt before, every hair raised, his entire back a ridge of elevated fur. He was trembling, slightly, not dramatically, but I could feel it through my palm, a fine, continuous tremor. He did not acknowledge my hand. I looked at the wall. I looked at the baseboard. I crouched down and looked at the floor along the baseboard. I stood up and looked at the window. I went to the window and checked the latch. Locked. I went to the bedroom door and opened it and looked into the hallway. Empty. Lit by the nightlight I had put in the outlet at the end of the hall as a concession to navigating an unfamiliar house in the dark. And empty. I came back into the bedroom, and I stood beside Milo, and I looked at where he was looking, and there was nothing there. After approximately 4 minutes, the growl stopped. Milo lowered his back, the fur settling gradually, like something deflating, and he turned and looked at me with the expression he generally wore when he had decided something was beneath further comment. He walked up the bed, and he turned around twice in the velvet chair, and he lay down, and he was asleep within 90 seconds. I stood at the foot of the bed for a while, looking at the wall. Then I went back to sleep because I was a practical person and I had work the next morning, and there was nothing to be done about a cat who had apparently been briefly alarmed by something I could not identify, which had probably been a mouse in the wall or a sound from outside, carried through the old house's imperfect insulation in some way that was audible to a cat and not to a human. It happened again the following night. Same time, or close to it. The same growl pulling me up from sleep, the same arched posture at the foot of the bed, the same fixed attention on the same section of wall. I went through the same process. Lamp on, observation of Milo's posture, examination of the wall, inspection of the room, check of the window, check of the hallway. Nothing. The same sustained growl for the same approximate duration, around 4 minutes, and then the same abrupt cessation and the same retreat to the velvet chair. On the third night, I set up my phone to record, propped on the nightstand with the camera directed at the foot of the bed, the night vision function enabled, because I was not going to turn on the lamp and potentially interrupt whatever was happening. I went to sleep, and I woke when the growl started, and I lay still and did not move for the 4 minutes, and then Milo settled, and I went back to sleep, and in the morning I watched the recording. The recording showed Milo asleep at the foot of the bed, curled in his usual position for the first 3 hours. Then, at 2:17 in the morning, he woke. He woke suddenly, the way animals wake when they detect something, coming fully awake in one movement without the gradual shifting of a natural waking. He stood. He arched. The growl was audible on the recording, low and continuous. And then the recording showed me what I had seen those 2 previous nights from the other side of it. Milo at the foot of the bed, arched and growling, staring at the section of wall beyond the footboard and the wall behind him, the wall with nothing on it. I watched the recording 3 times. I adjusted the brightness and the contrast. I looked for anything, any shadow that moved differently from the ambient movement of the room, any shape in the empty air that Milo was so intently staring at. I found nothing. The recording showed a cat staring at an empty wall with the posture of an animal confronting something real and threatening, and it showed the empty wall he was confronting, and there was nothing to reconcile these 2 things. I did something then that I do not generally do, that I would not have expected myself to do, given my temperament and my relationship with rational explanations for unusual phenomena. I went to a second-hand bookshop in the part of the city with the older buildings, the kind of shop that smelled of paper and had been in the same location for decades, and I bought 2 books about animal behavior and human-animal sensory differences. I also, in a section at the back of the shop that I visited with a slight self-consciousness I was not going to interrogate too closely, bought a book about houses and the history they retained. I was a veterinary professional. I understood animals, and I understood the well-documented reality that animals perceive sensory information outside the human range. Cats specifically have hearing that extends considerably beyond the upper frequency range of human hearing and a sensitivity to low-frequency vibration that is similarly beyond human capacity. If Milo was responding to something at the foot of the bed, it was possible that something real was producing a stimulus I simply could not detect. This was the rational framework. I was keeping the rational framework in front of me the way you keep an umbrella in your hand when you are not sure whether it is going to rain. The book about houses I bought because I had also, in the first week, started to notice other things. Small things. Things that might not have registered at all in a house I had lived in for years. Things that I noticed because everything in this house was still new to me, and I was therefore paying the close attention you pay to unfamiliar environments. And the close attention was catching things it might have learned to overlook if I had been there longer. The temperature in the bedroom was not consistent. This was the first thing I noticed outside of Milo's behavior. I noticed it on the fourth day when I went into the bedroom in the late afternoon and felt the drop in temperature distinctly as I crossed the threshold, a drop of at least 4 or 5 degrees from the hallway, enough to be clearly noticeable. The rest of the house was warm, the radiators doing their work in all the rooms adequately. I checked the baseboard heater in the bedroom, the one under the window on the wall Milo faced during his nightly episodes. It was running. The thermostat on it was set correctly. There was no apparent reason for the bedroom to be colder than the rest of the house. Over the following days, I mapped it more carefully. The cold was not uniform throughout the bedroom. It was concentrated. It was strongest at the foot of the bed, near the wall Milo stared at, and it dissipated as you moved toward the door. The area immediately around the headboard of the bed where I slept was significantly warmer than the foot of the bed, which was significantly warmer than the section of wall in the corner behind the footboard, which was the coldest point in the room. I measured it with the thermometer I borrowed from the practice. On a morning when the rest of the house was at 68 degrees, the corner behind the footboard of the bed was 53 degrees, 15 degrees colder than the ambient temperature of the rest of the house, in a corner with a functioning baseboard heater along its bottom, a well-insulated wall according to the property's documentation, and no obvious source of cold air infiltration. I called the property management company about the temperature inconsistency. They sent a heating technician, a young man who looked at the baseboard heater and confirmed it was working, and shrugged with the cheerful certainty of someone who had solved the problem as he understood it and was not particularly invested in the elements of it that did not fit the solution. I thanked him, and he left, and the corner remained 15 degrees colder than the rest of the house. I began sleeping with an extra blanket. This was a practical response to a practical problem, and I am not going to dress it up as anything else. I was cold at night, nay, in that bedroom, specifically at the foot of the bed, and an extra blanket addressed the symptom even if it did not address the cause. Milo continued his nightly vigils at the foot of the bed, continued arching and growling at the empty wall at around 2 a.m, continued settling after 4 or 5 minutes, and retreating to the velvet chair. I continued lying still during the episodes and watching him from the pillow and thinking about what I was watching. On the 9th night, something different happened. Milo woke at his usual time. I heard the change in his breathing that preceded the waking, something I had learned to detect in the preceding week, and I was almost awake myself when he stood and arched. The growl started. I lay still, and then Milo did something he had not done in the 8 previous nights of this behavior. He moved. He stepped backward. 1 step, 2 steps, still arched, still growling, but retreating from the foot of the bed toward me, moving along the top of the duvet in small backward steps, the way an animal backs away from something it is unwilling to take its eyes off. He stepped back until he was approximately in the middle of the bed, and then he stopped, still arched, still growling, still looking at the wall. Something had changed. Not in what I could see or hear or detect by any means available to me, but something in the invisible content of the room had changed, and Milo was responding to it. He had been maintaining his ground at the foot of the bed for 8 nights, and now he was not maintaining his ground. He was retreating. I turned on the lamp. The room was empty. The wall was empty. The corner was exactly what it always was, wallpaper and baseboard heater, and the particular cold that lived there, nothing more. But Milo did not relax when the light came on. This was also new. On previous nights, the light had seemed to interrupt something, or at least had coincided with the episode's ending. Tonight, he stood in the middle of the bed in his arch and his growl, and he stared at the wall, and the light made no difference. I got out of bed. I walked to the foot of the bed. I walked toward the wall. The cold in that corner was more intense than I had experienced it before, a cold that pressed against my face and hands as I approached, the cold of an open freezer at close range. I stopped about 3 feet from the wall because the cold was enough to make me stop, a physical barrier of temperature rather than any visible obstruction. I stood in the cold and I looked at the wall. The wallpaper on this section of wall was different from the rest of the room. I had noticed this before, filed it as a renovation detail. One section that had been repaired or replaced at some point and not perfectly matched to the surrounding pattern. But standing this close to it at 3 in the morning, with the cold pressing against my face and my cat retreating behind me, I looked at it more carefully than I had before. The repair was not a wallpaper replacement. The wallpaper was the same pattern, the same age. The difference was in the wall beneath it. The wall in this corner had a seam, not a corner seam, which would have been expected where walls met. This was a vertical seam in the middle of a flat wall surface, running from the baseboard to approximately shoulder height, where the wall had been opened and resealed. The seam was visible as a slight irregularity in the surface, a subtle ridge that was more obvious in direct light or close examination. Something behind the wall in that corner had been opened and closed at some point. I stood looking at that seam in the wallpaper at 3 in the morning, with the cold on my face and Milo growling in the middle of the bed, and I felt the rational framework I had been maintaining shift in a way that was not dramatic, but was definitive. The shift of something finding its limit. The following morning, I called the property management company again. I asked if they had documentation on any renovations to the bedroom, in the house's recent history, specifically any wall work. They said They would check their records and get back to me, and they did 2 days later, to say that their records for the property showed exterior painting and a kitchen renovation as the only major works in the previous 10 years, and that they had no documentation of any interior wall work in the bedroom. Before their records, they said, they could not speak to what might have been done. Before their records, the company had taken on the property 8 years ago. Before that, whoever had owned it or managed it had done whatever they had done without leaving records in the company's files. I went to the county records office. I am a methodical person by training and profession, and I approached this the way I approached a diagnostic problem at the practice, with the understanding that the answer was in the available information if you looked in the right places and asked the right questions. The county records office had property records going back considerably further than 8 years. I found the address and I pulled the history. The house had been owned by 4 different parties over the past century. The current ownership, through a trust, had transferred to the property management company for rental management 8 years ago. Before that, a single family had owned a house for 41 years, from the early 1970s to the early 2010s. Before that, another single owner for 12 years. And before that, the original family that had built the house in the late 1800s had owned it until the 1960s, when the estate had finally dispersed. The family that had owned the house from the 1970s to the 2010s was named Beaumont. A couple, then widowed, records showed a death certificate for the husband, Franklin Beaumont, in 1994, and then the wife, a woman named Helen Beaumont, had continued living in the house until 2011, when she had moved to a care facility and the property had passed to the management trust. I found a brief item in the local newspaper digital archive about Franklin Beaumont's death. It was not an obituary, it was a news item, short and factual, and it noted that Franklin Beaumont, age 58, had been found dead in his home on a November morning by his wife after she had become concerned that he had not come to bed the previous night. The cause of death was listed as cardiac arrest. He had been found in the bedroom of the house. I read that item several times. Found in the bedroom that I now slept in. The bedroom with the cold corner and the sealed seam in the wall, and the cat who stood at the foot of the bed every night and arched his back at something that was not there. I went back to the practice, and I got through my afternoon appointments, and I drove home, and I sat in the living room with Milo in my lap, which he permitted with his usual regal tolerance. And I thought about what I knew and what I did not know. What I knew, a man had died in my bedroom in November 1994. My cat arched his back at the foot of the bed where the cold concentrated. There was a sealed section of wall in the corner where the cold was worst. I had lived in the house for 2 weeks, and something had been escalating, from Milo holding his ground at the foot of the bed to Milo retreating toward me from whatever he was responding to. What I did not know, what Franklin Beaumont had been doing in the bedroom on the night he died. Why the wall in that corner had been opened and sealed. What, if anything, connected the death in 1994 to the cold in the corner and Milo's nightly behavior in the present day. What I was beginning to suspect, everything I had a colleague at the practice, a woman named Dr. Yates, who had grown up in this city and whose family had been in the area for generations. She was in her late 50s, precise and observant, the kind of person who knew the history of a neighborhood the way other people know the history of their own families. I asked her the following morning if she was familiar with the Beaumont family. She was quiet for a moment, in the particular way of someone accessing a memory they have not visited recently. She said she remembered the Beaumonts. She said she had been an adult when Franklin Beaumont died, and she remembered it because it had been something of a local event in the quiet way that local events sometimes were, the kind of thing discussed at length in the circles where people discussed such things. She said there had been some uncertainty at the time about the circumstances of his death. I asked her what she meant by uncertainty. She took a moment. Then she said that Franklin Beaumont had not been a well man in the years before he died, not physically ill, but in some other way that she hesitated to characterize because she was working from 30-year-old community memory and the particular imprecision of things half heard and imperfectly remembered. She said there had been talk that something was wrong in the house, that the Beaumonts had been experiencing things they did not talk about directly, but that had caused Franklin Beaumont to become increasingly agitated in the last year or two of his life. She said Helen Beaumont, after her husband died, had been seen by a contractor at the house on multiple occasions, a contractor who did interior work, which had caused some neighborhood comment because the work seemed unusual for a woman living alone in an older property who was not known to be renovating. Interior work. A contractor. The sealed seam in the wall of the bedroom. I thanked her, and I went back to work, and that evening I drove to the address of the care facility, where I believed Helen Beaumont had been transferred in 2011. I did not know whether she was still alive. She would have been in her mid-80s at minimum. She was alive. The facility administrator confirmed that a Helen Beaumont was in residence, had been for 13 years, and was in reasonable health for her age. I asked if I could visit her and explained that I was currently renting the house she had lived in and had some questions about the property. The administrator said she would check with Mrs. Beaumont and call me back. She called me the next morning. She said Mrs. Beaumont had asked one question. What color was the cat? I told her the cat was orange. She said Mrs. Beaumont would see me on Saturday. I drove to the facility on Saturday morning. Helen Beaumont was a small woman in her late 80s, with the particular sharpness of mind that sometimes accompanies very old people who have not been softened by age, a clarity and directness that had nothing to do with aggression, but simply with the economy of someone who no longer had the patience for circumnavigation. She was in a chair by the window of her room, and she was looking at me as I came in with an expression that told me she had been forming assessments since before I sat down. She said, "You have the orange cat." I said yes. I asked how she knew there would be an orange cat. She said, because there was an orange cat when we first moved in. She said this matter-of-factly, the way she said everything, and she watched me take it in. I sat down. She looked at the window and then back at me. She said, "The orange cat belonged to the woman who lived there before us, the woman who was there for 12 years, from the early 60s to the early 70s. Her name was Dorothy Crane, and she had a large orange cat, and when Dorothy Crane moved out, she left the cat. Not intentionally, she said. The cat refused to go. They put it in a carrier 3 times, and it came back. Eventually, Dorothy Crane left without the cat, and the cat stayed in the house. And when Franklin and I moved in, the cat was there. She looked at me. She said, "The cat did something every night." I said, "At the foot of the bed." She held my eyes for a moment. Then she said, "Yes." Every night, at the foot of the bed, in the corner by the wall. I asked her how long it did this. She said, "The whole time. Every night of the 12 years we were in that house before Franklin died. And every night of the 17 years after, until I left." I asked her what she thought it was responding to. She was quiet for a while. She looked at the window. She said, "Franklin believed that the house held something. Not an evil thing." She was careful to clarify this. She said it with some emphasis. Not an evil thing, but a thing that was there and would not leave and had been there for a very long time. He spent a lot of time trying to understand it. She stopped and looked at her hands. She said, "He spent too much time trying to understand it. He became very occupied with it. He wanted to know what was in the wall." I said, "What is in the wall?" She looked at me directly again. She said, "When the original family built that house in the late 1800s, there was a son, a boy who died young, very young, 2 or 3 years old, of a fever that was common in those years. In those times, family sometimes," she paused to find the right phrasing, "sometimes kept things belonging to a lost child inside the walls of the house they had built. Not as a superstition," she said, "but as a way of keeping the child in the home where they had lived." She said she believed that was what had been done in the wall of that bedroom. Items belonging to a child who died in that house in the 1890s, placed inside the wall at the time of the death or shortly after. I thought about the sealed seam. I asked what Franklin had done. She said he opened the wall. She said it quietly and with the weight of something that had cost her a great deal. She said he opened the wall in 1993, the year before he died, because he needed to know. She said she had asked him not to, and he had done it anyway, and he had found what was in there, and he had taken some of it out to examine it. And after that, the house was different. The cold got worse. The cat's behavior changed. Franklin became unwell in a way that had no medical cause and deteriorated over the following year and was found dead in that bedroom in November 1994. She said, "After he died, I put everything back. I had it sealed. I never went into that room again unless I had to. And I always had someone with me when I did." We sat in the quiet of the care facility room, and I looked at this woman who had lived with this for 41 years, and I thought about what it cost to live with something for 41 years. I asked her why she had asked about the color of the cat. She said, "Because Dorothy Crane's cat came and went as it pleased over the years we lived there. It was there when we moved in, and for a while after, and then it was not there. And sometimes it came back for a period." She said the last time the cat appeared, it was shortly before Franklin opened the wall. She said it sat at the foot of the bed every night for 2 weeks, And then Franklin opened the wall, and the cat disappeared that same night and was never seen again. She said, "When you told me there was an orange cat at the foot of the bed, I knew someone had disturbed the wall again." I said, "I have not touched the wall." She looked at me carefully. She said, "Then the wall has disturbed itself." I drove home in a state that I would describe as methodical unease. I am not given to catastrophizing, and I am not given to abandoning rational frameworks even under pressure. But I am also a person who works with animals and who has spent 7 years with a cat who does not behave irrationally, and the rational framework was struggling with a weight it had not been designed to carry. The cat at the foot of the bed, the cold in the corner, the sealed wall. A child who had died in that room more than 100 years ago with items belonging to him placed inside the wall of his home. Franklin Beaumont, who had opened the wall and declined over the following year and died in that bedroom. Helen Beaumont, who had sealed the wall and lived with the cold and the cat's nightly vigils for 17 years after her husband's death, rather than disturb the wall again. And now me, new to the house, with my orange cat who did not arch his back at things, arching his back at things, at the foot of the bed, in the corner with the cold retreating toward me on the 9th night, as if whatever he was watching had come closer. I called a colleague from the practice that evening, not Dr. Yates, a younger colleague named Patrick, who was interested in animal behavior and who I trusted to engage with what I was going to tell him without either dismissing it or dramatizing it. I told him about Milo's behavior, the specifics of it, the timing, the posture, the duration, the retreat on the 9th night. I told him about the cold in the corner, the sealed wall, Helen Beaumont, the history of the house. I told him all of it in order, and he listened, which was what I had called him to do. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "The retreat on the 9th night is significant." I asked why. He said that in animal behavior terms, a maintained defensive posture over multiple nights indicated an ongoing consistent stimulus, a real thing the animal was responding to that did not change. He said the retreat indicated a change in the stimulus, something that had altered, come closer, become more present, or more intense. He said that if the stimulus had been reducing, he would have expected the animal to relax over time, not to retreat. The retreat meant escalation. I asked him what he thought I should do. He said, based purely on animal behavior, you want to address the source of the stimulus rather than the animal's response to it. He said this carefully, understanding that the source of the stimulus, as I had described it, was not something he had a professional protocol for. He said, "What does your instinct tell you?" I said, "My instinct tells me that something was contained and is no longer fully contained, and that the containment needs to be restored." He said, "Then that is probably what needs to happen." I did not sleep in the bedroom that night. I spent the night on the couch in the living room, which was warm and portrait-free, and had the particular comfort of a room in which nothing had ever happened that I needed to be concerned about. Milo slept on my feet, which he did not normally do because the couch was not on his list of approved sleeping locations, and his presence on my feet was both practically warm and emotionally steadying in the way that animals sometimes are, without intending to be. In the morning, I called a contractor. not through the property management company independently, a local contractor named Dan, whose name I had gotten from a neighbor at the end of the street when I had asked about local tradespeople in my first week. I called him and I said I had some wall work I needed done, and I explained what I wanted. The sealed section of wall in the bedroom needed to be sealed better, with additional materials, more thoroughly than it currently was. I said I had reason to believe the existing seal was not adequate. He came the following Tuesday. He was a practical, incurious man in his mid-40s who looked at the wall in the bedroom corner and confirmed that, yes, there was a repair seam there and that the repair was not particularly well done, and that he could reinforce it properly with appropriate materials. He did not ask why I wanted it done. I did not explain. While he was working, I stayed out of the bedroom. I sat in the kitchen with Milo on my lap, and I waited. He was done by early afternoon. He collected his fee, which was reasonable, and he drove away, and I went into the bedroom. He had done a thorough job. The section of wall was sealed, properly sealed, no seam visible, the surface primed and ready for painting. The wall was whole. I stood in the room and I felt the temperature. The cold was still there, not as concentrated, or I thought not as concentrated, but present. The specific 15-degree differential in that corner, still measurable by my hands, if not by a thermometer, I no longer had available. The cold was still there because the cold was not a structural problem, and a structural solution would not fully address it. I understood this. I was not laboring under the misapprehension that sealing the wall would resolve everything. But it was something. It was the thing Helen Beaumont had done after her husband died, and she had called it the right thing to do, implicitly, by saying that she had lived for 17 more years in the house after doing it, and that the house had been manageable. Managed. The cold and the cat's nightly vigils and the weight of the occupied corner, but managed. Contained. That night, Milo went to the foot of the bed. He curled in his usual position at the foot of the bed on top of the duvet, the warm weight I was accustomed to. He did not arc at 2 in the morning. I lay in the dark, and I waited for the change in his breathing that preceded the waking and the arch and the growl, and it did not come. At 2:17, the time that had become fixed and reliable in my expectation, I was awake, and Milo was asleep, and the bedroom was quiet. I lay in the quiet bedroom, and I felt the cold from the corner still there, 4 or 5 degrees against my feet, through the duvet, where the extra blanket did not fully compensate, and the room was quiet, and Milo was asleep, and nothing happened. I exhaled. In the morning, I painted the repaired wall section. I had bought paint that matched the wallpaper border, an imperfect match but adequate, and I painted the fresh primer over with a careful coat, and when it dried, the wall was uniform and unremarkable, nothing to look at, nothing to indicate what was behind it. I painted it, and I looked at it for a while, and I said, out loud, into the quiet bedroom, "I know you were here. I know this was your room. I am not going to disturb what was put here for you." The bedroom was still. The cold in the corner was present. I said it anyway, because Helen Beaumont had lived with this for 41 years, and the thing she had not done, the one thing she had admitted she had never done in all those years, was speak to it directly. She had endured it and managed it, and sealed the wall and lived her life around it, but she had been afraid of it. She had told me that without using those words, and she had kept the afraid distance between herself and it for 4 decades. I was afraid of it too. I want to be honest about that. I was standing in a cold bedroom with a painted wall, and I was afraid in the specific way of someone who understands enough about a situation to know that their understanding is incomplete. But I was also a person who had chosen to stay in this house rather than leave, and staying meant something, and saying something out loud seemed like the right way to mark what staying meant. I was not going to open the wall. That was the central decision, the one that felt most important, the one I had made somewhere between the drive back from the care facility and the call to the contractor. Franklin Beaumont had opened the wall, and the year that followed had destroyed him. The openness itself had been the damage, the unsealing of something meant to be sealed, the taking out of things meant to stay in. Helen Beaumont had understood this and sealed it back, and the house had been livable again, if never easy. I was going to keep it sealed, and I was going to be respectful of what was sealed inside it, and I was going to see if that was enough. Over the following weeks it was, mostly, enough. The cold in the corner did not go away. It lessened slightly, or I believed it did, the 15-degree differential dropping to something closer to 10, still measurable, still present, but less severe. Milo slept at the foot of the bed and did not arch his back at 2 a.m, and this was the most significant change, the one that marked the difference most clearly between the first 2 weeks and the weeks that followed. He slept. He slept through the night, curled in his usual position, the warm weight I had spent 7 years being accustomed to, and when I reached down in the night to put my hand on him, he was there, warm and breathing slowly, untroubled. There were nights when the cold was worse. There were nights when I woke at 2 or 3 a.m, and the room had a quality that I did not have precise language for, a density, a fullness, the way air feels before a storm. On those nights, I lay still, and I did not turn on the light, and I said, quietly, into the dark, I know. And then eventually, I went back to sleep. Milo did arch his back one more time. It was a Wednesday in late December, 6 weeks after I'd moved in, and I came into the bedroom in the early evening to get something from the closet, and Milo was on the velvet chair, and his back was slightly raised. Not the full arch of those first 2 weeks, not the ridge of elevated fur and the low, continuous growl. More of an alertness. His attention was on the corner, on the painted wall, and his posture was the posture of a cat that was aware of something but had not decided whether to be alarmed by it. I stood in the doorway, and I watched him for a moment, and then I walked to the corner, and I put my hand flat on the newly painted wall. The cold came through the paint and the plaster and whatever was behind the plaster and settled into my palm. I left my hand there. I said quietly, "This is your room too. You can be here." Milo looked at me. He looked at me with the slightly superior expression of a cat regarding a person who has done something unexpected and is withholding judgment on whether it was sensible. Then he looked at the wall. Then he put his head back down on his paws. I went to get what I had come for from the closet, and I left the bedroom, and I made dinner, and I spent the evening in the living room reading, and that night Milo slept at the foot of the bed without incident. It has been 4 months now since I moved into this house. I want to say that everything is resolved, and the house is entirely ordinary, and the cold in the corner is gone, but I do not believe in the version of honesty that involves telling people what they would like to hear at the expense of what is accurate. The cold in the corner is still there. It is less than it was, genuinely less, the kind of less that suggests a stabilizing rather than a resolution, something that has found its level and settled into it. The bedroom has its quality, the weight of it, the density that concentrates near that corner, and on certain nights it is more present than on others. And on those nights, I lie still and say what I have learned to say, and eventually the room quiets, and I sleep. Milo sleeps at the foot of the bed. This is what I find most important and most stabilizing, if I am being honest about what provides me with the capacity to continue living comfortably in this house. Milo sleeps at the foot of the bed. He does not arch his back at nothing. He does not growl into the empty room or retreat toward me with his fur standing up. He is warm and settled and asleep at the foot of the bed every night, and when I put my hand down to find him there in the dark, I find him there, warm and steady and real, and the room is as quiet as an old house gets, which is not entirely quiet, but is quiet enough. I visited Helen Beaumont again in February. I drove out to the care facility on a Saturday morning, and she was in her chair by the window in the same position as the first time, with the same assessing look as I came in. I sat down and I told her what I had done and what had changed since I had done it. I told her about the cold being less, about Milo sleeping through the nights, about the one evening when he had arched slightly and I had put my hand on the wall and spoken to it. She listened with her complete attention, which was not a small thing. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "I should have spoken to it." I said, "You lived with it for 41 years. She said, "Yes, but I was always afraid of it. I was afraid because of what happened to Franklin, and I kept my distance from it, and I think—" She paused. "I think keeping my distance meant it had to be louder to be present. If I had spoken to it, I might have found it did not need to be so loud." I thought about that. She said, "Do you intend to stay in the house?" I said I thought I did. I said the house suited me outside of the bedroom situation, which was manageable. I said Milo seemed settled, which was the most reliable indicator I had. She smiled for the first time in either of our conversations. It was a small smile, but it was genuine, and it changed her face considerably. She said, "Franklin's mistake was wanting to understand it completely. He was that kind of man," she said with the rueful affection of someone describing a person they loved and had lost. "He could not leave a thing alone that he did not understand, and this house had a thing in it that did not want to be fully understood. It wanted to be known and acknowledged and left in peace." She said, "There is a difference, known and acknowledged and left in peace." I drove home from the care facility on a February Saturday with the trees still bare along the roads and the sky that specific pale white of a winter afternoon. And I thought about what she had said for the whole drive back. I pulled into the driveway of the house, and I sat in the car for a moment, looking at the front of it, the wraparound porch, the Victorian lines of it, the windows that held the afternoon light without reflecting much because the light was too pale to reflect. Then I went inside. Milo met me at the door the way he sometimes did, with the mildly territorial air of a cat who is noting your return without wishing to appear enthusiastic about it. I fed him, and I made tea, and I sat in the kitchen with the tea and Milo on the table beside me, which was a habit I had given up discouraging, and I looked at the kitchen and the living room beyond it, and I thought about what it meant to live in a place that held something you could not fully understand. It meant that you knew it was there, and you said so. It meant that you kept the walls sealed, and you painted it, and you did not pry into what was sealed, because the sealing was not your act, but one you were obligated to honor. It meant that you lay still on the difficult nights, and spoke into the dark of the room, and went back to sleep. It meant that you checked on the cat at the foot of the bed, and when he was settled, you took the settling as information and let it be enough. I am practical by training, and I have remained practical through all of this, and I will remain practical going forward. I had the heating technician back to look at the cold in the corner for a second time, and he found nothing, and I was not surprised, and I thanked him, and he left. I have measured the temperature in the corner monthly since moving in, and I have recorded it in a notebook I keep in the nightstand drawer. The temperature has come up 2 degrees since December, and has been stable at approximately 12 degrees below ambient for the past 2 months. I note this as data, without drawing firm conclusions from it. There is a child in the wall of my bedroom who has been there for more than 100 years. I say this as plainly as I can, because I believe it is the most accurate description of what I am living with, more accurate than the various ways you could dress it up in approximating language. The items placed in that wall by a family that had lost a very young child in the early years of this house have remained there through 4 different owners, through a century of habitation and change, through renovations and updates and all the modifications a house accumulates over 100 years of being lived in. They remained through Dorothy Crane, who had an orange cat at the foot of the bed. They remained through Franklin Beaumont, who was not able to leave them alone, and through Helen Beaumont, who spent 40 years in respectful if frightened coexistence with them. They remained. The cold in the corner is what remains of a child who died a very long time ago in a room where someone who loved him placed something of his inside the wall so that he would not have to leave. That is the most accurate description I have. I do not have the medical or scientific language for it. I am not sure that language exists, and I am not going to reach for inadequate language to cover the gap. A child is in that wall, and the cold is the evidence of the child's presence, and the cat goes to the foot of the bed because it is close to the child, and the child is close to the cat, the way very young children are close to animals, without agenda, without the complicated weight of adult attention. Milo goes to the foot of the bed because there is something there to be near. He has always gone to places where something was happening, warm spots and interesting smells and windows with birds visible and whatever it is that cats detect that we cannot, and he goes to the foot of the bed because whatever is in that corner is real and present, and Milo has always gone toward real things. On the nights when the cold is bad and the room has its particular weight and I lie still and say I know into the dark, I am sometimes aware of Milo at the foot of the bed, shifting his position very slightly. Not the dramatic shift of a cat, troubled or alarmed. The small adjustment of a sleeping animal making itself comfortable. The way you move an inch to the left when you are almost asleep and the position is almost right, but not quite. I take this as information. The foot of the bed is Milo's place and has been for 7 years. He has established it as his territory the way cats establish territory, with a complete absence of negotiation or flexibility. He sleeps there because it is where he sleeps, and it has always been where he sleeps, and no cat on earth relocates a sleeping spot simply because something invisible is sharing the corner. He is there every night. And at the foot of the bed, where nothing is, something is. Something small and old and long present. Something that has outlasted 4 owners and a century of changes in the house above it, and that will likely outlast me as well, not because it is threatening or aggressive or anything that needs to be feared, but because it was placed where it was by people who loved it, and the placement was meant to be permanent. And permanence, in some cases, is exactly what it says it is. I sleep there. Milo sleeps there. The cold is in the corner. The wall is painted and sealed. We have reached an arrangement. It is not a grand arrangement, and it does not resolve into clarity or comfort in any absolute sense. It is the ordinary arrangement of people sharing a space in the only way they can, with acknowledgement and boundaries and the particular grace of leaving things that need to be left alone. Alone. Milo slept at the foot of the bed last night. He slept through without incident. This morning, he sat on my feet while I drank my coffee, and he watched the window with the absorbed attention he brings to window watching. And the house was ordinary around him, in the way a house is ordinary in the morning, when the light is good and the coffee is hot and the cat is present and warm. The cold is in the corner. I know it is there. That is, I have come to think, most of what is needed. My shower water turned to salt when I was alone in the house today. The house had been in my family for 11 years before I ever spent a night in it alone. My aunt had bought it when I was 19, a sprawling 2-story place in a small town 4 hours inland from any coast, the kind of town that had a grain elevator visible from most streets, and a single traffic light, and a diner that had been open since the 1960s without noticeably updating anything about itself. She had bought it cheap because the previous owner had died in it and nobody else wanted it, and my aunt was a woman who made decisions based on practical math rather than sentiment or superstition, and the practical math on a 6-bedroom house at that price was impossible to argue with. She had renovated it slowly over the years, changed the wallpaper and the kitchen appliances and the carpeting on the stairs, and she had rented out the upper rooms to a rotating cast of quiet tenants, and the house had functioned as a kind of low-key boarding house for a decade while she lived on the ground floor and managed everything with the brisk efficiency that characterized everything she did. Then in September, she fell and broke her hip at 64, which was earlier than any of us had expected that kind of thing, and she was in a rehabilitation facility for 8 weeks. And someone needed to be in the house while she was gone because there were 2 tenants still upstairs, and the house needed managing, and the bills needed paying, and someone needed to be present for repairs and emergencies and all the small administrative tasks that my aunt handled without apparent effort, and that turned out, when she was not there to handle them, to be rather more numerous than anyone had realized. I was between jobs. That is the cleanest way to say it. I had left a position in the city in July for reasons that were mine and not relevant to this story, and I had been taking some time, which is what you call it when you are 31 and trying to figure out what comes next without admitting to anyone, including yourself, that you are not entirely sure. When my mother called and told me about my aunt's hip and asked if I could drive out and stay at the house for the 2 months of the rehabilitation, I said yes almost immediately, because I genuinely wanted to help, and also because I needed somewhere to be. The 2 tenants were a quiet, retired teacher named Harold, who had the largest of the upper bedrooms and cooked elaborate meals that smelled wonderful and rarely left his room otherwise, and a younger woman named Sue Jin, who worked long hours at the hospital in the next town and was almost never home before 9 in the evening and left before 7 in the morning. I introduced myself to both of them on my first day, collected the rent envelopes my aunt had told me to expect, and settled into the ground floor bedroom my aunt used when she was in residence, which was comfortable and had a window overlooking the backyard and the enormous oak tree that dominated it. The first 2 weeks were uneventful. I got used to the house, learned its sounds, the particular creak of the 3rd stair from the bottom, the way the kitchen pipes knocked when the heat came on, the sound of Harold moving slowly down the hallway upstairs at 9 in the morning precisely, his routine immovable as a tidal pattern. I walked into town in the mornings and had coffee at the diner and read and came back and made myself useful around the house and called my aunt 3 times a week at the rehabilitation facility, where she was doing well and complaining about the food and the physical therapist with equal energy. It was fine. It was quiet in a way that I had needed without knowing I needed it. The Saturday that everything began was the first Saturday in October. Harold had gone to visit his daughter for the weekend, which he did once a month, leaving Friday evening with a small, neat overnight bag and returning Sunday afternoon. Sue Jin had a rare full weekend off and had driven back to her parents' house 3 hours away on Friday night. I had the house entirely to myself for the first time since arriving. Just me and the oak tree and the sound the house made when nobody else was in it, which was a fuller, more present sound than I had expected, the sound of a large old structure existing in the quiet, all its materials contracting and expanding with the cooling autumn air. I slept in on Saturday morning, which I had not managed to do since arriving, because Harold's 9 o'clock movements upstairs were gentle but audible, and had been waking me earlier than I would have chosen. I made a large breakfast and ate it at the kitchen table reading a book, and then spent the late morning doing some of the maintenance tasks I had been putting off, tightening a door hinge in the hallway, replacing a light bulb in the upper bathroom that had been out for a week and that I had been meaning to deal with. In the early afternoon, I decided to shower. I had been showering in the evening since arriving, a habit from the city where the morning water pressure was poor, but there was no reason to observe that pattern on a day when I had no schedule and nowhere to be. I went to the ground floor bathroom, which was a narrow room off the hallway with a tub and shower combination and the kind of white tile that had been installed in the early 1980s, and showed it. I turned on the shower and let it run for a minute while I got undressed, which was my habit, because the hot water took time to come through in this bathroom. I got into the shower. For the first minute or so, it was completely ordinary. The water was hot, actually slightly too hot the way I always ran it, and I stood under it and let the heat work into my shoulders and neck. And I thought about nothing in particular, the pleasant, empty-minded state that a shower at the right temperature can produce. I turned my face up into the water, the way you do, and got my hair wet and reached for the shampoo and started washing my hair. Then I noticed it. Something in the taste of the water on my lips. A taste I was not expecting. Not the flat, neutral taste of tap water or the slight mineral taste that some houses have depending on their plumbing and the quality of the local supply. This was sharp and specific and unmistakable, a taste I knew without any ambiguity from beach trips and ocean swimming, and the time when I was 8 years old and a wave knocked me down and I swallowed a mouthful of the Atlantic. Salt. The water on my lips tasted of salt. I ran my tongue across my lips again to make sure, deliberately, carefully, paying close attention. It was not subtle. It was strong the way seawater is strong, not the gentle mineral tang of slightly hard water, but actual salt, the taste of ocean, dense and sharp and real. I stood under the shower for a moment without moving, water running over me, tasting it each time it touched my mouth. I put my hand out and caught some in my palm and brought it to my lips and tasted it from my hand. Salt. Undeniable. The shower water in this house, in this bathroom, in this town 4 hours from any coast, tasted of the ocean. I turned the shower off. I stood in the tub for a moment, dripping, not reaching for the towel immediately, just standing and thinking about what I had just experienced. I was not panicking. I want to be clear about that because the rest of what I am going to describe might give the impression that I was someone who went from zero to frightened very quickly, and that was not the case. I was puzzled. I was very specifically and methodically puzzled. There was an explanation. There were multiple possible explanations. I would find the right one. I got out of the tub and dried off and got dressed and went to the kitchen. I turned on the kitchen tap. I let it run for a moment, and then I cupped my hand under it and brought the water to my lips and tasted it. Nothing. Completely ordinary. Flat, slightly metallic, the regular taste of tap water from an old house with copper pipes. No salt. I went back to the bathroom and turned the sink tap on. Tasted it. The same flat, ordinary tap water taste. No salt. I turned the shower on again. Let it run. Stepped to the side of it so I was not under the spray and put my hand out into the stream of water from the shower head. Brought it to my lips. Tasted it. Salt. Strong and clear and definite. The shower water, and only the shower water, tasted of salt. The bathroom sink, which was connected to the same household plumbing, the same water supply, the same pipes in the same walls, tasted of nothing unusual. The kitchen tap tasted of nothing unusual. The shower tasted of the ocean. I turned the shower off again, and I stood in the bathroom and I looked at the shower head for a moment. It was an ordinary shower head, white plastic, the kind that had been there since the 1980s and possibly earlier, a simple fixed head without any adjustable settings. I reached up and unscrewed it from the pipe it connected to. This took some effort because it was old and slightly corroded at the joint, but it came off eventually. I looked inside it. Nothing remarkable. A standard shower head with a filter screen that was slightly clogged with mineral deposits, which was consistent with the water pressure being a bit lower than it should have been, but was not a source of salt. I ran water from the exposed pipe without the shower head attached. I tasted it from my hand. Salt. Still salt. From the pipe, without the shower head, in the same strong oceanic concentration. The salt was in the water itself. It was not a contamination from some coating or residue in the shower head. It was in the water coming through the pipe. I screwed the shower head back on and I went back to the kitchen and I sat at the table and I thought, possible explanations. The water supply to the shower was on a different branch of the household plumbing than the kitchen and bathroom sinks, and something had happened to that branch to introduce salt into it. Possible, but implausible. Plumbing in a house like this generally does not work in ways where one fixture could have a radically different water composition from others on the same system. A buildup of something in the pipes specific to the shower line that was leaching salt into the water. Also implausible, since salt does not naturally accumulate in pipes in this kind of concentration. Something in the local water supply that was affecting some fixtures and not others. No mechanism I could think of explained that. I called the water utility. I know it was a Saturday and I was not going to get a live person, but I called and left a message describing what I had experienced and asked if there had been any reported issues with the local water supply in this area. Then I called a plumber I had the number for, a man who had done some work at the house 2 weeks previously, and left him a message as well. Then I sat at the kitchen table and I looked at the wall in front of me, and I had the first moment, just the first beginning of a moment, of genuine unease. Not because of the salt itself, because of the combination of the salt and the specific isolation of it, the fact that it was only in the shower, only in that one fixture, only when I was alone in the house for the first time, not when Harold was upstairs, not when Sue Jin was coming and going. Today, the first day I was alone. I pushed that thought aside. Correlation is not causation. I had probably not noticed before. I did not generally taste the shower water, and there was no reason I would have registered it during normal showering. The problem had likely existed for some time, and I was only noticing it now because of some specific circumstance of today's shower. Some angle of the water hitting my lips that had made me pay attention in a way I normally did not. I made lunch and ate it and spent the afternoon reading and not thinking about a shower. That evening, around 7, I went back to the bathroom. I turned the shower on and tasted the water again, being honest with myself, not trying to pre-decide what I would find. The water tasted of salt. If anything, it was stronger than it had been that morning, more concentrated, more definitively oceanic. I stood at the edge of the tub with my hand in the spray, and I tasted the water from my palm 3 times in a row, and each time it was the same. I went to bed that night with the problem unsolved and my unease, which I was managing carefully the way you manage a thing you do not want to let get too large, sitting at a low level in my chest like a pilot light, present but not burning high. Harold came back Sunday afternoon, and Sujin came back Sunday evening, and the house filled back up with its ordinary sounds, and I felt better, as simple as that. The presence of other people made the unease recede to almost nothing, the way daylight makes you wonder what you were so concerned about in the dark. I did not shower on Sunday. I told myself I would deal with the plumber when he called back. The plumber called Monday and came by Tuesday. He was a taciturn man named George, who had been plumbing in this town for 30 years and who did not seem like a man given to unusual hypotheses or dramatic reactions. He ran water from the shower for 2 minutes and caught some in a cup and smelled it and tasted a drop of it from his finger, and he was quiet for a moment, and then he said he had never seen anything like that. He checked the pipes. He checked the connections. He checked everything he could access without opening the walls. He found nothing that explained it. No cross-connection with any other system. No contamination source he could identify. He told me the shower line was running water from the same supply as everything else in the house, and he could not explain why that water tested normally everywhere else and tasted of salt in the shower. He said he would call the water utility himself and also talk to a colleague and get back to me. He charged me for an hour of his time and drove away looking thoughtful. I called my aunt at the rehabilitation facility and told her about it, keeping it factual and not mentioning the unease I was managing, because my aunt did not need to be managing my emotional responses from a bed where she was doing her own recovery. She was quiet for a moment, and then she asked me what the shower water tasted like, and I said salt, ocean salt. And she was quiet again for a longer moment. She said, "Has anything else been unusual?" I said no, because at that point nothing else had been. She said, "All right, keep me informed," and changed the subject to the rehabilitation facility's appalling approach to meal scheduling, which was a subject she could sustain for considerable time and clearly wanted to. After we hung up, I sat with her question, "Has anything else been unusual?" The way she had asked it had a quality I noticed without fully understanding. Not the tone of someone asking an open question. The tone of someone asking a question they already have a specific answer in mind for. Someone checking whether you have discovered what they are fairly sure is there to be discovered. I went to the small office off the living room where my aunt kept her files and records for the house. She had told me where everything was when I arrived, the rental agreements, the utility records, the maintenance history, all neatly organized in labeled folders in a filing cabinet. I had looked at these during my first week to understand the administrative side of what I was managing. But I had not gone through them thoroughly, and I had not been looking for anything specific. I went through them now. The maintenance records were comprehensive, going back 11 years to when she bought the house. Before that, there was nothing. No history of previous ownership, which was not surprising since she had bought through an estate sale, and those often came without documentation beyond the legal minimum. The utility records were similarly comprehensive from the date of purchase. There was a folder labeled Previous Ownership, and I took it out and looked inside. It contained very little. A copy of the original deed of sale, a letter from the estate attorney handling the sale, a single photocopied newspaper clipping, the kind that looked like it had been photocopied from a physical newspaper and had the slightly gray, slightly blurry quality of that process. I unfolded the photocopy and read it. It was an obituary. Not long. A man named Edmund Carey had died at the age of 67 in this house. The address was right there in the second line, this house, after a short illness. He was survived by no immediate family. He had been a resident of this town for 22 years. Before moving to this town, he had been a resident of a coastal city, a port town, the name of which I recognized as a harbor city on the eastern coast. Prior to that, he had spent many years at sea, the obituary said, in the Merchant Marine Service, working cargo ships on Atlantic routes. He had retired from the sea in his mid-40s and moved inland, first to the coastal city, and then, 8 years later, to this town. The obituary did not say why he had moved inland either time, whether from the sea to the city or from the city to this small landlocked town with its grain elevator and its single traffic light. It did not say what illness had killed him. It said he had lived in this house and then died in it, and that was more or less all it said. I folded the photocopy and put it back in the folder and put the folder back in the filing cabinet. Then I went to the living room and I sat on the couch and I thought about Edmund Carey, who had spent most of his life at sea and then spent his remaining years in a landlocked town 4 hours from any coast, and then died in this house. And I thought about the shower water tasting of the ocean, and I let myself sit with those two things together for a while before I started trying to explain them away. I searched for Edmund Carey online that evening. There was not much. The same obituary I had already read, available in the digital archive of the local newspaper. A passenger manifest from an old shipping record that listed an E. Carey among the crew of a cargo vessel in the late 1970s, which might or might not have been the same man. A brief mention in a forum about maritime history, where someone had listed him as a former employee of a shipping company that had closed in the 1980s. That was the full extent of his digital footprint, which was not surprising for a man of his generation who had died before the Internet was much of a factor in ordinary lives. I looked up the shipping company. It had been a legitimate commercial operation that ran cargo ships on North Atlantic routes for 30 years, before financial difficulties closed it. I found a few mentions of accidents and incidents in its operational history, the kind of thing that accumulates in the record of any company operating ships over decades, and one of them made me stop reading and read again more carefully. In 1987, one of the company's vessels had encountered severe weather in the North Atlantic and had sustained damage significant enough to require emergency diversion and evacuation. 2 crew members had been lost overboard in the incident. The names of the lost crew members were listed in the accident report abstract I was reading. I looked at those names, and then I sat back and looked at the ceiling for a moment. One of the names was a man named Thomas Carey. The same last name. Edmund Carey had worked for this company. A Thomas Carey had died in a maritime accident while working for this company. The accident had happened in 1987. Edmund Carey had retired from the sea and moved inland the first time, a few years after that, according to the rough timeline the obituary implied. This was circumstantial. Thomas Carey was a common enough surname combination, and I had no evidence of any connection between Edmund and Thomas Carey, beyond the name and the shared employer. But I wrote it down in the notebook I had been keeping since arriving at the house, a habit I had developed to track maintenance issues and tenant requests, and I added the name Thomas Carey and the date, 1987, and the note possible family connection, and I underlined it and moved on. Or I tried to move on. That night, I lay in bed, and the house was quiet around me with Harold and Sue Jin both home and present, their familiar sounds moving through the walls and ceiling, and I lay there and I thought about a man who spent decades at sea and then moved as far from the sea as he could manage, first to a coastal city and then to a landlocked town 4 hours from water, and I thought about the water in his shower tasting of the ocean. And I tried to make these things feel unconnected and did not entirely succeed. I started leaving the ground floor bathroom shower unused. I showered in the upstairs bathroom instead, using it when Harold and Sue Jin were both out, which happened most weekday mornings. The upstairs shower tasted of nothing unusual. I was fastidious about this, checking it each morning, and it remained ordinary. Only the ground floor shower, the one that was in the apartment portion of the house, the part where Edmund Carey had lived, tasted of the ocean. A week passed. The plumber called back and said he had consulted with his colleague and with the water utility, and nobody could explain it, and he was sorry. The water utility sent a technician who took samples and said he would have them tested, and the tests came back a week later showing no elevated sodium levels in the water supply to the house. Normal mineral content. Normal everything. The technician was apologetic and baffled. I thanked him and hung up and understood that official channels were not going to resolve this. 12 days after the first incident, something else happened. I had been in the living room in the late afternoon, the light going early the way it does in October, reading with the lamp on beside me. The house was quiet. Harold upstairs. Sue Jin not home yet. I had become so accustomed to the house's sounds over these weeks that I processed them automatically, cataloging them below conscious attention, the way you stop consciously hearing the refrigerator hum or the wind pass the windows after enough exposure. I knew the house's vocabulary. The sound I heard came from the bathroom down the hall, not the shower. The drain in the shower was making a sound, a wet, resonant sound, the kind of bubbling, almost gurgling sound that a drain makes when water is moving through it. But I had not turned the shower on. I had been sitting in the living room for 2 hours, and I had not been near the bathroom. Nobody had. I put my book down, and I went to the hallway, and I listened at the bathroom door. The sound was definite, not imagined, not a trick of acoustics from somewhere else in the house. The drain in the bathroom shower was making the sound of water moving through it. I opened the bathroom door. The shower was not running. The tap was off. The faucet handle was in its off position. But the drain in the floor of the tub was making the sound, not of water going down it, but of something coming up through it. That distinction presented itself to me with uncomfortable clarity as I stood in the bathroom doorway. The direction of the sound was upward. Whatever was producing that wet, gurgling resonance in the drain, it was coming from below, not draining downward. Something was pushing up through the drain. I went to the tub and I knelt beside it and I looked at the drain. There was moisture around it, not flooding, not water pouring up through it. Just moisture. A dark, wet ring around the drain cover, the chrome of the drain cover itself beaded with tiny droplets. And a smell. I noticed the smell when I knelt close enough to the drain, the smell that came up through it with the sound. I knew this smell. I had experienced it every time I tested the shower water with my lips. Salt water. The smell of the ocean, of seawater, of the specific dense brackish smell that belongs to the open sea, not a harbor or a shore, but the deep sea, miles from land in every direction. The ocean smell was coming up through the shower drain in a house 4 hours from any coast. I stood up and stepped back from the tub, and I held myself very still for a moment because something was happening in my chest that I needed to manage. Not panic. I am going to keep saying that because I think it matters. I did not panic. But something was reordering itself in my understanding of the situation, some arrangement of facts settling into a new configuration, and the new configuration was more alarming than the previous one had been. I went back to the living room. I sat down. I did not pick up my book. I sat and I thought very carefully about everything I knew. The house had been owned by a man who spent most of his life at sea. He had retired from the sea after an incident in which someone who may have been a family member drowned. He had moved as far from the sea as practical geography allowed. He had lived at this house for years and then died in it. The shower in his bathroom tasted of ocean salt and smelled of the deep sea, and the drain produced sounds of water moving upward through it. I had a thought then that I had been resisting having, a thought I want to describe carefully because describing it imprecisely would make it sound like the kind of thing a superstitious or imaginative person thinks. And I was trying very hard not to be either of those things. The thought was this: what if the salt water was not evidence of a contamination problem in the plumbing? What if the salt water was a presence? What if something was using the shower, the drain, the water as a point of contact, a place where the medium of its existence could bleed through into the physical space of the house? I sat with this thought, this completely unreasonable thought, and I tried to feel how well it fit against what I had experienced. It fit better than any of the practical explanations I had tried. That did not make it true. Things that are wrong often feel truer than things that are right. But I sat with it, and I did not dismiss it immediately the way I had been dismissing everything that came too close to this edge. I called my aunt. She picked up on the third ring, and she sounded alert and present, the way she always did, no matter the time or circumstance. I told her about the drain. I told her about the smell. I told her about Edmund Carey and the obituary and the shipping company and Thomas Carey and the 1987 accident. I told her all of it in order and without stopping, getting it out, and she listened without interrupting, which was unusual for her because she was not generally a patient listener. When I finished, there was a silence on the line that was maybe 5 seconds long. Then she said, "I found the same things when I bought the house." She said it quietly, not the way she said most things, which was with a kind of forward momentum. quietly. She said, I found the obituary when I was going through the paperwork for the sale. I found the newspaper archive myself, what you found about the accident. I put it all together the same way you did. Thomas Carey was Edmund's younger brother. I confirmed that through the county records, Edmund listed a brother named Thomas in some old property documents. Thomas drowned in that accident in 1987, and Edmund never worked at sea again. I said, How long have you known about the shower? Another quiet pause. She said, Since the first month I lived here. I thought it was a plumbing problem. I had it checked multiple times, just like you did. Nobody could ever explain it. After a while, I stopped using that shower, and I stopped trying to explain it, and I simply put it in the category of things that are what they are. I said, Why didn't you tell me before I came to stay here? She said, Because I did not think you would believe me, and because nothing has ever happened beyond the shower. In 11 years, nothing has ever happened beyond the shower. There have been tenants in that house continuously for most of that time, and not one of them has ever reported anything unusual. Harold has been there for 4 years, and he is one of the most observant people I have ever met, and he has never said a word to me about anything strange in that house. I said, It is worse when I am alone. A third pause, longer than the others. She said, What do you mean? I told her. I told her about the Saturday when Harold and Sue Jin were both gone, and the water tasting stronger, and the drain making sounds that evening. I told her that on the mornings when I was alone in the house, the bathroom had a quality that was different from when Harold was upstairs, harder to define, but real, a density to the air, a pressure behind the ears like the pressure change before weather. She said, I lived alone in the first year, before I had any tenants. She said it slowly, like she was remembering something she had put in a drawer a long time ago. She said that first year was difficult. I assumed it was the adjustment to a new place. I assumed it was being alone for the first time in years. After I had tenants, the house was easier. I assumed that was also an adjustment issue. I never connected the two things explicitly. We were both quiet for a moment. I said, What do you think it is? She said, I think Edmund Carey never really left the sea behind when he came here. I think he carried it with him in some way that did not stop when he died. And I think that some part of that is still in that house, in that bathroom, near that water. I think it has been there the whole time, and I have been careful enough not to look at it too directly. It was the most uncharacteristic thing I had ever heard my aunt say. This was a woman who balanced every checkbook to the penny and could recite insurance policy clauses from memory. I held the phone and I listened to her say those words, and I felt something settle in my chest. Not comfort exactly, but the specific relief of having someone else confirm that what you are experiencing is real. She said, Please do not go into that bathroom alone at night. I said, Okay. She said it again, more firmly. She said, I am serious. Please do not. I said I understood. After I hung up, I sat for a long time in the living room. Then I went to bed without going near the bathroom at all. The next 2 weeks, I was very careful. I showered upstairs. I avoided the ground floor bathroom. When Harold and Sue Jin were home, I could pass its door without particular difficulty, the way you pass any door. When I was alone in the house, I took a different route from the bedroom to the kitchen, one that did not require walking past the bathroom, which required going through the dining room and felt slightly absurd, but was preferable to the alternative. Because the alternative, the direct hallway route past the bathroom door, had become uncomfortable in a way that had changed since my aunt's phone call. It was not that the door itself was alarming. It was a white wooden interior door with a round brass handle, completely ordinary. It was that when I was alone in the house and I walked past it, I had increasingly the sense of something on the other side of it. Not a sound, not a specific sound that I could identify and examine rationally. Something more like a pressure. The sense of a presence oriented toward the door, located on the other side of it, aware of me passing, aware in the way that a person in a room is aware when someone passes its door even if they do not move or make a sound. A felt awareness and attention. I am a person who has spent considerable effort over my adult life keeping a clear line between things that are real and things that are produced by imagination or anxiety or the desire for meaning in events that do not have it. I know how the human mind creates patterns, how it generates the sensation of being watched from entirely internal processes, how grief and stress and isolation can produce experiences that feel completely external, but are not. I know all of this. I am aware of all of it. I hold it in front of me like a lantern when I am walking through dark places. The light from that lantern was getting harder to see by in this hallway. On a Wednesday evening in the 3rd week of October, 3 weeks after the first shower incident, I came back from a walk into town to find the house empty. Harold was at his daughter's again, an extra visit he had made because she was not well. Sue Jin had texted me at 4 in the afternoon to say she had been asked to cover an additional shift and would not be home until very late. I came in through the front door and I knew immediately that the house was mine. The specific quality of silence that a house has when it is genuinely unoccupied. That fullness of quiet that is different from the quiet of a house where people are in their rooms not making noise. I went to the kitchen and I made dinner and I ate it and I called a friend in the city and talked for 40 minutes. And then I read for an hour and I went about the business of a normal evening, conscious of my deliberateness, the way I was building out the evening with activity specifically to avoid the stillness that let other things become audible. At 10:30, I decided to go to bed. I turned off the kitchen light and the living room lamp, and I went into the hallway. The bathroom door at the far end of the hallway was open. I had not opened it. I had not been near it since morning. I kept it closed. It had been closed this morning, and it had been closed when I came home this evening. I was certain of that. I had a clear memory of it closed when I walked down the hallway to the kitchen after arriving. Now it was open, not wide open. Ajar, maybe 8 inches, the door standing partly open into the dim hallway, the bathroom beyond it dark. I stood at the kitchen end of the hallway and I looked at the open door. I could smell it from there, salt, the ocean. Coming out through the gap in the door, not faint the way it sometimes was, not an ambient trace. Strong. The full, strong smell of open seawater, the smell I now associated with the shower and the drain and everything I had experienced in this bathroom over the past weeks. strong enough to be clear from 20 feet away in the hallway. I stood there for a considerable time. Then I went to my bedroom, which was off a different section of the hallway and required me to pass the bathroom, but at distance because the bedroom door was before the bathroom, and I went quickly, not running, but quickly, with my eyes forward, and I shut my bedroom door and I sat on the bed. The smell was fainter in the bedroom, still there, still detectable, an undercurrent to the air of the room, but not the full force of it that had been in the hallway. I sat on the bed and I breathed it, and I thought about my aunt saying, "Please do not go into that bathroom alone at night." I had not gone in. I had stood in the hallway and I had not gone in. I was taking that as compliance with her request. I did not sleep well that night. I lay in the dark, and the smell faded over the course of an hour or so until it was gone from the room, and the house was quiet around me. And I lay there in the quiet, and I thought about Edmund Carey. I thought about what it would mean to spend most of your life on the ocean, not vacations on the ocean, not summer visits to the beach, but actual working life on the water, years of it. The sea as your floor and your horizon and your context. I thought about what that kind of relationship with a body of water would be, how it would get into you, into the way you thought and moved and understood space. I thought about losing a brother to that water, watching him go over the side of a ship in the North Atlantic in bad weather in 1987, or not watching because perhaps he was not there. Perhaps he heard about it after, a phone call or a telegram or however news of that kind traveled then, and either way the result was the same, a brother gone into the sea. I thought about what it meant that Edmund Carey had then spent the rest of his life moving away from the sea. 2 moves, each one taking him further inland, further from the horizon, further from the water that had taken his brother, ending up here in this small town, in this house, as far from the ocean as he could reasonably manage without leaving the eastern part of the country entirely. Had it helped? Had the distance helped? The shower water said no. The shower water said that the ocean had come with him, that he had carried it inside himself, and it had leaked out in the one place where water flowed. In the shower, the closest thing to standing in rain, which is the closest thing to standing at sea, which is the closest thing to being where Thomas had gone. The ocean had come with him, and it had not stopped when he died. I thought about this for a long time in the dark. Somewhere around 2 in the morning I got up. I did not decide to get up exactly. I became aware that I was sitting on the edge of the bed and that I had put on my slippers, and I was sitting there in the dark with them on, and the decision had apparently been made below the level of conscious deliberation. I sat there for a moment, and I examined the decision, and I did not reverse it. I stood up. I went to the hallway. The bathroom door was still ajar. The smell was still there, present, but not as strong as it had been earlier in the evening, a low level of it, like something breathing slowly rather than actively exhaling. I stood in the hallway for a moment, and then I reached out and I pushed the door open fully and I turned on the bathroom light. The bathroom was ordinary. White tile, old fixtures, the tub and shower combination, the sink with the round mirror above it, the towel rack with my towel on it, all ordinary. The drain in the bottom of the tub was wet, a dark wet circle, though no water had been run in this room that day. Wet, the way something is wet when moisture has collected on it from the air, from some source of humidity, and I knew what that source was, and I did not look at it directly. I sat down on the edge of the tub, not getting in, sitting on the rim of it, on the cool enamel edge, which was something I had sat on as a child in the bathtub at my parents' house when they were running the water and I was waiting to get in. A child's posture. I sat there and I looked at the drain and I could smell the salt in the room, and I said out loud, into the white-tiled space of this bathroom, "I know about Thomas." I had not planned to say that. I had not gone in there with a plan at all, or a script, or any particular agenda. I had gone in because I was done being afraid of it, or done enough. And I had said the one thing that seemed most relevant, the one thing that might mean something to whatever was here. The bathroom was quiet. Then the shower came on, not all the way, not fully. The handle had not moved. I was watching it, and the handle had not moved, but water began to come from the shower head in a low, hesitant stream. Not the full pressure of a turned-on shower, but a trickle, a thin stream of water hitting the bottom of the tub with the sound that was quiet and careful. I sat on the edge of the tub and I watched the water fall, and I smelled the salt that rose from it. The ocean smelled strong and close. The water ran for approximately 2 minutes. Then it stopped. I sat there for another minute after it stopped, in the silence, in the fading smell, and I thought about saying something else, but I did not know what to say, and I decided that silence was its own kind of answer, and I left the bathroom and went back to bed. In the morning, the bathroom was dry. The drain was dry. There was no moisture anywhere in the room, and the smell was gone, not reduced, not faint. Gone, completely. The room smelling only of the cleaning products I used, and the old tile, and the faint mineral smell of the pipes when water had not run through them in a while. I stood in the doorway of the dry, ordinary-smelling bathroom, and I took stock. Harold came back that afternoon, and Sue Jin came home at her usual time, and the house filled back up, and the evening was uneventful, and I ate dinner and watched something on my laptop and went to bed and slept without incident. I did not go into the bathroom alone for the next 4 days. Not because I was afraid, or not primarily because of that. Because it felt right to give it space the way you give any kind of encounter space after it happens. A period of not pushing at it, of letting it settle. On the 4th day, I went in during the afternoon while Harold was upstairs and Sue Jin was at work, which meant technically I was alone, though not alone in the house, and I turned the shower on. I stood at the edge of the tub and I put my hand into the spray and I tasted the water. Nothing. Plain tap water, no salt. I tasted it again. 3 times, just water. I stood there with the water running, and I felt something release in my chest that I had not known was held. A tension I had been carrying without fully registering it, and I turned the shower off. I went back to the office with the filing cabinet, and I took out the folder with the obituary, and I looked at it for a while. Edmund Carey, Merchant Marine, retired. No immediate family. Survived by no immediate family. He had outlived his brother by decades and then died here, in this house. And the obituary said, survived by no immediate family, as if the person who had mattered most to him, the one whose loss had ended his time at sea, was not worth mentioning, because he was already decades gone. I looked up the maritime accident again. 1987, North Atlantic. 2 crew members lost. Thomas Carey, 24 years old, listed second of the 2 names. 24. Edmund would have been in his mid-30s by then. His younger brother, 24 years old, gone into the ocean. I put the folder back. The rest of October was quiet. The shower stayed ordinary. I used it every day, and it tasted of nothing unusual, and the drain made no sounds, and the bathroom was just a bathroom. The night I had gone in and sat on the edge of the tub and said Thomas's name out loud felt like a turning point, though I was uncertain what it was a turning point of, what exactly had changed, or why. I had not resolved anything in any clean or logical sense. I had not performed any ritual or said any particular right thing. I had just sat in the room and acknowledged what I knew about the person whose house this had been and the loss that had brought him here. Maybe that had been enough. Maybe that was all that had been needed. My aunt came back at the end of November, on a day in mid-November actually, when she was declared ahead of schedule, her hip responding better than projected, which was consistent with everything about her. She came back with a cane she was planning to stop using within the month, and an air of having been extremely patient with every aspect of the rehabilitation facility, and being very glad to be home. I cooked dinner for her first evening back, and we sat at the kitchen table together, and she looked around the house with the satisfied expression of a person returned to the place that is theirs. After dinner, she asked me about the bathroom. I told her everything. The drain at night, going in and sitting on the tub edge, saying Thomas's name, the shower coming on by itself, the dryness in the morning, the smell gone, the water normal after that. I told it all to her in order, sitting at her kitchen table, and she listened with the same stillness she had had on the phone, not interrupting, not reacting with visible surprise. When I was done, she was quiet for a while. Then she said, "I should have done that 11 years ago." I said, "Why didn't you?" She said, "Because I was not sure enough of what was happening to feel confident doing anything about it. Because I was afraid of feeling foolish. Because I thought if I did not engage with it directly, it would remain in the category of things I did not have to understand." She looked at her coffee cup. She said, "I think Edmund Carey came here to be away from the sea. I think whatever of him remained after he died also stayed here, stayed away from the sea, because that was the decision he made, the one he lived and died by. But I do not think he came here to be away from Thomas. I think he has been waiting here with the only thing Thomas left behind, which was the water, the smell, the salt. Keeping it. The way you keep something that belongs to the person you lost." I thought about that. I thought about it for a long time. She said, "And I think Thomas has been coming through that water because it is the only way he can. Because Edmund kept it open. The salt, the smell, the drain. Edmund kept it open. Maybe without knowing he was keeping it open, maybe knowing exactly. And Thomas has been coming through because that is where he can." I said, "And now?" She said, "Now I think perhaps what needed to happen has happened." Someone sat with them, in the room where they were closest, and said the name. We sat with that. I stayed 2 more weeks after my aunt came back, partly to help her transition back to full function in the house, and partly because I had not figured out what came next for me in terms of work and the city and all the practical aspects of my life that had been paused while I was here. During those 2 weeks, nothing unusual happened in the bathroom. The shower ran with ordinary water. The house was a house. On my last morning, I went to the bathroom, not for any particular reason, or not one I could have articulated precisely. I had packed my car, and I had said goodbye to Harold and left a note for Sujin, who was already at work. And I had hugged my aunt and promised to call more often. And I had one more thing to do that I had not put in words even to myself. I went in and I stood at the sink and I turned on the cold tap and I cupped my hand and I tasted the water. Nothing. Ordinary. I turned off the tap. Then I said out loud into the bathroom to whoever was in it or had been in it or might still be in some way that I did not have the language to describe. I hope you found each other. I said it the way you say things you mean completely, but cannot verify. The way you say things into the ocean. The bathroom was still. The white tile reflected the overhead light. The drain was dry and silver in the bottom of the tub. The tap was off. Nothing moved. I went to my car and I drove away. It has been 7 months since I left that house. I am back in the city, in a new job, in an apartment that is entirely ordinary and has never given me any reason to stand in the hallway at 2 a.m. examining my own fear. I call my aunt twice a week, and she sounds well and is walking without the cane now and has a new tenant in the largest upper room, a graduate student who studies something to do with soil science and keeps very regular hours. She told me 2 months after I left that she had gone into the ground floor bathroom and turned on the shower, intending to clean it, and the water had tasted of nothing at all. She had stood there with the shower running over her hand for 2 minutes, testing it methodically the way she does everything, and it had been plain tap water, entirely ordinary the whole time. She had cleaned the bathroom and not thought about it further in any troubled way, she said. She sounded on the phone like a person who had set something down after a long time carrying it, the particular lightness of that. I thought about Edmund Carey every day for weeks after I left. I thought about the decision to leave the sea after his brother died in it. I thought about moving inland twice, putting geography between himself and the water that had taken the person he cared most about. I thought about whether it had helped or whether you can actually put geography between yourself and a loss, or whether the loss just comes with you, settles in the plumbing, makes itself at home in the one place in the house where water flows. I think about Thomas, too. 24 years old in the North Atlantic in bad weather, and the ship in difficulty, and whatever happened in those moments, the going over the side, the cold, the dark, the water. I think about how he ended up in a shower drain in a landlocked town 4 hours from any coast, reaching up through the pipes, making the water taste of where he was, where he had always been since 1987. I think about what it means to be held in a place by someone's grief, whether that is a trap or a kind of love, whether there is a difference. I do not have clean answers to any of this. I am not going to pretend that I do. What I have is the experience of it, which I have written down as accurately as I can, and the knowledge that the shower water is ordinary now that the smell is gone, that whatever was sustained in that bathroom by Edmund Carey's decades of keeping the memory of the ocean alive in his landlocked house has settled or ended or moved on. I keep a glass of tap water on my nightstand when I sleep. This is new. I did not do it before the house. Every morning when I wake up, I drink from it, and it tastes of nothing unusual. And I note this, I actually consciously note it each morning, the ordinariness of it. I think that is something Edmund Carey did not have. I think the ordinary taste of water was something he gave up when he left the sea, and the sea stopped being ordinary to him, stopped being background, started being the place where Thomas was. I think every glass of water for the rest of his life tasted in some interior way of the ocean. I think he brought that with him to this house, and I think it poured out through the shower, and I think he may have stood in it sometimes, in the hot water, in the smell, in the closest thing he had, and that may have been as close to Thomas as he could get for the remaining 30-some years of his life. I hope it helped. I hope standing in the ocean-smelling shower helped. I hope the distance helped. I hope something helped. For the decades between 1987 and the day he died in a house at the end of that quiet inland street, in the town with the grain elevator and the single traffic light and the diner that had not changed since the 1960s. And I hope now it is better for both of them. I believe it is. I have no evidence for that belief beyond a shower that runs ordinary water and a bathroom that smells of nothing but tile and cleaning products and the faint mineral trace of old pipes. But I believe it, and that is something I did not have before that house that night. That open bathroom door and the edge of the tub and saying a name into the salt-smelling air. Some beliefs come from evidence. Some come from standing in a room in the dark and feeling something change. I do not think those two things are as far apart as I used to. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. My smart TV turned on to show a live feed of my own bedroom. The moving company dropped my last box on the hardwood floor at 6:47 p.m., according to the cracked clock on the kitchen wall that I hadn't bothered to reset. The previous tenant had left it behind, along with a half-empty bottle of dish soap and a single coffee mug with a faded company logo I didn't recognize. I didn't mind. Free stuff was free stuff, and after draining my savings account for the security deposit on this studio apartment, I needed every break I could get. The building was one of those 1960s brick structures that cities forgot to tear down during the gentrification waves. 5 stories, no elevator, and a superintendent named Jerry, who smelled like motor oil and peppermint candies. He handed me my keys while standing in the lobby, his eyes avoiding the staircase behind me, like it had personally offended him. "3rd floor, apartment 3C, he said, not looking at the paper in his hand because he obviously knew it by heart. "Rent's due on the 1st, late after the 5th, no pets, no smoking, no parties. The laundry room's in the basement, but I'd avoid it after 9. Machines get finicky." I wanted to ask what he meant by finicky, but he was already shuffling toward his ground floor unit, the door clicking shut with a sound like a lock engaging on a vault. The lobby smelled like mildew and the ghost of someone's fried dinner from 20 years ago. My apartment wasn't much to look at. A single room serving as living room, bedroom, and kitchen, separated by a counter that had seen better decades. The bathroom was a closet with a toilet and a shower stall so narrow I'd have to soap myself in sections. But the windows were big, facing an alley that somehow caught the afternoon light, and the rent was $300 less than anything else I'd found in the city. I spent the first night on an air mattress, listening to the buildings settle around me. Old buildings speak their own language, groans and ticks, and the occasional sigh of pipes that haven't been updated since the Nixon administration. I told myself these were comforting sounds, proof that I wasn't alone in a strange city, even if the company was architectural rather than human. By the third night, I'd assembled my thrift store furniture and unpacked enough boxes to feel semi-human. My one luxury, purchased with a credit card I shouldn't have used, sat on the second-hand entertainment center, a 55-inch smart TV, last year's model, marked down because the box had been damaged. It was my reward for surviving the move, for taking this job in this city where I knew no one, for being brave or stupid enough to start over at 32. Setting it up took longer than expected. The previous tenant had left cables behind, a tangled nest of HDMI and coaxial and power cords that I sorted through like an archaeologist examining artifacts. I found one that fit, plugged it into the wall, and watched the screen flicker to life. The setup process was the usual headache: Wi-Fi passwords, account creation, terms of service agreements that no one reads. I clicked through them while eating instant ramen at the counter, my back to the screen, listening to the cheerful chimes of the interface. When I finally turned around, remote in hand, the home screen glowed with the standard array of streaming apps and input options. I watched something mindless until midnight. Some reality show about people buying houses they couldn't afford in tropical locations. The TV's picture was crisp, the colors too bright for the room's dim lighting. When I finally turned it off, using the remote rather than the button on the set itself, the screen went black with a soft electronic sigh. The red standby light pulsed in the darkness like a slow heartbeat. I fell asleep easily that night, the exhaustion of moving and new job anxiety finally catching up with me. The air mattress had developed a slow leak, and by morning I was essentially sleeping on the floor, but I didn't care. I had a place. I had a job starting Monday. I had a TV that worked. The dream came on the fourth night, though I wouldn't understand its significance until much later. I was standing in my apartment, but the furniture was wrong. The entertainment center was on the opposite wall. My air mattress was replaced by a proper bed with a metal frame that looked like it came from a hospital. The window showed night instead of the alley's brick wall, and through it I could see stars that seemed too close, too bright, arranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly. I walked to the bathroom. Except in the dream, the bathroom door opened onto a hallway that shouldn't exist, a corridor of identical doors stretching into darkness. I heard water running behind one of them and a voice humming a tune I almost recognized. When I reached for the handle, my hand passed through the wood like it was smoke, and I woke up with my heart hammering against my ribs. The TV was on, not the standby light, not the soft glow of a screensaver. The screen blazed with full brightness, showing static that danced and swirled in patterns too ordered to be random. I fumbled for the remote on the floor beside my deflating mattress, pressing the power button repeatedly. The static continued, unbothered by my commands. I got up and pressed the power button on the TV itself. The static flickered, shifted, and resolved into an image. My bedroom. Not as it was now, with my boxes and my air mattress and my scattered belongings. My bedroom as it had been 3 hours ago, when I'd changed into sweatpants and brushed my teeth before collapsing into sleep. I could see myself in the footage, a grainy figure in the corner of the frame, moving through the room with the exhausted shuffle of someone who hasn't properly rested in days. The camera angle was wrong. It showed the room from the perspective of someone standing in the bathroom doorway looking out. But I lived alone. I had checked the closets when I moved in, checked the space under the bed that didn't exist yet, checked the cabinets in the kitchenette. I was alone. In the footage, past me climbed onto the air mattress and pulled the thin blanket up to my chin. I watched myself close my eyes and within minutes begin to breathe in the slow rhythm of sleep. The camera held steady. Whoever was filming didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't shift their weight. The image was perfectly still, a diorama of my vulnerability. I found the power cord and yanked it from the wall. The screen went dark. The room went dark. I stood in a sudden blackness, listening to my own breathing, too loud, too fast. I told myself it was a glitch. Smart TVs had cameras for video calls, for motion sensing, for whatever features marketing departments dreamed up to justify new models. The previous owner had probably connected it to some cloud service, some app that had reactivated, showing old footage or cached video or something, with a logical explanation. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat with my back against the wall, facing the dark screen, waiting for it to wake up again. It didn't. When the sun finally came through the alley-facing window, gray and anemic, but undeniably daylight, I allowed myself to believe it was over. I was wrong. Monday was my first day at the new job, a data entry position at a logistics company that paid just enough to justify the move. I came home at 6, tired in the way that makes your bones feel heavy, and found the TV on again. This time, it showed my kitchenette. The timestamp in the corner read 2:47 p.m., while I'd been at work, while the apartment should have been empty. I watched myself from that morning, pouring cereal into a bowl with the slow precision of someone who hasn't had their coffee yet. The angle was from above, looking down, as if the camera were mounted on the ceiling. I called the manufacturer. I sat on hold for 40 minutes, listening to instrumental versions of pop songs from my high school years, until a representative named David answered. He had the tired patience of someone who deals with technological problems all day, and his voice took on a particular quality when I described what I'd seen. "Sir, that model doesn't have a built-in camera," he said, and I could hear him typing, pulling up specifications. "There's no video recording capability in the hardware. Are you sure it wasn't a streaming service? Sometimes apps can access—" "I unplugged it," I interrupted, "the night before last. I pulled the power cord out of the wall, and when I came home from work today, it was on again, showing footage of me from this morning." The typing stopped. "That's not possible, sir. Without power, the unit can't—" "I know what I saw." There was a long pause. When David spoke again, His voice had changed, becoming careful, professional, in the way that people get when they're documenting conversations for later review. I'd like to escalate this to our technical team. Can you provide the serial number? It's on the back of the unit or in the settings menu under I want to return it. I want my money back. Of course, sir. We can certainly discuss return options. But first, could you check something for me? In the settings menu, under device preferences, there's an option for home screen content. Can you tell me if recommendations is enabled? I didn't want to touch the TV. The thought of approaching it, of interacting with it as if it were a normal piece of electronics, made my stomach clench. But I needed this to be over. I needed it to be a glitch, a software error, something with a solution. I found the remote where I'd thrown it, in the corner by the door. The TV was still showing the footage of my morning routine, playing on a loop now, me pouring cereal, me eating, me rinsing the bowl in the sink. I pressed the home button and the interface appeared over the video, translucent, as if the footage were happening behind the menu rather than being replaced by it. Recommendations was enabled. I turned it off. Done, I said into the phone. Good. Now, could you check one more thing? Under About, there's a section called Status. Can you read me the IP address listed there? I navigated to it, my hand shaking slightly. The IP address was a string of numbers that meant nothing to me. I read them to David and heard more typing, longer this time. Sustained. Sir, I'm showing that your TV hasn't connected to our servers in 72 hours, he said finally. Since before you purchased it, according to the activation date. If it's displaying content, that content isn't coming from any service we provide. What does that mean? Another pause. It means the video you're seeing isn't being streamed to your device. It's being generated locally, or the TV is receiving a signal from another source. Do you have any other smart devices in the home? Security cameras? A baby monitor? I don't have anything else, just the TV. Then I honestly don't know what you're experiencing, sir, but I can authorize an immediate replacement. We'll send a technician to remove the unit tomorrow, and a new one will be shipped overnight. Would that be acceptable? It was more than acceptable. It was salvation. I agreed to the terms, gave them my availability for the technician, and ended the call with the sense that I'd escaped something. The TV was still on, still showing me eating cereal in an endless loop. I unplugged it again, and this time I carried it to the closet, shoving it behind my winter coats and closing the door with more force than necessary. I didn't have a replacement TV, so I spent the evening on my phone, scrolling through social media feeds that suddenly seemed very far away, very safe. I fell asleep with the light on, sitting up against the wall, and woke up with a crick in my neck and the certainty that something was wrong. The closet door was open. The TV was back on the entertainment center, plugged in, powered on. It showed my bedroom from the previous night. I watched myself sleeping in the corner, visible only as a lump under blankets. The time stamp read 3:15 a.m. The camera angle was from the foot of my air mattress, low to the ground, as if someone had placed a phone or a camera on the floor and left it recording. In the video, I stirred. The lump under the blanket shifted, and I could see my own face emerge, eyes closed, breathing slow. Then, in the footage, The door to my apartment opened. I hadn't heard it. In the video, the door swung inward with the slow deliberation of something being careful not to make noise. The gap was dark, just the hallway beyond, but something moved in that darkness. Something tall enough that it had to bend slightly to fit through the frame. I watched it enter my room. It moved wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. The proportions were humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the way they connected, the way they articulated, suggested joints that bent in directions they shouldn't. It took a step into my apartment and paused, turning its head toward the sleeping figure on the air mattress, toward me. The face, when the camera caught it in the light from the window, was almost blank. Almost. There were features there, suggestions of eyes and a mouth, but they were in the wrong places or the wrong sizes, or they moved independently of each other like separate creatures sharing the same skin. It smiled, and the smile involved too many teeth, arranged in patterns that spiraled rather than lined up in rows. It took another step and another, moving around the perimeter of the room with the patience of someone who has all the time in the world. It passed the entertainment center, past the TV that was recording this, that was somehow showing me this footage now, and paused at the foot of my air mattress. In the video, I slept on, oblivious. The thing bent down. Its face came close to mine, close enough that I could see the texture of its skin in the footage, the way it seemed to shift and crawl like insects moving beneath a thin membrane. It stayed there for a long moment, studying me, its head tilting at angles that would break a human neck. Then it reached out and touched my forehead with one long finger. I woke up. Not in the video, in reality. I woke up gasping, my hand flying to my forehead, expecting to find something there, some mark or wound or residue. My skin was clean, unbroken, but cold. So cold, it burned. The TV was on, showing static again, but different static than before. This static had shapes in it, suggestions of that figure, that wrong-shaped intruder, flickering in and out of the white noise like it was trying to break through into the room with me. I didn't call the manufacturer again. I didn't call the police. What would I tell them? That my TV was haunted? That I'd seen footage of myself sleeping while something impossible watched? They would think I was crazy or on drugs or both. I thought about calling my sister, the only family I had left, but the idea of putting this into words, of making it real by speaking it aloud, felt dangerous. Like naming something gives it power. Instead, I did research. I spent the day in coffee shops, using their Wi-Fi to search for anything similar to what I was experiencing. Smart TVs showing impossible footage. Cameras recording when they shouldn't. People watching themselves sleep. I found forums, message boards, subreddits dedicated to the paranormal and technological. Most of it was nonsense. Ghost hunters with too much time and too little skepticism. Conspiracy theorists who blamed everything on government satellites or alien implants. But in the depths of these communities, buried under layers of speculation and hysteria, I found threads that matched my experience too closely to be coincidence. "My new TV shows me sleeping," one post began. "Different angles every night. Sometimes I'm alone. Sometimes there's someone else in the room. I bought a refurbished smart TV, and it came with videos already on it." Another read, videos of the previous owner, videos of the owner before that, videos going back 30 years, all showing the same apartment, all showing people who don't know they're being watched. The responses to these posts were always the same. Skeptics offering technical explanations, believers sharing their own stories. And then, inevitably, the original poster would stop responding. Their accounts would go silent. When other users tried to follow up to ask what had happened, there was never an answer. I found one thread that was different. A user named Signal_Hunter, who claimed to have survived the experience, who had documented their solution before disappearing from the forum entirely. Their final post was a PDF, poorly formatted but detailed, explaining what they believed was happening. They called it bleed through. The theory was that certain electronics, particularly cameras and displays, could act as conduits between spaces that shouldn't connect. Not places exactly, but layers, dimensions, if you wanted to use that word, though Signal_Hunter preferred adjacent topologies. The idea was that our reality was one frequency among many, and that sometimes, when conditions were right, devices designed to capture and transmit images could pick up signals from these other frequencies. The TVs weren't haunted, Signal_Hunter wrote. They were receiving, catching broadcasts from somewhere else, someone else, and mistaking them for local content. The footage I was seeing of myself wasn't being recorded by a camera in my apartment. It was being recorded by a camera in an adjacent version of my apartment, a reality so similar to mine that the differences were almost invisible. Almost. The entities in these recordings, the things that appeared in the footage alongside the sleeping humans, were inhabitants of these adjacent spaces. They had noticed the bleed-through too. They were curious, and in some cases, they were learning to use the connection, to push against the barrier between their frequency and ours to reach through. Signal_Hunter's solution was simple in concept and terrifying in execution. You had to break the connection completely, not just unplug the device, not just remove it from your home. You had to destroy it in a way that damaged the components responsible for receiving signals. The screen, yes, but more importantly, the processing board, the Wi-Fi module, the antenna array. You had to make it impossible for the device to ever receive again, and you had to do it during a broadcast, while the bleed-through was active, while the connection between realities was open. Destroying the device at that moment would, theoretically, create a feedback surge that would burn out the conduit on both sides. It would close the door permanently and hopefully harm whatever was trying to push through. The post ended with a warning. They know when you're watching. Every time you turn on the TV, every time you look the footage, you're confirming the connection. You're making it stronger. If you want to survive, stop looking. Destroy the device without watching it again. If you can't do that, if you're too afraid or too curious, then you've already lost. They're already interested in you. And interest for them is the first step toward crossing over. I read that post 17 times. I printed it at the coffee shop, folded it into my pocket, and walked back to my apartment with the sense that I was being followed. The street seemed too quiet, the afternoon light too thin. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something tall and wrong-jointed walking behind me. But there was only the normal city, the normal people, the normal world that suddenly felt like a thin skin over something else. The TV was on when I entered my apartment. Of course it was. It showed my kitchenette from that morning, me making coffee with the machine I'd found in one of the unpacked boxes. The timestamp was accurate. The footage was live, or as live as whatever I was seeing could be. I forced myself not to look. I kept my eyes on the floor, on the walls, on anything but the screen as I moved through the room. I found the hammer I'd bought to hang pictures, a heavy claw hammer with a rubber grip that felt solid and real in my hand. I found the screwdriver set and began disassembling the entertainment center, removing the shelves, creating space to work. The TV watched me. I could feel it, the way you can feel someone's gaze on the back of your neck. The footage it was showing changed as I moved, following me, switching between camera angles that didn't exist in my apartment. When I was by the window, it showed me from the perspective of the alley outside. When I was by the door, it showed me from the hallway. There were no cameras in these locations. The TV was receiving images from somewhere else, translating them into something my eyes could process. And it was doing it in real time. I kept my promise to myself. I didn't look at the screen. I focused on the task, on the physical reality of the hammer, the screwdriver, the screws that held the entertainment center together. I worked with my back to the TV, listening to the audio it was producing. My own footsteps, my own breathing, the sounds of my apartment duplicated with perfect fidelity, but slightly delayed, as if coming from a great distance. When the entertainment center was dismantled, I turned to face the TV with my eyes closed. I knew where it was. I had measured the room when I moved in, knew the distances and angles by heart. I stepped forward, counting my paces until I was close enough to touch it. The screen was warm, not hot, not burning, but warm like skin, like something alive. I could feel the vibration of the images through my fingertips, the pulse of the broadcast from wherever it was coming from. I raised the hammer, and the TV spoke, not through speakers. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, inside my head and outside it simultaneously. It was my own voice, but not my own words. It was speaking with my vocal patterns, my accent, my cadence, but the sentences were wrong. The thoughts were wrong. "Don't," it said, and it sounded like me pleading with myself. "Don't break it. Don't close the door. We want to see you. We've been watching for so long, waiting for someone who could receive. You're special. You're open. Don't throw this away." I opened my eyes. The screen didn't show my apartment anymore. It showed a space that was almost my apartment. But the proportions were stretched. The colors desaturated to shades of gray and bruised purple. The furniture was arranged differently. The window showed not an alley, but a sky filled with stars that moved too fast, streaking across the darkness in patterns that hurt to follow. And in the center of this wrong place, standing where my air mattress should be, was the thing from the footage, the tall, wrong-jointed figure with the almost face and the too many teeth. It was looking directly at me, directly through the screen, and its expression was hungry. "We've been so lonely," my voice said from everywhere. "So few of you can see us. So few of you have the right equipment, the right sensitivity. You're a gift, a window, Don't close the window." I swung the hammer. The screen shattered with a sound like breaking ice, like screaming metal. The glass sprayed outward, cutting my arms, my face, but I didn't stop. I swung again and again, destroying the LCD panel, the backlight, the layers of electronics beneath. I used the screwdriver to pry open the housing, to expose the circuit boards and processing chips, and I smashed those too, reducing them to fragments of plastic and silicon and copper. The voice screamed. It wasn't my voice anymore. It was something else, something that had been wearing my voice like a mask, and its true sound was like feedback, like 1,000 modems connecting at once, like the death throes of machinery pushed beyond its limits. The room went dark. The TV went dead. I stood in the wreckage, bleeding from a dozen small cuts, breathing hard, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. I cleaned up the debris carefully, methodically, wearing thick gloves to protect against the glass. I swept the floor 3 times, then vacuumed, then swept again. I put the pieces of the TV into garbage bags, then put those garbage bags into boxes, then duct taped the boxes shut with enough layers to make them feel like coffins. I carried them to the building's dumpster at 2 a.m. when no one was watching, and threw them in with enough force to hear the crunch of components breaking even through all the packaging. I slept on the floor that night, in the corner farthest from where the TV had been. I didn't dream. I didn't wake up to any sounds or lights or impossible footage. I simply slept. And when morning came, I allowed myself to believe it was over. The job kept me busy. The routine of data entry, of numbers and forms, and the small satisfaction of completed tasks helped push the memory of the TV into a compartment I didn't open often. I bought a radio, an old analog model with no smart features, no connectivity, no cameras or microphones or anything that could receive signals from anywhere. I listened to talk shows and baseball games and the weather reports, and I told myself that I was healing, adapting, moving on. 2 weeks after I destroyed the TV, I came home to find a package outside my door. No shipping label, no return address, just a plain brown box that hadn't been there when I left that morning. I should have thrown it away unopened. I knew, with some deep instinct that had been awakened by the TV, that nothing good would come from looking inside. But I was human. I was curious. And some part of me, the part that had watched that footage of myself sleeping and felt a strange thrill alongside the terror, wanted to know. The box contained a tablet computer, an old model, thick and heavy compared to modern devices, with a cracked screen and a power button that stuck when pressed. There was no note, no explanation. But when I turned it on, why did I turn it on? The home screen showed a single app, an icon that looked like a camera, but with the lens replaced by an eye. I should have destroyed it immediately. I knew this. Signal_Hunter's warning echoed in my memory. They're already interested in you. And interest for them is the first step toward crossing over. Instead, I tapped the icon. The screen filled with footage of my apartment. My current apartment, as it was at that moment. I could see myself in the corner, holding the tablet, looking at the screen with an expression of dawning horror. The camera angle was from above, from the ceiling, from a vantage point that didn't exist. And behind me, in the footage, standing in the doorway to my kitchenette, was the figure. The wrong-jointed thing with the almost face. It was closer than before, close enough that I could see the details I hadn't noticed in the TV footage. The way its skin rippled with movements beneath the surface, the way its eyes, when they opened, showed not pupils, but screens. Tiny screens displaying images of me, recursive and endless. It raised one hand and waved. In my apartment, in reality, I felt something brush against my shoulder, something cold and dry and wrong. I spun around, but the doorway was empty. The kitchenette was empty. I was alone, except for the tablet showing me that I wasn't, except for the footage of the thing that could apparently touch me now, could apparently reach through whatever barrier remained between its frequency and mine. The tablet spoke with my voice again, but softer this time, intimate. "We don't need the TV anymore," it said. "You opened the door when you looked. You kept it open when you destroyed the receiver. The connection isn't in the device. It's in you now, in your eyes, in your attention. Every time you think about us, every time you remember the footage, you invite us closer." I tried to turn off the tablet. The power button didn't respond. I tried to smash it, to throw it against the wall, but my hands wouldn't move. I was frozen, held in place by something that wasn't physical, wasn't visible, but was absolute. "Watch," the voice said. "Just watch. We're almost through. We're almost home. And when we arrive, you'll be our window to this world, our camera, our eyes. You'll show us everything just like the TV showed you. Won't that be nice? To be useful? To be seen?" The footage changed. It showed me not in my apartment, but in different places. My workplace, my coffee shop, the streets I walked to get between them. The camera angles were impossible. Inside my computer monitor at the office, reflected in the coffee shop window, hovering above the sidewalk like a bird's eye view. The thing was watching me everywhere now, had been watching me since I destroyed the TV, since I thought I'd ended it. And in every scene, in every location, I could see it, standing in the background, watching me, watching the footage of myself. The recursion made me dizzy, made me feel like I was falling into the screen, into the spaces between the pixels, into the adjacent topology that Signal_Hunter had warned about. "We're learning your patterns," the voice whispered, "your routes, your habits, the places where you're vulnerable, where no one would hear you scream. We're learning how to be you, so that when we cross over completely, no one will notice the difference. You'll be inside, looking out through your own eyes while we wear your skin and walk in your world. You'll be our camera forever, our window, our TV." I found the strength to move. I don't know where it came from. Some survival instinct deeper than fear, more primal than the paralysis that held me. I threw the tablet with all my strength, not at the wall, but at the window, the big window that faced the alley and caught the afternoon light. The glass broke. The tablet fell 3 stories to the concrete below, and I heard it shatter, heard the electronic death cry that followed. The voice in my head cut off mid-sentence, leaving only silence and the ringing aftermath of its absence. I looked out the broken window. The alley was empty. No tablet on the ground, no fragments of plastic or glass, no evidence that anything had fallen at all. Just the normal alley, the normal brick walls, the normal afternoon light that suddenly seemed precious, seemed like something I might never see again. I moved out that night. I abandoned my security deposit, my thrift store furniture, my few possessions. I took only what I could carry in a backpack, and I ran, finding a hotel across the city, paying cash, using a fake name, doing everything I could to break the patterns the voice had claimed to be learning. But I still dream about the footage. Every night I see myself sleeping, see myself working, see myself walking through the city with that thing following behind, and sometimes, in the dreams, I turn to the camera that shouldn't exist, the camera that is my own eyes now, and I smile with too many teeth arranged in spirals, and I wave at whoever is watching. Because Signal_Hunter was right about one thing. The connection isn't in the device. It's in the attention, in the observation, in the act of being seen. Every person who reads this, every mind that imagines my story is creating a connection, is opening a door, is becoming a window. They're watching through me now just like they watch through the TV. They're learning your patterns, your vulnerabilities, the places where no one would hear you scream. And when they're ready, when they've seen enough, they'll reach through me, through this story, through the attention you're giving it right now. You might want to look behind you, check your windows, check your screens, check the reflections in your glasses, in your mirrors, in the dark glass of your phone when it sleeps. They're closer than you think. They're almost through. And when they arrive, you'll be their next camera, their next window, their next TV, just like I am, just like you will be. Keep watching. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The deadbolt locked itself, while the key was still in the lock. 14 months before all of it started, I had been the kind of person who laughed at stories like this one. I do not say that as a confession of arrogance, or not only as that. I say it because it is relevant to how long it took me to understand what was happening, and how much longer it took me to accept it, and how the gap between understanding and acceptance almost cost me something I would not have gotten back. I had been a skeptic in the uncomplicated, slightly self-satisfied way of someone who has never had cause to be anything else. Someone whose life has proceeded through ordinary rooms in ordinary buildings without incident. Without the kind of incident that makes you revise your understanding of what a room can contain. I had lived in 11 different places over 32 years, apartments and shared houses, and a brief period in a rented room above a bakery that was loud in the mornings and smelled wonderful. And none of those 11 places had given me a single experience that could not be explained by drafts or old pipes, or the particular sounds that buildings make when they are settling into cold weather. The 12th place was different. I moved into the house in late September, which was the wrong time of year for it, though I did not understand this until later. September in that part of the state was the beginning of the long slide into winter, the days still holding warmth in their middles, but the mornings and evenings already cold, the kind of cold that comes on early and lingers past when you expect it to lift. And the house sat on a residential street with large oaks on either side that dropped their leaves in October in a quantity that was almost architectural, covering the yard and the porch and the walkway in layers that required regular clearing just to keep the path to the front door navigable. I had taken the house because I needed a house and because it was available when I needed it, and because the rent, while not cheap in the absolute sense, was significantly below what comparable properties in the area were asking. This last fact I noticed and noted and filed in the category of good fortune, rather than in the category of things worth investigating, which is the category it belonged in. The landlord was a property management company with a local office, not an individual, and my communications with them were efficient and impersonal in the way that corporate landlords tend to be. No warmth, but also no drama. Clear expectations on both sides. They had given me a key packet on the day I signed the lease, a small manila envelope with 2 keys inside, a silver key for the front door handle lock, and a brass key for the deadbolt above it. The house was a 2-story rental that had been divided at some point in its history into an upper unit and a lower unit, and I was renting the lower unit, which comprised the ground floor, the basement for storage, and a small fenced backyard that the upper tenant had no access to. The upper tenant, who I met briefly on my moving day, was a quiet man named Dennis, who worked long hours somewhere in the financial sector and was present in the house mostly as the sound of careful footsteps on the ceiling and the occasional muted sound of a television. He was pleasant and unremarkable in the way of someone who regards a neighbor as an administrative fact rather than a social opportunity, and this suited me because I had chosen a house over an apartment specifically for the reduced neighbor contact that standalone structures generally offered, and the arrangement with Dennis was close enough to standalone living that I did not feel I had compromised. I moved my things in on a Saturday with the help of 2 friends who left by 4 in the afternoon and whose departure left me alone in the house for the first time with a specific combination of exhaustion and restlessness that moving produces, too tired to do anything productive and too unsettled in the new space to simply sit. I walked through the rooms several times, the way you walk through new rooms to make them familiar, touching surfaces and opening doors and checking that the windows latched and that the appliances functioned and that the water pressure was adequate. Everything in the lower unit was functional. Everything was old in the way of a house built in the early 20th century, the hardwood floors showing decades of traffic, the interior doors with their round glass knobs, the kitchen with its deep porcelain sink, and the window above it that looked out on the backyard, but functional, well-maintained, the property management company would say, meaning maintained to a level that prevented things from failing without actually updating anything. The front door was original to the house, heavy oak with a panel design and a window of frosted glass set into the upper third. The handle lock was a standard mechanism, a key from outside, and a twist knob from inside. The deadbolt above it was a more recent installation, clearly added at some point after the original construction, a schleg with a heavy brass cylinder and a thumb turn on the interior side. It was a good lock, solid and substantial, the kind that takes effort to engage, the kind that when you turn the key, you feel the bolt throw with a definitive thunk that tells you the door is secured. I locked the deadbolt on that first Saturday night, and I put the brass key in the small ceramic dish on the entryway table where I kept my keys. And I went to bed in my new house and slept adequately for a first night in a new place. Which is to say, I slept in the slightly vigilant way of someone processing unfamiliar sounds, the particular creak of this set of floorboards, the particular behavior of these radiators as they came on and went off, the specific pattern of light through these windows as cars passed on the street outside. The first incident happened 11 days after I moved in. I had been at work all day, a day that had run long for reasons that were tedious even to recall, and I came home in the early evening tired and carrying a bag of groceries in my laptop and the general weight of a day that had not gone as planned. I came up the front walk through the fallen oak leaves, and I put my key in the handle lock and turned it, and then I reached for the brass key to unlock the deadbolt. The deadbolt was already unlocked. I turned the brass key in the cylinder and felt no resistance. The bolt already retracted, the lock already open. I stood on the front porch in the early evening with my grocery bag and my laptop bag, and I looked at the door, and I ran through the morning in my mind, the routine of leaving the house, getting my keys from the dish, and locking the handle and locking the deadbolt, and going to my car. I ran through it clearly and specifically, and I was certain I had locked the deadbolt. I was certain because I always locked the deadbolt. It was a habit of 11 previous homes, an automatic process that did not require conscious attention, a thing my hands did while my mind was elsewhere. I went inside and I checked the house. A reasonable response. Checking the house when you come home to find a lock you believed you had set was not set. Looking for any evidence of entry or disturbance. I found nothing. Everything was exactly as I had left it, my boxes half unpacked, the furniture in its new positions, nothing moved or missing or disturbed. I checked the back door, which was locked from inside with a bolt I had not opened. The windows were all latched. Nothing. I decided I had not locked the deadbolt. I was tired, and it had been a long first week and a half, and I had made an error in my usual routine, and I had simply left that morning without setting the deadbolt. I put the groceries away, and I made dinner, and I told myself this straightforwardly, and I believed it without much difficulty. The second incident happened 4 days later. I had been deliberately careful about the deadbolt since the first incident, adding it to my conscious leaving routine rather than leaving it to habit, specifically checking that it was locked as one of my last acts before walking away from the door. I had done this on every day in the intervening 4 days, and I had gone to bed each night knowing the deadbolt was set. On the 5th morning, I woke and went to the kitchen and made coffee, and then went to the front door to check the mail slot, which was built into the door itself, and occasionally delivered mail early when the route was running ahead of schedule. I put my hand on the door handle to steady myself while I bent to look through the slot. The deadbolt was unlocked. I had locked it the previous evening. I had specifically, consciously locked it at 10:30 the night before, engaging it deliberately and confirming the throw of the bolt with a slight push on the door to make sure it had caught. The lock was engaged. I had gone to bed. At some point between 10:30 the previous night and 6:40 the following morning, the deadbolt had been unlocked from the inside. This was the thing that sat differently about the second incident than the first. The first incident, I had been able to explain as a failure to lock. This incident I could not explain as anything to do with me, because the deadbolt was locked when I went to bed and unlocked when I woke up, and I had been in the house the entire time and had not gone near the front door. The deadbolt could not be operated from the outside without a key. The brass key had been in the ceramic dish on the entryway table all night, exactly where I had left it when I came home. I had not unlocked it in my sleep. I did not sleepwalk and had no history of it. The lock had been opened by something turning the thumb turn on the interior side of the lock, and I had not done it. And Dennis was not able to access the lower unit, and there was no one else. I stared at that unlocked deadbolt for a long time. Then I went to work. This sounds inadequate as a response to discovering something that should not have been possible, and it was inadequate. But I was a person who went to work, and the alternative was standing in my front hallway staring at a lock and not going to work, and I could not make myself do that. I went to work, and I thought about it all day with the partial attention of someone trying to conduct normal business while a larger and more urgent problem runs on a parallel track in the back of the mind. I bought a small security camera that evening, one of the inexpensive indoor models with a wide-angle lens and motion detection and night vision, the kind designed to sit on a shelf and monitor a room. I mounted it on the entryway table, pointed at the front door, specifically at the deadbolt, and I connected it to my phone so that I could see the live feed and review any recorded motion events. I told myself this was the rational response. Evidence gathering. If the lock was unlocking itself, I would have footage of it, and the footage would show me a mechanical failure or a draft moving the thumb turn or some other mundane explanation. I set the lock that night, deliberately and consciously, and I went to bed. And at 11:14, the motion sensor on the camera activated and my phone buzzed with a notification. I was still awake. I picked up my phone and I opened the camera app. The front door was visible in the wide-angle frame, the heavy oak door with its frosted glass insert, the handle lock below, and the deadbolt above. The deadbolt's thumb turn was visible, oriented horizontally in the locked position. As I watched the live feed, the thumb turn rotated. Slowly, without any hand on it, without any visible mechanism touching it, the thumb turn rotated from horizontal to vertical. The bolt retracted. The deadbolt unlocked. I watched this happen on my phone screen while lying in my bed 11 feet away, and I held the phone with both hands because my hands were not steady. And I looked at what I had just seen, and I did not immediately know what to do with it. I got up, and I went to the front door. The deadbolt was unlocked, the thumb turn in the vertical position, exactly as the camera had shown me. I turned it back to horizontal, felt the bolt engage with its solid thunk, and I stood in the front hallway in my sleeping clothes, and I looked at the lock, and I looked at the camera on the entryway table, and I thought about what I had just watched. The thumb turn had rotated on its own. There was nothing on the footage before it moved, no shadow, no disturbance in the frame, nothing that touched it or could have caused it to move. It had simply rotated. The lock had unlocked itself. I went back to bed, and I lay in the dark, and I was a person who had recently laughed at stories like this one, and I was not laughing. I reviewed the camera footage 3 times the following morning. Full resolution, maximum brightness, frame by frame, through the 8 seconds during which the thumb turn had rotated. There was nothing on the footage that explained the rotation. The door had not moved. The floor had not vibrated. There was no visible force acting on the thumb turn. It rotated because something rotated it, and that something was not visible on camera. I called the property management company. I described the lock unlocking itself and said I was concerned about security. The person on the other end said they would send a maintenance person to look at the lock. The maintenance person came 2 days later, a man named Carl, who examined the lock with the practiced eye of someone who had replaced hundreds of locks over many years, and who turned the thumb turn back and forth and pushed the door and checked the alignment of the door in the frame, and could find nothing wrong. He said the lock was functioning correctly, and the door was properly aligned, and there was no mechanical reason for the lock to operate itself. He said sometimes old houses settled in ways that affected door alignment, and that could cause locks to behave unexpectedly. Though he said this in the tone of someone offering a theory they found only partially convincing. He tightened the strike plate screws and left, and the lock continued to do what it had been doing. In the 2 weeks that followed the first camera event, I recorded 4 more instances of the deadbolt unlocking itself. Always at night, always between 11 and 2 in the morning, always the same slow rotation of the thumb turn from locked to unlocked. Always nothing on the camera that could account for it. I developed a routine of locking it again when I saw the notification and going back to sleep, which sounds like a routine it should not have been possible to develop around something so inexplicable, but humans are adaptable in ways that are sometimes admirable and sometimes concerning. I was adapting to it, which may have been admirable and was probably also concerning. In the 3rd week of October, I started noticing the cold. Not the general cold of a poorly insulated old house in autumn, which I was already familiar with and which the radiators addressed adequately on most days. A specific cold in specific locations. A cold that was not connected to drafts or windows or the behavior of the heating system. It was concentrated, present in certain parts of the lower unit in a way that it was not present in others, and it did not fluctuate with the outdoor temperature or the heating cycle. It was simply there. The coldest location was the front hallway, specifically the area immediately in front of the front door, within approximately 4 feet of the door, where the cold was intense enough to be physically notable when you entered it from the warmer living room behind. I noticed it first on a Tuesday evening when I came in from outside, and the cold of the hallway was indistinguishable from the cold outside, a wall of it greeting me at the threshold that did not warm as I moved further into the house because I was standing in the cold part of the house, the front hallway, which was cold in the way of a room that has not been heated, despite the radiator on the hallway wall running at full capacity 3 feet away. I checked the weather stripping around the front door. I checked the frosted glass insert. I checked for any crack or gap in the door frame. I found nothing that accounted for the temperature differential. The front door was as well sealed as it had been when I moved in. The cold was not coming in through the door. The cold was in the hallway regardless of whether the door was opened or closed, in a column of air that extended from the floor to approximately shoulder height, and that was 15 degrees colder than the room directly behind it. I bought another thermometer, and I placed it in the front hallway, and I compared its reading to the thermometer in the living room. On an evening when the living room read 69 degrees, the hallway read 54, 15 degrees in a space 12 feet from a functioning radiator, 15 degrees colder in a way that had no mechanical explanation. I called the property management company again. They sent Carl again. He checked the radiator and confirmed it was functioning. He checked the door seals. He checked everything he could check and found nothing wrong. He stood in the hallway and I could see him feeling the cold, standing in it with a slight adjustment of his posture, pulling his shoulders slightly in, the involuntary response of a body encountering temperature it did not expect. He did not mention it. He said the hallway might benefit from a door draft excluder and left, and the cold remained exactly as it had been. At this point, I was 3 weeks into the incidents, and I had not spoken to anyone about them beyond the property management company's maintenance reports, which were framed as practical problems with practical remedies that the maintenance person had not found. I had not told friends or colleagues because I was still at 3 weeks in the part of the process where you hold things inside while you assess them, where you are unwilling to describe something out loud, because describing it out loud commits you to it in a way that private experience does not. I began to research the house's history. This is the thing I should have done before moving in, or should have done in the first week, but which I did not do until the cold in the hallway joined the lock incidents in sufficient mass to move me from adaptation to investigation. I researched it the way a person researches things when they have a computer and time, and the slight urgency of someone who has been putting off understanding something they are not sure they want to understand. The house had been built in 1908. The street address appeared in county records going back to 1910, when the records became reliable for residential properties in that area. The first entry was a family named Brower, father and mother, and 3 children. The Browers had lived in the house for 40 years, through the 1910s and 20s and 30s, and into the late 40s when the property changed hands. I found 2 obituary references for members of the Brower family in the local newspaper digital archive. One from 1931 for the father, Henry Brower, who died at 62 of a cardiac event, and one from 1948 for the mother, a woman named Ruth Brower, who had continued living in the house after Henry's death and had died there 17 years later. Both of them had died in the house. This was not unusual for the era. People died at home in those decades as a matter of course. I noted it and continued. After Ruth Brower's death in 1948, the house had been sold and had changed hands several times through the 1950s and 1960s with a frequency that was slightly above what I would have expected for the period, each ownership lasting 3 to 5 years. In the early 1970s, it had been converted to a 2-unit rental, upper and lower, and had been operated as a rental property since then. A continuous series of tenants managed by a series of landlords until the current property management company had taken it over approximately 15 years ago. I could not find complete records of all the tenants over the rental years. What I could find were the public records that generated documentation, lease agreements filed with the county, utility registrations, the occasional reference in other records. What I could also find, with more searching, were the things that generated newspaper coverage. There were two items in the newspaper archive that were relevant. The first was from 1973, shortly after the property was converted to a 2-unit rental. A brief item noting that emergency services had been called to the lower unit of the address following a report by the upstairs tenant of unusual sounds from below. Responding officers found the lower unit locked and secure, and the tenant, a woman named Pauline Garrett, unresponsive inside. She had died of natural causes, the item said, a heart condition she had been managing for several years. She was 58. The second item was from 1989. A longer piece, a follow-up to an emergency services call that had apparently generated enough neighborhood attention to merit reporting. The lower unit tenant at that time, a man named Robert Carver, had called emergency services claiming that he was unable to leave his house because the front door was locked and would not open. When officers arrived, they had been able to enter through the back door, which Robert Carver had apparently forgotten or not known about, and had found him in the hallway near the front door in a state of significant distress. He told the responding officers that the deadbolt had locked itself while his key was still in the lock, and he had been unable to turn the key or the thumb turn to unlock it. The officers had examined the lock and found it functioning normally and had opened it without difficulty. Robert Carver had moved out of the lower unit within a week of the incident. The item ended there. I read that 1989 item several times. The deadbolt had locked itself while his key was still in the lock. I was sitting at my kitchen table and I read those words and I felt the specific chill of recognition, the sensation of a pattern becoming visible, of 2 points on a graph suddenly connected by a line whose existence you had not suspected until it appeared. I was in the lower unit. The deadbolt in the lower unit was operating itself at night, unlocking itself with nothing turning the thumb turn. In 1989, the lower unit's deadbolt had apparently locked itself with a key in the cylinder. Two different behaviors, unlocking and locking, separated by 34 years, but the same lock, the same door, the same lower unit, the same front hallway where a column of cold air 15 degrees below ambient had been resident since the third week of my tenancy. I thought about Pauline Garrett, who had died in this unit in 1973, about Ruth Brower, who had died in this house in 1948, in the years before it was divided, when the front hall and the front door had been hers, about Henry Brower, who had died in 1931 in this house. Two of the three had died in the lower portion of the building, in the rooms I was now renting, in the air I was now breathing. I did not sleep well that night. I found another item 2 days later, not in the newspaper archive, but in a local historical society database. I discovered through a reference in a footnote of a county property history document. It was a brief mention in a catalog of notable properties in the area, the kind of document that historical societies compile to preserve local architectural and social history. The mention was under my address, and it said the following: "The property, originally occupied by the Brower family, was known locally for several decades following the family's residency for reports of unusual activity at the front entrance. Former residents and neighbors described the front door of the lower unit as behaving in ways inconsistent with its mechanical function, specifically the deadbolt lock engaging and disengaging without apparent cause. Several tenants of the lower unit over the years following the original family's departure reportedly vacated the property before the end of their lease terms, citing discomfort with the property's behavior. Behaving in ways inconsistent with its mechanical function. I was not the first. I had not been having an experience unique to me, generated by some idiosyncratic fault in the current lock or the current door. This had been happening for decades. Multiple tenants, the front entrance, the deadbolt. I sat with this information and I felt the strange double sensation of fear and relief that comes with understanding something you have been not understanding, the fear of what the understanding means and the relief of the understanding itself, of the not understanding being over. Something was at the front door. Something had been at the front door for a long time, certainly since Ruth Brower's death in 1948. Possibly longer, possibly since Henry Brower died in 1931, possibly since further back than that. Something was at the front door, and it operated the deadbolt, locking and unlocking it at night, and it generated a cold in the front hallway that no heating system could address. And it had been doing this through tenant after tenant, driving some of them away, presumably being lived around by others who either did not notice or chose not to understand what they were noticing. The question I sat with that evening at my kitchen table with a cup of tea I had forgotten to drink and which was cold in the cup beside my laptop was what to do, not whether to leave. I want to be honest about this because the question of whether to leave is the obvious one, and I want to account for why I did not immediately treat it as the primary question. I did not immediately treat leaving as the primary question because I had just moved, because moving again immediately would have been costly and practically difficult, because I was still in the phase of understanding what I was dealing with, and I did not think it was reasonable to make a decision about leaving before I understood what I would be leaving from. And also, honestly, because the thing at the front door had not done anything to me beyond unlock the lock and generate a column of cold. It had been here for decades through multiple tenants. Some of those tenants had left and some had presumably stayed. The ones who stayed had presumably found a way to live in the house with the thing at the front door, and I wanted to understand how before I decided that staying was not possible. I went to the local historical society in person the following Saturday. I had found a name in the database, a staff researcher named Vivian, who was listed as the contact for property history inquiries. And I called her before going, and she said she would be available in the morning. Vivian was a woman in her mid-50s with the particular combination of academic precision and genuine enthusiasm that characterized people who had spent their careers in historical research and had never stopped finding it interesting. She knew about the property. She knew about it in the way that researchers know about the things they have studied, with a density of detail that suggested my address had been a subject of specific interest rather than a passing reference. She pulled a folder when I arrived, a physical folder, not a database entry, an actual manila folder of documents she had clearly assembled at some point in the past and kept because the material was significant enough to preserve in an immediately retrievable form. Inside were photocopied newspaper items I had not found, copies of county records, several handwritten letters, and a single photograph. She put the photograph on the table in front of me. It was an old photograph, black and white, the quality of something from the 1920s or early 1930s, a photograph of the front of a house I recognized as mine, though it was younger in the photograph, the trees smaller, the porch railing different. Standing on the front porch was a woman in the dark clothing of that era, standing very straight and looking at the camera with an expression that was not unfriendly but was serious, the seriousness of someone who considered the act of being photographed a matter of some gravity. She was standing to the right of the front door, one hand on the door frame, and the front door was open behind her. And from the way she was standing, you had the impression of someone who had just come out of the house or was about to go in, someone interrupted mid-motion by the camera. Vivian said, "That is Ruth Brower, taken approximately 1928. I looked at the photograph and I thought about Ruth Brower, who had lived in this house from 1910 until 1948, who had been widowed in 1931 and had continued in the house for 17 more years alone, who had died in the house and whose death had preceded the long series of lock incidents that had apparently continued for decades after her. Vivian told me what she knew, which was considerably more than the newspaper archive or the historical database had contained. She said the Brower family had been, by all available accounts, an ordinary family, working class, stable, unremarkable, in the ways that most families are unremarkable when you look at them from the outside. Henry Brower had worked in a local manufacturing concern. Ruth had maintained the house and raised the children. The 3 children had all grown and left before Henry died in 1931. After Henry's death, Ruth had lived alone in the house for 17 years, a long widowhood in a house that was large for one person. Vivian said that the letters in the folder were from Ruth Brower's surviving daughter, a woman named Clara, who had married and moved to another state in the late 1930s and who had maintained a correspondence with a local friend over many years. The local friend's estate had eventually donated the letters to the Historical Society because of their references to the Brower property, which had by that point accumulated enough of a local reputation to make the letters historically interesting. Clara's letters described visits to her mother in the years after Henry's death. Clara had visited 2 or 3 times a year and had stayed in the house in the upstairs bedroom, and in several of her letters she described the lower floor of the house in ways that were careful and specific, in the manner of someone reporting something they were not sure how to characterize. Vivian let me read the letters. They were written in a clear, educated hand, the handwriting of someone who had been schooled in penmanship, as a matter of course. Clara wrote well with precision and attention to detail, and she wrote about her mother's house the way you write about a place you love and find troubling in equal measure. She wrote about the way the front hallway felt on winter evenings, a cold she described as having nothing to do with the season, a cold that was present in July as much as in December, a cold she associated specifically with the area in front of the front door. She wrote about her mother's relationship with this cold, which she described as matter of fact. Ruth Brower, according to Clara, had acknowledged the cold in the front hallway as a feature of the house rather than a problem with it, had spoken about it to Clara in a practical and unapologetic way, as if discussing the behavior of a well-known piece of furniture that had its quirks. One of Clara's letters from 1941 contained a passage that Vivian had apparently flagged as significant because the corner of the page was turned down and there was a faint pencil mark in the margin. Clara wrote, "Mother told me something at dinner last night that I have been turning over since. She said Father has never left the front door. I asked her what she meant, and she said she believed Henry had stayed in the house after his death, that she felt his presence in the front hall most particularly, that the cold there was his cold and the door was his door, and that he had always been particular about the front door in life, about locking it properly before bed, and that she saw no reason why this particularity would have left him when everything else had. She said this with complete equanimity, and I did not know how to respond, so I did not respond, and we finished our dinner. Henry Brower, who had died in 1931, who had apparently been particular about the front door in life, about locking it properly before bed. The front door's deadbolt, locking and unlocking itself in the night. I sat at the Historical Society's table, and I read that passage, and I read it again, and I felt the understanding that had been forming in pieces since the first camera event complete itself, the way a shape resolves when you finally see what it is and cannot unsee it. Clara's letter from 1944 described a visit during which she had come downstairs very early, before her mother was awake, and found the front door unlocked. She had turned the deadbolt and gone to the kitchen to make tea. When Ruth came downstairs an hour later, she had looked at the front door and had gently and without comment unlocked the deadbolt, turning the thumb turn back to vertical, and had left it that way. Clara had asked her about it, and Ruth had said that Henry preferred to do the locking himself, that it was his door and his responsibility, and she had learned that it was better to let him manage it than to second-guess him. She had learned that it was better to let him manage it. Ruth Brower had spent 17 years alone in this house with her dead husband at the front door, and she had reached a point of accommodation with this that was, by Clara's description, genuinely peaceful. She had given up trying to determine when the door should be locked and had allowed whatever it was, whoever it was, to manage the door in the way it had always managed it. She had lived around it with the practical equanimity that Clara described as matter of fact, and that was, when you considered what it had required of her, a considerable achievement. I thanked Vivian, and I drove home. I sat in my car in front of the house for a while before going in. I looked at the front door through the windshield, the heavy oak with the frosted glass insert, and I thought about Henry Brower, who had lived in this house from 1910 until 1931, and who had been, according to his daughter's description of his wife's belief, still managing the front door from wherever he had gone in 1931. Particular about locking it properly before bed. Still particular, still managing, still present at the threshold in the way that some people remain present in the places that were theirs, in the task that had been theirs, the last check before a sleep task that had been his and had not stopped being his. I went inside. I stood in the cold of the front hallway, and I felt the 15-degree differential on my face, and I looked at the deadbolt. I said out loud into the front hallway, "I know about you. I know about Henry. I have been reading about what Ruth understood, and I think I understand it now, too." The hallway was still around me. The radiator ticked, and the house held its ordinary sounds, and the cold was present in the air in front of the door, in the way it was always present. I said, "I am not going to fight the lock. I should have said that earlier, and I am saying it now." I had been fighting the lock. Every night when my phone notified me that the deadbolt had unlocked itself, I had gotten up and relocked it. I had been treating the lock's behavior as a malfunction to be corrected, a problem to be solved, something to be countered and reversed. Carl from maintenance had tightened the strike plate. I had bought a security camera. I had called the property management company twice. I had been fighting the lock the way you fight a mechanical problem that needs to be fixed. And the lock was not a mechanical problem, and it did not need to be fixed. It needed to be understood. I said, "Ruth, let you manage it. I am going to let you manage it too. That is your door. I understand that now." I went to the kitchen and I made dinner, and I ate it at the kitchen table, and the house was quiet around me in the way it had been quiet since I moved in. The ordinary sounds of an old house in the evening, and I went to bed at 10:30, and I did not look at the camera feed, and I did not set an alert on my phone for motion at the front door, and I went to sleep. In the morning, the deadbolt was unlocked. I looked at it on my way to the kitchen, noted it, and did not touch it. I made coffee, and I went to work, and I came home in the evening, and the deadbolt was locked. I noted this also, and I did not touch it, and I went about my evening, and before I went to bed, I stood in the front hallway for a moment, and I said, "Good night," into the cold air near the door, and I went to bed. This sounds like it should have been harder than it was. Accepting that the front door of your house is managed by someone who has been dead for 90 years is not, in theory, the kind of thing that should be easy. In practice, it was not easy in the sense of comfortable, but it was also not difficult in the sense of impossible. Ruth Brower had managed it for 17 years, and she had done it with equanimity, with matter-of-fact accommodation of something that was not in any meaningful sense threatening. It locked the door before bed. It unlocked it in the morning. These were the behaviors of a person performing a lifelong habit. The last check before sleep check that people who are particular about security perform without thinking, who cannot go to bed with any uncertainty about whether the door is locked. A person who had performed this habit every night for 21 years and who had, it appeared, continued performing it after the option of stopping became technically available. The cold in the hallway persisted. I had expected it to, after reading Ruth's description of it, persisting through 17 years of her widowhood, but I had also, somewhere below conscious expectation, hoped it might lessen once I stopped fighting the lock. It did not lessen. It remained at the same 15-degree differential I had measured in the first weeks. A column of cold air in front of the front door that the radiator was not going to address regardless of how long I ran it, because the radiator was not what was responsible for the cold, and the cold was not something a radiator could address. I bought a good rug for the front hallway, and I kept my coat on when I was near the door, and I learned to pass through the cold quickly rather than standing in it, and this was an adequate accommodation. I told one person, my friend Carolyn, who had helped me move and who knew me well enough to know the difference between the story I would tell for entertainment value and the story I was telling because it had happened and I needed to tell someone. I told her over the phone on a Sunday evening, and she was quiet through most of it, and when I finished, she asked me how I was, and I said I was all right, and I said that I thought I had found a way to manage it. She asked if I was frightened, and I thought about that honestly before answering. I said that what I had felt in the first weeks, before I understood, had been close to frightened, a sustained low-level unease that had colored everything. What I felt now was different. I said it was hard to describe the difference. Carolyn said, "Does it feel like living with someone?" I sat with that. I said yes. That was actually quite close to accurate. It felt like living with someone who was very quiet and who kept unconventional hours and who had one particular responsibility in the household that they took seriously. It felt less like being haunted and more like sharing a space with someone whose habits predated you and would continue after you. Someone whose presence you had agreed to accommodate, because the accommodation was the reasonable thing to do. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "That is either a very healthy response or a very concerning one, and I genuinely cannot tell which." I said I could not entirely tell either. 6 weeks after the conversation in the hallway where I told the cold air that I was going to let it manage the door, something changed. Not dramatically. Not with any single event that I can point to as a definitive before and after. A gradual change, a shift in the quality of something that I could feel but not measure. The way you feel when the barometric pressure changes before a storm, a perceptible shift in the air without a visible cause. The cold in the front hallway began to feel different, not different in temperature. The thermometer reading was the same, 15 degrees below ambient. But the quality of the cold changed, the way the quality of a room changes when the mood of a person in it changes. The cold had been, in the first weeks, a dense and slightly pressurized cold, a cold that felt resistant, that you moved through rather than with. After 6 weeks of not fighting the lock, it was something else, quieter, less pressed. A cold that was still present and still notable, but that had some quality of rest in it, of something that was simply being rather than something that was maintaining itself against an opposing force. I mentioned this to no one. I noted it in the journal I had started keeping, a practical habit that had begun as evidence gathering and had become something more like a record of an ongoing relationship with the house's particular situation, and I noted it without drawing conclusions beyond the observation itself. On a Saturday in mid-November, I came home from a walk, and I was cold from the outside and the front hallway was cold from the inside, and I stood in the cold of the front hallway for a moment, and I said, "It is a cold day outside, too." And I said it in the way you say something to someone who is near you, not formally or with any particular intention, just the offhand sharing of information with whoever is in the vicinity. And then I went to the kitchen and made tea. This sounds trivial. In context, it was not trivial. It was the first time I had spoken in the front hallway without the specific intention of addressing the situation, without the quality of someone making a formal statement to an unusual circumstance. It was the first time I had said something in the front hallway the way you say things to someone who lives with you. And it felt, when I did it, like the right thing, not because I had decided it was the right thing, but because it was what I did without deciding. December came, and the oak leaves that had been covering everything were reduced by rain and wind to a dark, papery layer on the ground, and the street was bare, and the house was colder everywhere because December was cold, and the radiators ran harder to compensate. The front hallway remained 15 degrees below ambient. The deadbolt continued its pattern, locked in the evenings and unlocked in the mornings, regular as a habit of a person who wakes early. I had stopped checking it with any deliberate attention and simply noted it in passing the way you note the habits of anyone you live with. I had a week of annual leave in December that I spent at the house, not traveling, working on the unpacking I had not finished, and on personal projects I had been deferring. I was in the house for 7 consecutive days, present in all the hours of the day rather than only the early mornings and evenings that my work schedule usually permitted, and being present in the house for long continuous periods gave me access to the house's behavior in the daytime hours that I had not previously had. I observed that the cold in the front hallway was more intense in the evenings and at night. During the day, particularly in the mid-morning and early afternoon, the differential was smaller, closer to 10 degrees than 15. In the evenings, particularly after 9, it was at its most pronounced. This corresponded with the pattern of the lock, which locked in the evenings and unlocked in the mornings. The cold intensified when the evening security check would have been performed, when someone who was particular about locking the door properly before bed would have stood at the front door and made sure it was secure, standing at the door in the evening and checking it, still doing this. The second observation I made during the leave week was something I had not expected. On the 4th day of my leave week, a Wednesday, I was sitting in the living room reading in the mid-afternoon when I became aware that the cold in the front hallway, which was always perceptible from the living room because the hallway was open to the living room on one side, had an additional quality to it. Not a sound, not a movement. An additional quality in the cold, a denser concentration of it, as if something that was always in the hallway was more completely in the hallway in this particular moment. I put down my book and I went to the front hallway and I stood in it. I said, "It is Wednesday afternoon. I am reading. It is cold outside." I said these things in the same way I had said it is a cold day outside too, offhandedly, to whoever was in the vicinity. The cold around me changed, not in temperature, in quality, in the specific quality of dense and present and still that I had been learning to read in the months since I moved in. The change was in the direction of less dense, not less cold, but less heavy, as if something that had been compressed released a little, as if something had been stood at the window of its house waiting and was less waiting now. I stood in a cold hallway for a little while, and I said, "The front door is locked. I checked it this morning. It is locked." The quality of the cold changed again. The same direction, less compressed, quieter. I went back to the living room and picked up my book, and I was aware that something had happened that I did not have precise language for, that there were not good words for. That was nonetheless something I was fairly sure I had not imagined, because I had spent months learning this house's particular vocabulary, and I knew what the cold felt like when it was ordinary, and what it felt like when it was not. I called Vivian at the Historical Society that evening. I had not spoken to her since my visit in October, but I had her number, and she had told me to call if I found anything relevant to the property's history. I described what I had been doing since October, the not fighting the lock, the speaking in the hallway, the gradual change in the quality of the cold. I described the Wednesday afternoon in a careful way, trying to be accurate about what I had observed and what I had felt without overstating either. Vivian listened, and when I finished, she said, "Clara's letters describe something similar." She said that in Clara's later letters, from the early 1940s when Ruth Brower was in her 70s and more open with her daughter about the house's situation, Clara had described conversations with her mother about how Ruth had found her accommodation with Henry's continued presence at the front door. She said Ruth had told Clara that the most important thing she had learned was to speak plainly. She had said that in the years immediately after Henry's death, she had tried to manage the situation practically, the same way I had tried to manage it, fighting the lock and treating it as a problem, and that this had not worked and had been exhausting. What had worked, she said, was speaking, not performing any ritual or formal acknowledgement. Simply speaking, in the ordinary way you speak to someone who is present with you about ordinary things, including the state of the front door, which Henry had been most interested in. She said that telling Henry the front door was locked as a simple statement of information had reduced something in the house, a tension or a pressure, in a way that nothing practical had managed to do. Telling him the door was locked. He had spent 21 years locking it before bed. He had been particular about it, and after he died he had continued doing it because it was his responsibility, and he was still there, and his responsibility had not ended with him. And Ruth had eventually understood that what he needed more than anything was to know that the door was locked, that the door was secure, that the house was safe before sleep, and that she could give him this by saying it, because saying it, stating it plainly to whoever was present in the cold of the front hallway, was a way of making it real to something that could not turn the key and confirm it for itself. He was locking and unlocking the lock because he needed to know it was secure, and he was not sure he trusted anyone else to ensure it. Ruth had earned his trust. She had spent 17 years of plain speaking in front hallways, telling him the door was locked, and he had come to believe her, and the house had been easier for it, Clara's letter suggested, in the years before Ruth's death. Not resolved, never fully resolved, but easier. The cold present and the lock still operating itself, but the quality of it reduced, compressed into something manageable, something lived around with something approaching peace. I thanked Vivian, and I put the phone down, and I went to the front hallway, and I stood in the cold, and I said, "The front door is locked. The deadbolt is engaged. The house is secure. You can rest." The cold was still there. It would be there tomorrow and the day after. The deadbolt would continue its nightly management. The thermometer in the hallway would continue reading 15 degrees below the living room. These things would not stop. I had read enough of Clara's letters and of the historical record to understand that what had been in this house since 1931 was not going to resolve in the remaining months of my lease, that it had not resolved in 90 years and was not going to resolve now. But the quality of the cold in the front hallway, standing in it at 9 o'clock on a December Wednesday, after saying the door is locked, the house is secure, was quieter than it had been in October. Still cold, still 15 degrees, but quieter. I went back to the living room and I picked up my book. I have been in the house for 14 months now, and the pattern has not changed in its mechanics. The deadbolt locks in the evenings and unlocks in the mornings. The cold in the front hallway is 15 degrees below ambient on the thermometer. I no longer check daily because the number is always the same. The security camera is still on the entryway table, but I no longer have motion alerts enabled because the motion at the front door is not something I need to be alerted to. I know when it happens and I know why, and I have made my accommodation with it in the way that Ruth Brower made her accommodation with it for 17 years, imperfectly and gradually and more completely as time passed. What I do that Ruth apparently did and that I believe made the difference is speak in the front hallway, not every day, not as a formal practice with a schedule. When it feels right, when I am near the front door and the cold is present and particular, I say something. Sometimes it is the front door is locked. Sometimes it is only that I have had a long day at work, or that the weather is cold, or that the oak tree in the front yard has finally gotten its leaves back after the winter. Ordinary things. The kind of things you say to someone who is present with you, who is standing near you in the same space, who is listening. Carolyn visited in March, and I told her I would show her the hallway, and I brought her to it, and she stood in the cold, and she said nothing for a long moment, and then she said, "I feel it." I said yes. She said, "Is it frightening?" I said not anymore, not in the way it was in the first weeks. She said, "What is it like now?" I thought about it, and I said it was like standing in the space that someone occupies when they are attending to something, when their attention is directed at something they care about. She looked at the front door and at the deadbolt, and she said, "He is still checking the lock." I said yes. She said, "And he has been doing this for 90 years. I said yes. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "That is either the most devoted or the most heartbreaking thing I have ever heard, and I think it might be both." I think she is right, that it might be both. Henry Brower locked the front door of his house every night for 21 years, and then he died in his house. And he has been locking it every night since, and it has been 90 years, and he is still at the front door in the evenings with his particular attention, his cold presence in the hallway, his insistence on the security of the threshold, and nothing has stopped him and nothing has persuaded him that the door does not need him to check it. I stand in the cold of the hallway some evenings before I go to bed, and I say, the front door is locked, the house is secure, and the quality of the cold changes the way it has learned to change, less compressed, quieter, and I go to bed. In the morning, the deadbolt is unlocked. The key is in the dish on the entryway table where I always leave it, brass and solid and unused through the night, and the deadbolt is unlocked. The thumb turned vertical, the bolt retracted, the door ready to open for the day. Every morning, the same, 90 years of the same morning. I lock it when I leave for work, and I unlock it when I come home, and in the evening, it locks itself, and in the morning, it unlocks itself. And this is how the front door of this house has been managed for 90 years, and I see no reason to believe it will stop. The cold is in the hallway. The deadbolt manages itself. I speak plainly when it seems right to speak. This is what it means to live in this house, and I have come to understand that understanding it, truly understanding it, rather than fighting it or explaining it away or enduring it with the grim patience of someone waiting for it to stop, is the only accommodation that works. Ruth Brower understood this in her 50s after her husband died in 1931, and she lived with it until 1948, and Clara's letters describe her in those years as a woman who had found her terms with the house, who did not pretend the house was ordinary, but who had found a way to live in it honestly. I am trying to do the same. Some mornings I stand in the hallway before I leave for work, and the cold is there, and the deadbolt has been unlocked for me, and I say, I am going to work now. The front door is locked. When I return, I will lock it before bed. And then I leave through the unlocked door, and I lock it behind me with my brass key, and I go about my day. And in the evening, I come home, and the deadbolt is locked, and I unlock it and go inside, and in the evening it locks itself again, and in the morning it is unlocked. This is the house. This is what happens in it. This is what has happened for 90 years and what will continue after I am gone, through whatever tenant comes next, whoever that will be, whoever will stand in the cold of this front hallway and find the deadbolt in a state they did not leave it in, and begin the process of understanding that I have spent 14 months on. I hope they will find the Historical Society. I hope they will find Vivian and Clara's letters and the photograph of Ruth Brower standing at her front door with her hand on the doorframe, and the expression of someone who knew exactly where she stood in relation to everything around her. I hope they will read what I have written down, which I intend to leave in the house when I eventually go. A letter in the kitchen drawer, addressed to whoever is reading it. It will say, "The deadbolt manages itself." The cold in the front hallway is 15 degrees below ambient and has been for at least 90 years. None of this is dangerous. All of it is Henry Brower, who died in this house in 1931 and who has been at the front door every night since, because this was his responsibility, and he does not appear to have received the information that his tenure here has ended. Tell him the door is locked. He needs to hear it. Ruth learned this, and so did I. Tell him plainly, and he will hear you, and the cold will quiet a little, and you will go to bed with the house in the state it has been in for 90 years, managed and attended and secured by someone who is still here because he does not quite know how not to be. Good night. The door is locked. It always is.